Give me a sec. I'll be right with you. Hello, guys. I'm so sorry about that weird 8 minutes of non-broadcast. Essentially, for some reason, Stream 2 was not showing up on my list of streams. I don't know how, but I instead, Lynette was messaging me saying, I'm in here. It's like, okay, I'm not. It's not showing me an option. So I end up sort of like pasting it. I end up pasting in the link I send out for people to go in. And for some reason, let me in this time. How are you? How's everything going your end?
Yeah, great, thanks. Yeah, I'm in the middle of a really busy weekend. Yes, playing at weddings and things, but yeah, it's great to be on here.
Yeah. So do I take it that sorry, I've been totally thrown. Bethany couldn't make it because the wedding she's off at.
No, she's in a noisy bar in the middle of Wimbledon somewhere. And she couldn't find a quiet place to go. But she's saying, oh, brilliant. She's really glad we're on. And she's so pleased. And hopefully she might be actually able to go somewhere and hear some of it. So I don't know. But I couldn't go because I've been busy playing at weddings this end. I got 4 this weekend. So it's a busy weekend.
Well, as long as everyone can get in, like apparently I was the only one it wasn't letting. I still haven't worked out what happened. But yeah, it's, you get a list of upcoming streams.
Yeah.
And she's not on there. Anyway, there we go. So we're, of course, here to talk about kind of families, neurodiversity and disability. Obviously, we're here to celebrate all the wonderfulness of neurodiversity, but there is sometimes somewhat of a price to pay for the parents along the way. I know from my own experience, I've spoken a little bit about this, that when my son's actually my stepson from when I was married, for anyone who doesn't know, and he had autism, but we were his mum had already been told, it was advised not to tell him. I never really liked that, but I went along with it. And at the same time, I knew about my dyslexia, but I had no idea about my wider neurodiversity, ADHD, all that. So kind of there was 2 people who each didn't know that they were neurodiverse. I knew Stuart was, but I didn't know I was. So neither of us had control over what we were like experiencing and being able to manage that because we just didn't know. Yours is a different tale of kind of like having this stuff introduced to your life a bit at a time. And your son's got a rare chromosome disorder. So tell us about kind of just finding out about one of those and then the other entering into the picture, because that's a challenge.
Yeah, well, I mean, do you want me to go from the start with Bethany?
Go for it.
So Beth was born in 2009. She wasn't the happiest of babies, cried a lot, but it turned out she was very, very bright, but very late talking. She did eventually talk. She was really ahead at nursery, flew into school, flew into a year 1 table. We had no issues at school, but at home, we would have all sorts of issues with clothes and lots of meltdowns. We didn't go to parties and things. She struggled socially. She struggled socially at school, actually, but the teachers loved her because she was a very well-behaved student, model student, very, very bright, ahead of her years. The wheels came off.
The no talking thing was just her way of saying, it's like, look, you haven't given me anything which I feel like I have to respond to yet. You just gave her the right question eventually. That was all she was
say D. She used to say D and laugh. You'd go, you'd point at the dog and she'd go D, ha ha ha. And then one day in the car, talking the talking bit, I had some music on in the car. It did happen to be classic FM. And she said in the back of the car, don't like that. And I almost crashed the car because she hadn't spoken. And then suddenly she said, don't like that. And that's
See, she waited until she had something important to say. That's I admire that.
So Beth's got a fantastically strong personality, but the wheels came off for Beth in year 4, and she moved to a new teacher, and the stress of year 4, the wheels came off, and she stopped eating. Now, nobody had wanted to go down the autism diagnosis route because she was so brilliant in school, even though we were saying we were having certain issues at home. But because she stopped eating and lost lots of weight, they very swiftly put her under the umbrella pathway, and COVID in the mix and everything. And we finally got a diagnosis of Asperger's, actually, now ASD, in year 6. And we had prepped Bethany because she's a massive fan of Chris Packham and Greta Thunberg, and she's great about the environment.
Chris from around these parts as well. Was it Putney he grew up in? I know it's around here. And sorry, I just he was one of the, even when I was watching him on the Really Wild show when I was a kid, he was on the kind of wall at our school because he'd either, I don't think he went to Rumsey School, but he kind of visit there certainly. So yeah, he's a local lad. We're
a huge fan in this household, and to be able to say to Bethany the day we sat her down, well, actually, you've got ASD, and actually Chris Packham does too. And Beth took it really well, and she's embraced her diagnosis.
Can we just back up a little bit before that? Because before you get to the stage of having that conversation with her, obviously someone had to have a conversation with you. How did that feel at the time? Like, obviously you were so well versed and so comfortable with it now. Did that feel like that way at the time? Because no. You know, it's no shame to say that kind of like that does. I thought a lot over the years about how my son's life was going to be different, and it's out of concern.
It was quite a journey because we did know, really. Bethany actually became so very, very unwell. Her main struggles were with OCD, severe OCD, and anxiety. And the journey to the place of her being diagnosed was such a huge one anyway. It was a relief. But when we got told, we were in a deeply place of crisis, real crisis. She was so poorly. And they basically rang us up, gave us the diagnosis, and then left us. They just literally left us with that diagnosis. And so that's the end of it. And there you go. There's your diagnosis. And we were left in a terrible place because CAMHS had released Bethany at the age of 9. Beth doesn't like being patronized. She's very bright. And they'd released her for lack of willingness to cooperate at CAMHS. And we were left with this child who was very, very anxious, very, very poorly, and we had nowhere to turn. It was a nightmare. I was taking her swimming in the morning to try and dissipate the anxiety. I rang up CAMHS and he said, well done, you're doing well doing that. And we had nowhere to turn. And that's where I can bring in what Nicola's doing with the Waiting Well. Oh my goodness, we could have done with that website and everything at the time.
Yeah, I did the thing which is I've been saying since the beginning of this, and I'm sure I'll be saying it by the end, is I just don't want the next person like myself to be 44 before they find out how their mind works, and it's like a switch gets turned on. You suddenly you feel like you're living your life properly, like how it's meant to be, how you knew it could be. It's somewhere at a deep level, I think you know that it can be better. And I see ways in which I was trying to be more authentically myself that just got stomped on every time by kind of neurotypical thinking. No insults to neurotypicals. Some of my best friends are neurotypical. I say slightly tongue in cheek. But yeah, it's a hell of a thing.
Yeah, it is. And I'm speaking for Bethany now. Actually, being neurodiverse in secondary school has not been an easy place at all. She spends her life trying to mask and fit into the neurotypical world as a teenager, and it's tough. And could I actually would love to mention Bethany has used her experiences to write the most phenomenal book.
Yeah.
Can I just show you?
please. I will be cards on the table. I've got the PDF you sent. I have no opportunity to read it, but I am looking forward to doing so when I'm not here. And I say read. You're very kind in sending me the version so I could put it through a bit of software I've got, which reads the story to me. Again, dyslexia here.
Yeah. Well, the exciting thing is, I mean, this book's getting 5-star reviews. I mean, just a couple of things here. Bethany Lunney puts OCD on the page with such clarity, it made me cry and feel seen. Finally, a story that captures the chaos of obsessive thoughts and the fight to stay afloat. A gripping insight into life with OCD, raw, real, and impossible to ignore. A powerful narrative that dares to speak about the things others avoid: fear, compulsion, and identity. Neurodivergent readers will feel heard. Everyone will walk away with new empathy. It's more than a story, it's a voice for those living with OCD, anxiety, and self-doubt. Tense, emotional, and incredibly human, this book doesn't just describe OCD, it lives it. A neurodivergent heroine who doesn't need fixing, just space to breathe. This book gives her that. So that's just a few little snippets of reviews coming out.
While we're plugging away at it, I believe there's an audio version which is going to be coming soon. People like myself who find that version a bit more helpful.
Yeah, audio will be coming out in the autumn. It's been worked on at the moment. It's very, very exciting. One of the narrators has done quite a few Jacqueline Wilson novels and things. So yes, Bethany's a massive audio fan. When she was going through particularly difficult times and didn't particularly enjoy reading at the time, she used to listen to lots and lots of audiobooks because she found it hard to concentrate on a book. But if she had it in her ears, it just brings a story to life. And if you do have struggles with dyslexia and everything else, it's just great to have it audio.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, I remember like this was back in the days of tapes, folks, where we used to have your tapes in the car. You'd pack if you were going along. There would be this thing like about yay size, like looked like one of the old-fashioned cigarette cartons, bigger ones like Outers, which you'd have all your tapes in, and that was your 10 tapes for a week if you were going on holiday. And with audiobooks, you'd get these kind of, let's call it what it is, massacred versions of a longer book in an abridged form. So you'd get 2 tapes, which were like, maybe if you were like, it was a 4-hour experience of a book which would take 16 hours to read. So you've just got hacked to anything. And I remember when they first brought out unabridged, even on tape, like there were these massive, like they were like this huge book, it looked like, and you'd open them up and it had just a series of tapes. I had the first Red Dwarf book on tape through that system.
Fantastic.
So now to have systems like not only things like Audible where you do get the full book, but if it's not available in audio, the bit of software I had, now this is fun, I got sent a script of something I might be working with someone on, which I can't say much more about at the moment, but they sent me the script through and I put it through the software, and one of the voices you can pick is Snoop Dogg. And so I had him read this film script to me. And the best bit was, whenever it got to anything which was slightly spicy with a lady, it sounded the most natural of any. Like it was already pretty good through all of it, but I swear those bits he just read whole cloth, and they just, so it didn't feel like there was much editing happened there, because obviously it takes sound bites and it's very clever. Those bits just sound the most natural. I think they had to do a lot more construction in some words than others. That's all I'm going to say. But it's wonderful how that come along. By the way, I will say for anyone who's watching, when the video for Think Different is put up online, it will have subtitles and everything on it. I want it to be accessible by everyone. As I've been saying throughout the streams, unfortunately, I was working on it to the minute before we went online. So also some of the audio is slightly out of sync, but we won't mention that right now. But it'll be lovely by the time it goes online. But at least I got it finished. That was one thing I had to do.
Brilliant.
Sorry, to get back to you guys though. So I'm very glad we got the information in for the book. However, we left Bethany kind of in the other strand where she just found out, like, how did she get from there to having a book at 15, which is still
okay. So.
Thank you, Bethany, by the way, for proving what we can do. I love it when someone does that.
Yeah, she's honestly, I feel like the luckiest mum ever. She's the best daughter I could ever ask for. And I've learned so much from Beth, from being the mom of a neurodivergent daughter. Basically, going back to that, in year 6, when the wheels were coming off, she had a fantastic teacher who encouraged her to write. And actually, Bethany has another book out that she wrote in year 6 called Goodbye Granny Rose that you can still find on Amazon. And we sold
only
it
2 books by 15. She's so lazy. Jesus, like,
it's a really good little read. It's called Goodbye
by the
Granny
way,
Rose.
this is for anyone who calls us lazy who've got neurodiversity. This is how lazy we are.
That's where she found her outlet. It's a fantastic little book, and she raised, not me, she raised by selling the books for £5 each, £1,200 for the local hospice. But as soon as she finished that book, she had the idea for Zoe in this book. And at 12, she wrote If Only between 12 and 14, and she was writing it on the bus. She was getting ideas. And I mean, she just suddenly realized she loved writing. I mean, she's got a wonderful Instagram page, Bethany Lunney Lower School Writes, where she puts her poetry and things and gets her feelings out, and she cares about things in the world so much. And she says she feels like
because you kind of introduced me to her Instagram page. It is amazingly like you would never imagine it was a 50-year-old writing. The maturity in her writing, the metaphor, the thought, and she's wonderful. She reads them out, and she's got this wonderful delivery. I am just exceedingly more and more proud by what a community, which I'm now proudly a member of, achieve. What we kind of do to show people what we can do, as this was mentioned before. Sorry, I just want to give a shout out for how well she comes across, and how mature beyond her years.
She's passionate about issues. Like there's a really heart-wrenching poem about knife crime on there, because she saw the news one day and it really got to her, and it comes in a poem. And the book If Only, it is fiction, it's completely fiction, but she's used her own experience of what it was like to be in that very dark place of so much mental trauma with OCD. Zoe has OCD, and she later gets a diagnosis of ASD. And the social acceptance, kids can be quite cruel at school at times if you don't fit inside this social box of what's considered okay. And this book really challenges some of that. And we're really hoping to get it into a lot of secondary school libraries. She's going to a secondary school on Tuesday. She's been invited to go and speak to the year 7s about her book and her mental health and having ASD. And she's going to the book club on Tuesday morning to go and speak at another secondary school. So this is what she's passionate about doing, and getting more people to understand what it's like to be neurodiverse. I can't hear you. You've gone.
I'm sorry. I moved this to make it a little bit easier for me, because I'm trying not to lean forward because of my shoulders. I've got some pain damage, and I just keep wanting to sit forward because I'm so. When I'm interested in people, I've noticed I sit forward, and that's
I do the same. So
I lean into people. It's something actually I've learned to very much celebrate, but it's just sometimes not always great on the lower back, on neck. But I was just asking about, like, so when did she discover she had this amazing talent for writing, and how did that change the script for her?
It was all because of this wonderful teacher in year 6 when all the wheels came off. Bethany was very angry. She was on supply teachers. COVID was happening, and suddenly a teacher said to her, "Oh, well, try and write about it, or write a story." And it started as a short story, and then it became Goodbye Granny Rose. She got such incredible feedback for that. that it just seems to have just spiraled into something quite a lot bigger. It's quite extraordinary, and it's wonderful.
So was it all the encouragement from the teacher? Was it something that she automatically, did she have a recognition of how talented she was, or was it just?
Oh, Beth doesn't see herself as talented at all.
It's insane. That's insane.
She's the most. She doesn't get it. She just wants to get a message out. She doesn't think, oh wow, aren't I amazing? She doesn't see herself that way at all. She struggles socially, but outside she's got a fantastic group of friends, her drama group friends, which that's been a massive outlet for her as well. She belongs to this drama group, and I think quite a lot of them are neurodivergent in that group, and they really hit it off. So she finds just great solace in writing. She would explain it as being gradually unwound. It's the way she expresses herself, and yeah, as you say, she expresses herself very well.
I think when you discover that relaxed place, that kind of solace, it's just so game changing. You sort of get used to living life always kind of like an 11 for the wound up scale, you know. So when you find those kind of areas of grace, I think it can be really powerful. In Bethany's case, obviously that's the writing, but for other people, it can be, you know, it can be the special interest, which we all get obsessed with. It can be just, it's those little kind of areas of calm. You just want to live in that.
Yeah. And I think that's exactly it. So when anything becomes too much for Beth, she'll go away and write something, or if she's seen something that's got to her, she'll get it out of her system.
And tell me a bit more about kind of how the OCD manifests itself. Tell us a bit more about that. That's not, you know, I know what the average person knows, but I don't know the ins and outs really.
So for Beth, it was a very gradual thing. I would say it started in about year 2 or 3. So it was things like we'd go away on holiday and Bethany would need to take her own bedding and wash her own cutlery. So we knew that it was her own cutlery she was taking away. And then it just gradually spiraled into hand washing. And then she became very worried about eating in case she might be sick. So she developed quite a strong she is metaphobic, actually, fear of being sick and choking.
My stepdaughter, Stuart's sister, same thing. There are several traits which we're picking up on with her now, because she's in the process of being diagnosed with ADHD and autism, and it is amazing, all these kind of little signs that, you know, we just didn't know anything about female autism, just the way it manifests, and with ADHD as well, because she was more withdrawn. And yeah, I mean, it's difficult because I understand why we had to give Stuart that extra attention, but it's when one sibling's louder, they tend to get the more attention. And
it's been interesting.
More stuff for Amy.
It's tough when you have 2 children. So as you said, Bethany was 5 when Patrick was born, and he was born premature, and he decided to be born on Bethany's 5th birthday.
So even nicked her birthday. That's not going to ingratiate you. Come on.
Oh, her birthday. And it was a really tough time because Patrick, now we know why, he didn't grow. So he was tiny for ages, and I would spend hours on end all night holding him upright so he wasn't sick, and he didn't grow and he would pass out, and I would sleep with my hand under his back in case he passed out. And so that all that was going on. And then at around about 3, realized that he wasn't just late talking like Beth. He really wasn't talking. And that's how we came to Nicola, because Nicola then became a speech therapist, because we had to go private with the OWL Centre because we knew he needed help quickly and now. And he had the diagnosis of verbal dyspraxia. And then when he was 8, we were told that he had this very rare syndrome called CAT6A. Now, that's pretty huge for Beth. So we've got that going on.
Give me a little bit about verbal dyspraxia. That's something I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, so verbal dyspraxia is when children just don't have the strength or the ability in their mouth to be able to make the sounds of speech. So Patrick had a very, very weak tongue, very weak muscles around his mouth. And so to sort this out, we went and did the Nuffield program, and he would have to practice specific sounds for hours on end, day after day. We'd be practicing p and t. I mean, t, to get the sound t was really, really hard. And Patrick now talks, but that is years and years and years of, he's now 10. And that's speech therapy every single day practicing. He went to school with an AAC device. He went to school. He's got an educational healthcare plan because he's finds learning a bit more difficult, but he's okay in mainstream school.
AAC device. Sorry, I'm gonna ask you.
One of those.
This what this is about.
One of those devices which has lots of pictures on, and you tap it and it says the word for you. And we had a fantastic trip to London for a week of intensive therapy at the Nuffield. And we started entering places that we'd been, so he'd be able to tell them about it at school. And then we were given that because we were told he probably wouldn't ever talk because it was so severe. But this is where I wow Nicola Lathy. She's just the best. She's just amazing. We love Nicola, and with lots of support. And I have to say, my mum's a retired physio. She got on board as well, and we were doing speech therapy with him every day, and he now talks. So
Nicola, we've got the answer now. She just put the iPad with the Smartbox software. Thank you, Nicola. I'm really joking. As you say, she's absolutely wonderful.
Oh, she's just incredible, and it's just wonderful with everything they're doing with the ASD and the Waiting Well website, because it's mums like me that could have done with that website and that support. I really could have done with it.
It's me. It's me. It's my next oldest brother who also has dyslexia. It's my son. It's my daughter. It's all these people who, if the kind of help that the Owl Centre, some other wonderful charities as well do, if that had been available, just how much that would have changed my life. If I maybe had some experiences which Bethany had, the help which was there for my son was night and day from what I had, and now the help that's available is night and day from when he was at school. So it is lovely to see that progress, at least over time.
Oh, it's just incredible. And
I know, it gives me some hope in. I don't know. This keeps on coming up, but it's relevant. The fact that all this stuff happening in America with cuts to budgets for anyone who's even slightly different, it gives me some hope that even as our government comes down some dark paths after America, the charities like this will not stop. They will not give up. They will not. Organizations like this will keep on fighting for people. And it's just
the place we were left in. I've cried buckets for people. I was in a position where we were able to get help, to get private help for Beth in the end. And if we hadn't got that, I don't know where we'd be now. And we didn't have the Waiting Well website then. It was a terrible place we were at. Bethany was in such a bad place. She wasn't sleeping. We had a £600 water bill. And at 9 years old, she sat on the stairs and said she just wanted to die. She couldn't cope with everything. She was in such a low place, and there was nowhere to get help. I mean, the help provided was it just, and to be told well done on the phone when I was saying, no, I think she needs extra help here. We really need help.
And
as well done,
as if that wasn't enough, I know you will have fought the same battles with a rare chromosome disorder to find out what it is, to get it diagnosed, to get the help in place, to get monies which you might be entitled to, because that's a whole other thing. And I only highlight this because it's so wonderful to see you here smiling and celebratory about all this stuff, because I want people who are out there who maybe are at the other end of it, that place you've been.
Oh gosh,
this is proof that gets better. This is proof that if you can live through this awful, all these hoops you're jumping through that you shouldn't have to, there's a good chance you can get to a place like Lynette's in and like Bethany's in.
I cried buckets over the speech therapy situation as well, because it's for those people that don't have access, and it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. The reason Patrick's talking is because we were able to go a certain route, and it's heartbreaking that help isn't there. And that's why a charity like this is so important.
And with Bethany, yeah, definitely. I mean, did you find growing up with their differences to each other as well as everywhere else that Bethany and Luke, did it make them closer or did it make them bicker more? Because you never know with siblings.
Oh, Bethany and Patrick.
Sorry, Patrick, pardon me, sorry.
I was thinking.
I did say earlier on the stream, I'm very bad with names. This will come up a lot.
I am too, so don't worry.
I thought I heard Luke. I thought, I'll remember that. And I must have heard another word you said and made it, Luke. Oh, okay.
I can say now, and it's lovely because the Cat 6 Foundation put up a lovely thing about Bethany that I've popped up on my stories today about rare syndromes. Bethany is the best sister to Patrick, and they absolutely adore each other. I mean, when Bethany was sat on the stairs that day, and Patrick has a deep emotional understanding, even though he struggles academically, he's very, very empathetic, and he just loves Beth so much and hugs her. Now, saying that, to begin with, it was really tricky. And there was a lot of, Bethany really struggled with the attention that Patrick got at the time, and it was a real juggle. And she'd been an only child for 5 years as well. But I didn't just have Patrick. It took quite a while to have Patrick. So it was all of that. But I can categorically say, I think they are the most beautiful support to each other. They have the most lovely relationship. They do argue. Bethany gets a bit fed up sometimes with Patrick, and Patrick gets fed up with Beth. That's normal siblings. But they've overcome all of that. And Patrick really understands ASD to a very deep level, and he's got children at school in his class who've got ASD, and he really gets them. He really understands.
I think there is that kind of level of communication which it actually often goes beyond language. I think there is a sense from everything, from the way someone's sitting to the way they kind of present stuff, that there are signs which a lot of us miss, which I think if you have learning disabilities, if you have a different way of thinking as we do, there's some sort of thing. It's like my son, this is quite common with children with autism. He went on this, they used to do this group called In Touch. They used to take them out on activities, and one of the things they used to do was go to this farm with horses. And Stuart was one of the people who kind of just bonded with this horse straight away, go up to it, and they were just worrying about this afterwards. I've since read this book called The Horse Boy, which is all about this kind of strange and powerful relationship that autistic people can sometimes have with horses and with other animals as well, I know. But it's I could understand why they could pick up on something akin with each other, other than just being kin to each other, but also just that kind of sense of that unspoken thing that I think a lot of us have when we're struggling.
Yeah, Bethany, we had a dog called Jasper when she was younger, and they just were like that. And we have a dog called Biscuit now, which she named when she was 8. And Bethany has she just adores adores animals and dogs and wildlife. And I think she'll end up doing something with wildlife, actually. She's, for her work experience, she's going up to Scotland with her cousin to do filming, because he films for Scottish TV, the wildlife and things, and she's going to do that. She's just passionate about the environment and wildlife and animals.
It's just so wonderful. Yeah. Yeah, and I just love that thing of like with neurodiversity, it's almost like we just don't have that no switch in our head, which just stops us going for stuff which seems so outlandish and ridiculous, and somehow you end up doing 24 hours of internet TV and a song.
I know. How are you managing?
You get a bit carried away, is all I'm saying. It's like, I mean, well, I the thing I started saying last year was, and this was before, no, not last year, it was a few years ago when I last did one of these, was that we say that it's the same challenge every year of me doing 24 hours, but that becomes more difficult the older I get. Like, it's an extra challenge with every extra year added to me to stay awake that long. But on the other side of things, yeah, well, before I was diagnosed, I stopped sleeping for a while, so that helped. But now let's see what medication does to this thing. It has me napping is what it does.
Oh dear. Oh no.
I mean, this is the thing. It's when you know creative people and you have the kind of brain which will think outside the box and say and do things that other people wouldn't. You
In
go,
fairness, I'm a bit like that.
Song. And the other people, because they love kind of entertainment stuff, they go, yeah, sure, we should. You don't have the people who they go, no, of course not. That's a ridiculous idea. My friends are too indulgent. That's the problem.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. I mean, we're in a creative household anyway, so we do all sorts of hours. It's just, yeah.
So one thing which is always the bane of, well, I think a lot of parents, but especially the parents of kids who are in any way different, is talking and communicating with the school. How will what have your experience of schools been over the years? I take it now with more understanding and more kind of whatever. Like you can now better probably aim where you need them to be. Let's just say that.
Roller coaster ride. I was thinking, I've been talking a lot about roller coasters recently with both of them, because it's been quite a fight for both kids. Yeah. Patrick's at the top of the roller coaster at the moment. He's flying and he's thriving. Beth, it's been tricky because, I mean, she's a brilliant model student at school. Teachers absolutely love Bethany because she works so hard. She's engaged. She loves her teachers. But Beth is a girl that's probably sat in the toilet reading a book.
Yeah.
At the moment. So
yeah.
It's and they don't know what to do with her because she's not she's got ASD and the main things for her are anxiety and OCD on that spectrum, and she thinks outside the box and things. But she struggles socially with her peers. She's got a lovely group of friends, as I say, outside school, but in school she finds it hard to navigate the social, the social stuff.
Yeah. It's, I mean, I think that as at school, you're kind of like, you are pushed more into boxes and more into like, I mean, I think it's a sample set as well, because you've got like, I don't know what the population of the school is, a couple hundred, I don't know, whatever it is. You've got that many people to choose from. And the world's a lot bigger than that, especially with the internet and all the tools we've got to reaching out and finding our tribe easier.
Yeah, our tribe, absolutely.
And you're not in your tribe when you're at school. It's like, I get the benefit of putting kids are different into mainstream education. I do understand there is some benefit and there is something to learning about the neurotypical world you're gonna be forced to be in anyway. However, I don't know, it just like seems like there should be a happy medium between like, okay, spend a couple of your days with these neurotypical people, but then you can You can go with the good, really neurodivergent people.
Yeah, it's I know I've got friends who've got neurodivergent kids and they are out of school and they're homeschooling them. With Beth, she loved homeschool. That's what got her eating again. Homeschool, COVID was brilliant. Patrick went to school because of COVID, because he had an educational healthcare plan. And I knew that we couldn't focus on Patrick if we had Beth at home. She was year 5 at the time, 4-5. And it was the best thing ever. She loved homeschool. Secondary school, it's been very difficult. And as parents, I mean, she's come home and said, can you homeschool us? I wouldn't feel able to homeschool Bethany. She's a bright cookie. And but I don't know how beneficial it is. I don't know. It's one of those tricky ones because you've got to live in the world, haven't you? And you've got to deal with the world and you've got to navigate your way through a world full of people who aren't neurodivergent and aren't very accepting. And we have to learn how to deal with those situations. Saying that, it's not great, is it? And and if it wasn't for the group of friends she had outside school where she realizes, actually, I'm fine, I'm okay, I think it would be much more tricky at the moment. That is why she's written this book, because she's wanting to get the message across to lots of teenagers about what it's like maybe to be neurodivergent, the struggles and what goes on inside your head, and what it's like to have OCD, and what it's like to have that social anxiety in a group, and not quite knowing what to say and when to say it. And it's just brilliant. And any teenagers out there who are interested, and adults actually, she's just written about it brilliantly and challenged those people who maybe don't accept somebody.
Yeah, I think it is kind of really powerful, the amount of neurodiverse voices which we're hearing from now. Like, I remember, like, when I was growing up and for many years afterwards, the one reference for autism was Rain Man, basically, in the media. It was that film. And so
and that was it.
And don't get me wrong, it's a great portrayal of one type of autism.
Yeah.
It is not autism and what autism is as a whole, but it's a great version of one. But it's sort of like, I think it led to... It's a shame because it's not the film's fault, but because other work was not done to show other sides of autism, it became one document of note. It became people's understanding what autism was, and you had to re-educate them that it's a lot wider.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. And this is what Bethany feels very, very strongly about. That people make assumptions about her because she has ASD, and make assumptions that she must be this way or this way. And there's a lack of empathy or understanding of how perhaps it's not just like that. Very much so. I don't know. Do you feel we're breaking those boundaries? Because Bethany doesn't feel we are at a certain...
It's getting better, certainly. Like I was just... look at kind of like I was going to do a segment for this, and I might do it in the... I've got an hour where it's just me and a recording of a friend of mine. I'm going to talk, like, he's set some questions which I haven't seen before, basically. But I might talk a bit about this then, because I didn't get this chance to record. But I was going to do a bit about neurodiversity in the media, and I do find it really interesting how that's changed. Some ways it's really good, some ways not so much. So we had 2 really good examples recently with Patience on Channel 4, which was a great show, and Austin, which was a comedy on ITV, but it also BBC, but it was from the perspective of Austin, the neurodivergent, the autistic guy. And there was certain things, like in that they had a reference to him shaking his drink to get the bubbles out before he drank it, and that's something that Amy Stewart used to do. So I instantly recognized that was such a truism, which just only someone who had that authentic experience would put in there. And with apparently it came directly from the actor. He just did this on set, so he mentioned it and they put it in. And with Patience, there was one scene which really I thought was amazing. You've got this did you see the show at all, Patience?
No, I'm gonna have to now.
Oh, it's great. And the comedy on, like, Austin is just so funny, so hot. And impatience. She's this does research for the police on cases. So if they want some files, she finds them, and archivist basically. And she gave this woman she's working with some files, and she goes, "Oh, why have you given me these extra ones?" Well, because they fit the pattern. Because like she'd offer him, but it seemed very, very realistic to the experience just from that. But later on, you've got this woman who you find out she's got an autistic son herself, so that's why she's kind of more open, more curious as opposed to judgmental. And there's a bit where she follows her into this support group, and you've got the support group talking, and she sort of sits at the back. And there's one bit they say something along the lines of like, "Oh, because we've got to put everything back for the I'm using this example. It wasn't this, but it was something along the lines of we've got to keep this clean for the OCD group who's in next." And this woman laughs, and no one else does. They just look at her like, "What? What's the problem with that?" And it was I've never seen anything like that. So from the perspective of like we're in the majority here, you're the outsider who doesn't know, who thinks that's funny, but we're literally saying we've got to keep this place tidy because OCD is coming in next. There's no thought to that being funny. It was just so the amount of times I've seen the joke on the other foot, and it wasn't being nasty to neurotypical people. It just felt like it was coming from our perspective in the majority, which you never see, and that was so heartwarming. And I'd seen so many cases of female friends of mine who have autism and were told in the past that they can't because they smile or they laugh or they show emotion, and it was like you saw this woman Patience laughing. I was sort of glad they didn't feel the need to explain that. Do you know what I mean? It's like it comes so far. That's not even something you say. It's like, "Oh, but you're laughing." Actually, people with autism can laugh. So it's almost like
you can show empathy as well. It's this. There are assumptions made. And it's a massive spectrum of difference. It's not just certain traits. Everybody's different. And but there are assumptions made that if you have ASD, you must be this or this at times. So that's very refreshing to hear.
Yeah, so I think the examples are becoming better when they are shown. They're becoming more so. I think I actually want this journey to happen a bit more with ADHD as it has happened with autism, because don't get me wrong, like Bethany's right, it's still not good enough. It's still not represented enough. It's still not normalized enough in shows. However, ADHD, the two examples I could pluck out of the air were The Connors, which was a spin-off from Roseanne, the old show. After she had some nighttime medication, she made some racist comments online, or I think it was race, but she made these comments online and then she blamed them on the sleeping aid, which is, anyway, that's another story. But so they continued as a spin-off with the other characters, and one of the characters they had in one episode found out she had ADHD because she wasn't keeping up with orders at their restaurant, got put on the medication instantly, might I add, which I don't know quite how it works in America, but I'm sure they don't get on the tablets instantly. And then straight away, it was never mentioned again. And pretty much the same thing, but slightly worse in Grey's Anatomy. So in this one, you had this doctor, this more experienced older doctor, said to him, it's like, "God, you've got to check in with your ADHD and your medication." And then the guy goes, "What?" And he goes, "Oh, sorry, I didn't know you weren't aware." And he basically just outed this character as being neurodivergent when the guy didn't know that's extremely harmful. And he basically said, "Oh, sods." And then again, you've got this guy, he asked the questions, and he did say, there was one line which I thought was very true to experience when he's asking, "I'm from a family of doctors. These are really smart people. Why did no one pick up on it?" And that feeling's very real. That is, the grief stage is huge when you find out you've got neurodiversity when you're older. And but yeah, never mentioned again. Just after that episode, he's found out, he's been put on some medication. I'm sure it's fine.
And everything's okay.
I will say they've gone down a journey with that character where he is acting very unusually. So I don't know if they're going to land something with the ADHD, but you have to mention it more than if you're going to later use it as a plot point. I think mentioning it more than once ever is probably a good idea. And having anyone, like, I like to think most people would know better than to just assume someone knew that they're neurodivergent. Even if you believe that, you'd have a conversation with them privately. There is no one with neurodivergency, or I don't know anyone, I've never met anyone who would blurt out like that and assume someone knew. No one would do that to them, because you know what it feels like to be suddenly have this land on you. And it was a friend of mine who just diagnosed me. It's a video I'm going to play later. It's 20 minutes half now. Me and my friend talking. She was the one who figured out I had ADHD. And we had a conversation. She said, "Oh, I think you might have this." It wasn't like you have this. It wasn't like I just can't imagine someone doing that with so little empathy. And this show treated it as if he was a good guy for doing this. No, he treated that guy really shittily, and you never mention it again. and any other issues, they'll go in so much depth. And it's like, they had one episode where there was some interns decided to support this woman. It was I don't know what the issue was, but it was something related to her being a woman. And they were stood outside by these hospital bays waiting for this woman to process through for whatever reason. And the Dr. Gray from Grey's Anatomy says, it's like, "What are you doing out here?" "We're supporting a woman." "Okay then." And she just stands like, "Bull, what hospital is going to stop the ward because you're helping a woman a bit?" Like, I mean, it's lovely as a theory, but they go that far for women's issues to an reasonably unbelievable point. Yeah, ADHD gets solved in one episode. Yay.
Yeah.
I don't think that journey's happening yet.
No, that's interesting.
With ADHD as it is with autism. And don't get me wrong, I'm not one of these people who, like, because someone else is getting help, like, how dare they when I'm not? No, great. Do some more around autism. Keep that journey going, but we can also take this other journey. It's not either or.
No. And
did you like
Chris Packen's program?
I didn't see the program. It's on one of my many to watch things.
To watch. Yeah, it was really interesting. Seeing the journey of people with ADHD and explaining to their families and things. It was very, very good.
The thing which I read on his website, because I did try and get him to come on here. I'd love to have a conversation with him, especially as a local lad.
Oh, he's amazing. We love Chris Packen.
It was on the website when he talked about I used to answer every single letter myself. Then my mum started helping me out with them. And he goes, I'm sorry, I'm just too busy now, as is my mum. And it was so lovely. Again, it's that thing where I don't think you're confined by what usually people do. You can just go, it's like, you know what, my mom helped me out with this, I'm just going to talk about that. And it was just so lovely. It was some people might not even notice, but I thought it was just really nice. So shout out his mum for helping him with spam mail.
Oh, that's just great. I love that.
Thank you so much for joining us. I've got to say, it's you mums who do a lot of the work. And by the way, the single dads out there, those dads who are trying, really hard and doing everything for the kids, I celebrate you too. But for me, one thing I always say, I'm now caring for my mum, which can be challenging in itself. There's certain things I'd love to, like, I try and tell her about, like, how I've learned to cope with ADHD and autism. If you just do this and this, mum, it'll be a lot easier between us. But she got to the age where she can't kind of take it in, really. But she was the one who was there for me when I kind of was going through it, when I was being horrendously bullied, or I didn't know about my neurodivergency. I only knew about dyslexia because they'd sat my brother down in school to do jigsaws because he was dyslexic. When mum heard about this, she hit the roof. By the time I'm at school, I'm not saying that they institute a special needs department just because they were scared of my mum, but I wouldn't rule it out either.
We can be quite fierce.
Because of stuff mum did. So, like, anything which I'm dealing with now, I kind of list off, like, she's being so unreasonable. Yeah, you never were when you were dealing with all that. She just won't listen to me. Yeah, like you haven't listened to her. It's like, damn it, I can't even get mad at her. She's just dealing with stuff that she had to deal with. So thank you to you and to all the mums who are just there for us when no one else is, when we feel completely isolated from the world. We've got you to look to. So thank you.
Oh. Well, it's the best job in the world.
And Bethany, when you're free, we'll have you on another day. We'll have you back on and we'll have another chat. It'll be great. Thank you so much, and you take care.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So, guys, we're just about to welcome Jim back on the stream. Lest we forget for the show that I completely did not prepare for, but Jim did. So, love you, Jim. Thanks for still coming on. Just be 1 second, guys. I'm just going to look at our donations, see how we're doing here. I have way too many tabs open. Here we go. So, just going to update the title, and I will pop it on the screen. So, guys, it's nothing to scoff at, but we are still currently at 120 quid. Again, that's going to make a huge difference. Every penny counts to charities like this. It's still going to make a huge difference to people's lives. I'm glad people are kind of getting experience of learning something from Squeefest. It's been wonderful to talk to all these experts and these people with lived experiences. But if you can, please keep donating. We've also got the song you can get at Bandcamp. Just look up Dr. Squee, Think Different, and you can get a hold of the song right now. And after fees from Bandcamp, all the money goes to the charity for that. Everyone gave up the time for free. So we welcome back on the screen. Hello, Jim. How are you doing?
I'm not too bad.
So what we've agreed we're going to do in this hour, guys, and again, all my fault. We are going to talk for some of the hour. We're going to play in some questions which I've been sent by my buddy Paul G. And then I've got a video which is 35 minutes long. So if we talk for like 20 minutes, mate, we'll go to that video. We can include more of the kind of conversations we've had in the day. And if we've got any of these scenarios left, I'll talk about them when I've got the hour. I was planning to talk about them. If not, don't worry, I can talk. If I can just find the video. What have you been up to in the meantime, mate?
I've been watching wrestling. It's WWE Night of Champions.
Talk about something that you can talk about for a while. What's been happening in the Night of Champions?
Well, see, okay, so as you said earlier, the views expressed do not express the views of the Owl Centre. Though they might do, who knows?
Yeah, they're more rock fan, and I know you're more John Cena.
Night of Champions is a bit of a contentious one because it's an event that they do in Saudi Arabia, and so obviously there's lots of controversy about sports washing and things like that. So two major talking points from it so far, and bearing in mind I've not seen the end of it yet. But one is there's the famous wrestler CM Punk, who his whole shtick, his whole career has been, oh, I'm anti-establishment and I'm the voice of the voiceless and I speak up for the real man and I'm straight edge and I'm this, that, and the other. He is actually straight edge, to be fair, give him his due. And so there was a thing a few years ago when another wrestler was dissing him. And he said something along the lines of, well, at least I'm not sucking a blood-soaked, you can probably fill in the blank yourself, in Saudi Arabia and taking the blood money. So at the time, everyone applauded him. Were like, yeah, you tell them that they shouldn't be taking the Saudi blood money. And now he's back with WWE and he's like, yeah, I'm going to go wrestle in Saudi Arabia. So there's been a bit of a thing about the hypocrisy of him going out there. But also there's, when they first started doing the Saudi events, they wouldn't allow women on the show at all. And then WWE sort of got them to say, okay, we'll allow the women on, but they have to be like literally covered from the neck down, like they're not allowed anything. And I think it's kind of their way of showing defiance of this, is because so the Saudi government is saying, we cannot have any women displaying any skin because that, that would be shocking to the male viewers. So what, basically every woman who's been out tonight has been dressed in skin tight latex, and it's like, I don't see how that's less sexy, if anything. So yeah, so I mean that was a good match to watch. It was actually a good match as well, but not just because of the outfits.
I mean, I mean, when you ask about wrestling, I never know what's going to come out. There's certainly always something happening, it seems, at least.
There is, and you mentioned John Cena, but he's defending against CM Punk, and they haven't had a match in 16 years, and people are like, oh, say, yeah, they're both 16 years older though, so it's probably not going to look as good as it did 16 years ago. But I will withhold judgments. I've not got to that match yet. It might be spectacular, maybe.
Well, thank you very much for filling there. We now have our virtual Paul G ready to go. I'm just going to bring him up. There we go. So I'm going to pause him strategically.
Well, hello, and in support of Squeefest 5, here are a series of questions and challenges for Squee to answer and provide his thoughts, musings, and
Jim,
insight into his character based on his answers. So here we go. You get to reboot any old science fiction or fantasy series. What do you choose and why?
Well, if only we had some stand-up which would give a clue to what you might pick, Jim.
I'm not gonna say Firefly for that, because that doesn't really need a reboot, I don't think.
No,
it could have done with a continuation, but if it was like, if we're thinking a reboot, sort of like I'm at the minute I'm rewatching the reimagined Battlestar Galactica. I was going to say the new Battlestar Galactica, but it's over 20 years old now, so you can't really say that. But if we're thinking something like that took like the germ of an idea and made something so much better than it. Let me think. I mean, the X-Files, I think he's getting one that Ryan Coogler's working on. And
people got like that. That's one I don't get, people getting funny about, like the idea of rebooting it, because they've continued on so many times. It's harder and harder to get them to come back, like for like any amount of time.
Yeah.
Like, if there's ever something which is easy to reboot and you don't have to monkey with the originals, because they're still out there, you just have two other people who are in charge of the X-Files. You even get cameos from all.
Yeah, of course you do. Yeah, I don't.
It's most common sense to reboot.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with that at all, and I like the fact that Ryan Coogler's doing it. So I think he's a really interesting director, writer. And to be honest, I think it's one of them that I really enjoy. I loved the X-Files, but I think Chris Carter lost the plot, and I think that does happen with some creators, that they just lose sight of what they wanted to do, and it runs away with them. And yeah, he really didn't know how to finish it. He had three. He could have finished it at the end of the normal run of the show, but he didn't. Then he got a movie, and it was like, oh, you could finally use the movie to wrap it up and have a proper ending. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do a weird story about stem cells. And then it was like, okay, we're going to do this little mini-series run. You could wrap it all up properly now. And it's like, yeah, okay, I will do, but it'll be rubbish. Like, no, okay, that wasn't what we were hoping for.
It was a shame, because I thought the TV show, the kind of redo of it, the kind of later series, I thought when they did actually some kind of more fun episodes, which were it worked really well. It was when they tried to do the story again. Just leave the wider story. If you don't have something good to say with it, just make them stand alone.
Yeah, the mythology episodes just didn't land. And it was, we're going to bring Cancer Man back again. But we saw his skull melt from a missile. It's not like it was a bit ambiguous and you could go, oh, maybe he didn't die. It's like, no. We saw all his skin get flayed off.
Oh, and because you didn't like the later series, we're going to bring back Reyes, and she's evil because you didn't like her. What?
That was really weird. Cool. Yeah, are we going to get Doggett back? No, Robert Patrick had more sense, evidently. All of which is to say, the show I would reap. It's a bit of a cheat answer, because there has been a reboot of it not long since, but it wasn't very good. But I'd say The Twilight Zone, like, I still think there is room for a really good Twilight Zone, and the latest version we got wasn't that.
There were some good episodes in that, I thought.
Yeah, there was some okay, but it's one of them shows that it could run forever. Like, I don't see how they keep sort of reviving it and it not taking off. It's like it just needs really. They need to go back to doing what they did on the original, which was. I mean, they had TV writers, but instead of relying on like a writer's room or whatever, they bought the rights to short stories from like sci-fi magazine anthologies, things like that, and they purchased them from the authors and made them. And a lot of the greatest episodes were short stories that were adapted. And it's probably 'cause it'd be very expensive and rights issues and things like that. But I think if you took that kind of approach, that could be a really good way of finding new voices, new writers, new TV writers as well. So I do think that there is still unfulfilled potential for some sort of Twilight Zone reboot.
I think the one for me, and this especially for me works because they sort of messed up the any kind of mythology of it in the original run. So being a reboot would make sense. Is Sliders. I always thought the concept was like there were some great episodes. It's almost like the parts were greater than the sum in some instances because everyone loved the characters, everyone loved the premise, but some of the episodes were ropey as hell. Like you got the ultimate toy box of every what if you could ever think of, and some of the ones they came up with, what that was your like go to. Like by the end, you had like basically a rip off of Mad Max, where like they were doing jousting on bikes with the new version of. So Mallory had got combined down with another version of himself, which looked completely different, and that was their out from because they wanted to fire Jerry O'Connor's brother, who'd come in for a series, which actually I thought he did okay. It was like one of the. It became a bit better, and I think they could have got better still if they continued with that. But instead, they got rid of him because the ratings weren't as good as they wanted. But because they wouldn't offer, like Jerry Con said, look, give my brother, if you give him a full series, I'll come back for like half of them or something like that. They turned them down. So instead they had to show them from behind with dodgy wigs on. And they were going like, no, you guys go, we're right behind you, like with the backs faced to the camera. And then when they slid, they got involved in this combined thing that the guy who was in Babylon 5, the Centauri, Orlando.
Oh yeah.
Right. Anyway, it was just such a mess by the end. Like every time they changed the lineup, they would explain like there was a new reason why they were sliding. So to begin with, it was to get back home. Then it turned out that Mallory was Quinn was from another world, and his world was the only one where you could actually discover the thing to stop the Cro-Magnums, which is the big baddie in there by that stage. They always like, but by the end they were just like, they weren't even justifying where they were sliding. There was no reason to them be sliding. They were all from different worlds by this stage. They had nothing to get back to. They basically established that the secret weapon they were trying to get hold of didn't exist, which the second they had the episode which said that, I was like, well what are we doing here then? Like, what is their motivation? Wouldn't you just find the next plush world and settle down if you knew you couldn't get home? I don't know. Or even like just push the angle that they're at war with the Cro-Magnums. They're sliding to find that bit of technology, but they never landed any reason why they were doing it. So I think a reboot, you could make the show what it could have been in the first place. Basically.
Yeah, and multiverses are very in at the minute. So yeah, now might be a good time.
Actually, probably about like a year ago, before kind of like people going, it's like, what are we doing with multiverses now? Why are we still doing this?
That's a fair point. Yeah.
Yeah, I might miss the boat, but I think it's one where I think it could just really work. Let's do one more, and then I think we can go to the video. This is it's an embarrassment of riches this year on Squeefest. So let's Paul G, give us another one, please, sir.
What big franchise has the best lore?
What franchise has the best lore?
The best lore.
You've obviously got your Lord of the Rings. Is very detailed history. You know, it's very complete. Best lore though.
Yeah, I mean, I think my first instinct as well was say, look, Lord of the Rings is kind of, well, more broadly, Tolkien's Legendarium is like the definitive peak of world building, isn't it? It's I don't think anything's ever come close to being that involved, that well thought out, that internally consistent. Like Tolkien, it always felt like you could ask him something and he would have the answer regardless of whatever it was. Like I listened to a podcast a while ago about Stephen King's Dark Tower books, which I also think has brilliant lore, and they were sort of talking about parts of it draws inspiration from Lord of the Rings, as most fantasy that's been published since Lord of the Rings does. But they were talking about kind of the different approaches, like without getting too into spoilers. There's a thing in the Dark Tower where there's like these magic orbs, and I think there's 13 of them. But only I think 2 or 3 of them actually factor into the story. And they were talking about, if you ask Stephen King, what's the story with number 7, he'd probably say, well, I don't know, because that isn't the story he's telling and he's not interested. Whereas I think if Tolkien said there were 13 things, you'd be able to say, okay, who had number 5? And he'd go, it was this elf called Gwilbadar.
Yep. And you've just reminded me of, I'm still mad about this. My favorite bit of The Hobbit, they made 3 movies out of that book, which should have just been 1. And they missed out my favorite scene. There's a bit where they kind of all arrive at this guy's house. It's all the dwarves, and they kind of all the party. Sorry, it's obviously it's got Frodo, Bilbo there, and everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
And because Gandalf knows this guy hates people, but he loves stories, he starts telling a story, and he goes, "So I went along the path." And he goes, "What? Just you?" And then Bilbo comes in that moment. He goes, "Yes, me and Bilbo." There was 2 of you. Well, 3, and then third. And he incorporates the people in as the story goes on until this guy's got a house full of people he hasn't noticed because he's so enriched by the story.
I think that's in the extended edition of the second film. No, I'm being serious.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were joking. Yeah.
No, I think it actually is. But I wouldn't. Unlike with the Lord of the Rings extended editions, I wouldn't necessarily recommend the extended editions of the Hobbit films because they're long enough as it is. But if you really want that scene, I think it is in there.
Oh, damn it! Don't make me watch those again. But I mean, the thing I would say though about Tolkien's lore, I'm going to say it is a little imperfect for how perfect it is, and by that I just mean how detailed it is. If you read the books, whereas in the movie version of Lord of the Rings, he goes straight to basically going on his adventure a bit after Bilbo goes. In the book, there's something like 100 years, there's a ridiculous amount of years of him thinking about going and deciding not to. There are just chapters of him thinking about going on this journey and putting it off. And then Gandalf comes and goes, "Well, you better do it soon." He goes, "Okay, just another 5 years." And it's it is another expand of years until he actually goes on it. I'm going, I could have lost some of this detail. I must be honest with you. I think it's wonderful how complete it is, but geez.
I think my favorite bit is in the book of the Two Towers, where, because the way the books of the Two Towers are structured, the Two Towers, the volume has 2 books within it, and book 1 is all the stuff with Aragorn and Gimli and Legolas and Helm's Deep and Merry and Pippin and Treebeard, and all of that stuff's in book 1. And then book 2 is just Sam and Frodo and Gollum. And there's a chapter where it describes them walking through Mordor, and it says like, oh, you know, and I'm paraphrasing here, talking purists, so I do apologize.
Yeah.
But it says something along the line of, you know, they walked through the field and the leaves were green and crunchy, and then the water was babbling like a brook, and blah, blah, blah. And it does, you know, very, very descriptive. And then it says, the next day was very much like the last. And you think, okay, got it. And then it goes, the leaves were green and crunchy and the brook was babbling. And you're like, you just said it was the same. You don't have to tell me.
Yeah, I got the idea the first time. One I'm going to throw in, which I think had what I would say for the opposite reason was the perfect law. I think Doctor Who used to have the perfect law in the fact that it was quite simply, all you had to know to watch it every week was it is a guy in the box who goes on adventures. Really, that's all you need. And it's involved in time and space. That's it. The fact that the TARDIS is bigger on the inside, you can kind of pick up as you go along. The companion bit, it all kind of is pretty self-explanatory. And I get the idea was because when this character started in that simplicity, you had all this mystery about his origins, where he comes from, all that. They filled that in over the years, so they wanted to reapply it. But man, it's got so convoluted. He's now from another dimension. He's now kind of a god, it seems. He's now, and he just used to be like this weird, wonderful warrior who just like, or weird, wonderful, not warrior, but a traveler. And a bit of a hippie who just accepted everyone who came his path as long as you were wanting to do good, even if you didn't succeed at doing good. If your heart was, or hearts in his case, was in the right place, he was with you. I know, it's beautiful, very simple, and now they put a lot of guff to it.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think I don't know. I think the great thing about sort of fantasy, sci-fi world, or any type of world building, really, is that it encourages fans to play within that sandbox of it and to create their own stories. And I think the problem with some of recent Doctor Who is that it almost feels like the fan fiction is becoming canon. Like I can imagine as a kid having a conversation and going, oh, wouldn't it be cool if it turned out that the Doctor was actually not originally from Gallifrey and he came from somewhere else, and they built their society. And, you know, you can build up this story in your own head that's this wonderful backstory, but that kind of just belongs to you, and that's like your head canon. But then I think when you make it the actual canon, it does demystify it a little bit, and it restricts that space that the fans can play in. If you're saying, you know, if you've got this character whose origins are ambiguous, you've got 1,000,001 different people who've got their own version of where it came from. But then when you say, oh, no, this is what it is, then it does curtail that a little bit.
Plus, there's like, when you think of these, what if this happened, and you don't have to write a show afterwards, it's a lot easier than when you've then got to justify those decisions and what comes next, and how does that change the show. And I think it does drastically change it. That I mean, the whole Time Lord Society is based on the Doctor now. It's not he's just this random one of the society who just rebelled against it because he's a rebel. That was a wonderful story. He's not that anymore, and I miss that guy.
That's the thing. I think there is a bit of a sort of a cultural backlash at the moment to like the Chosen One narrative, because I think we've had so much of it in popular culture, and Doctor Who was a story where the Doctor wasn't the chosen one in capital letters. The Doctor chose themselves to be the one, if that makes sense. Yeah. But there was nothing preordained that made them the chosen one, and I think that gave it something that was different and was unique. And I think it does lose a bit of that if you say, well, actually, it was all of this, and they're kind of trying to have the cake and eat it, aren't they? Because they're going, oh well, the doctor was all this, but they don't remember that. So the doctor's memories start when they were William Hartnell, so all of that's still the same. Even though we've said there's all this other stuff, like, do they not remember it? Oh, well, Shooting Cat might briefly remember it when they're talking to someone in a barbershop.
Yeah.
But other than that, so yeah, I don't know what they're doing with it. But another one that's Laura really likes, sorry, and I've mentioned it already because I am rewatching it at the moment, but it's the modern Battlestar Galactica. I loved the original concept of the first Battlestar Galactica, which was that you have these 12 tribes of man that live on these 12 planets, but there was a mysterious 13th tribe that lived on Earth. So I always liked that concept of there's these aliens, but we're connected to it somehow. And we don't know how yet. I mean, I'm going to ignore the Battlestar Galactica 1980 series because, yeah. But just that concept. But then the fact that they take that for this reimagining and build on that in such, I'm not going to give spoilers for the show because I know it's 20 years old, but if anyone's not watched it, do it because it's still got power. And it's still incredible, the twists and turns. But
it is, yeah.
But yeah, what they do with that idea of there's these 12 tribes and there's a planet called Earth and, we're going to look for it and everything. I love how they do that. I love what they do with the Cylons in the new series, which is they have them in the original Battlestar Galactica. The Cylons were a race of machines that were built by like a race of reptiles or something, and they just wanted to wipe out humanity because reasons. But then in the new series, they changed it to Cylons were created by humans, and they rebelled against the humans, and so that puts a really interesting spin on it because you get this idea of we created these things and they took over, which is even more sort of poignant now with all the discussions about AI and everything going on. But then as they develop that throughout the rest of the show, it gets into all that really nice sort of crunchy stuff that science fiction does so well, where it's like, well, wait a minute, we may have made them, but are they people? Are they a species? And yes, they've tried to wipe us out, but what were their reasons? And so I love all of that stuff. I love the fact that it brings in elements of religion, like it sets up this idea that the colonies have a religious structure that's based on the Lords of Kobol, which is 12 gods that correspond with the signs of the zodiac. And that's the humans' religion. But the Cylons also have a religion, but they believe in one god. And so you've got this kind of juxtaposition of, well, the humans have a religion that is less familiar to certainly modern Western culture, and the Cylons have a religion that's closer to modern Western culture. So where does that put us as viewers in terms of looking at it all and how those ideas of religion sort of interact with each other is just a brilliant thing to watch as well. So, and I'll stop there because, as I said, I don't want to give away spoilers to the actual show for anyone who's not seen it, but how those ideas that I've talked about are played with and developed and flipped on the head throughout the rest of the show is just incredible. And it even beyond sort of the wider lore of it, like I was watching an episode the other day, and it was one that it came up on the thing, which also, again, not the view of the Owl Centre necessarily, but I paid for a month of ITVX Premium because it said, pay for ITVX Premium and it will get rid of the adverts. And I thought, you know what? 1 month, I'll pay it. I'm going to watch all about Battlestar Galactica ad-free. I will love it. And then you pay it, and then it goes, oh, by the way, certain programs still have to have a little bit of adverts because of the licensing agreement we have with it. So, what have I just paid you for? What it should say is, pay your money for less adverts. Not, anyway, that's between me and ITV and the Ombudsman. But anyway, the episode came up, and I was like, oh, I remember this one being kind of a meh episode. I don't remember it being a particular standout. But then I'm watching it, and bearing in mind this is 20 years ago, so the basic setup of this episode is they've got a ship, and for various plot reasons, they've had to evacuate people from this ship, and they've had to go live on other ships in the fleet. So you've got this idea of refugees coming from one ship to another ship, and they're all from the planet Sagittarion. And so it brings in ideas of people don't like people from Sagittarion because they see them as lower class and blah, blah, blah. So you're bringing in this idea of outsiders coming in and we don't like them. But then a disease breaks out and it says, oh, the Sagittarians won't get vaccinated because it's kind of against their religion. And I'm like, so there's this episode 20 years ago, and it's dealing with issues of immigration and othering and anti-vax stuff. And I'm like, wow, you know, that episode plays far more interesting now than it did 20 years ago. I mean, the second half of the episode, it kind of drops off because there's like this evil baddie. But other than that, but yeah, you know, it's things like that. Like you think, oh, it didn't really register on my radar 20 years ago, but because the world's just gone steadily downhill since then, it's now like, wow.
Mate, thank you so much. Like, that was 2 questions. Let's see how much we can talk. I am going to go over to the video now. If nothing else, my neck's killing me, so it might be a good time for a little break. So this is going to be a bit longer than most of our videos tonight. This is Leslie Ann Berry, the family godmother. I'm actually really pleased we get to play this whole thing in because it was just such a wonderful talk. She's one of our experts who unfortunately couldn't make it today. I'm just going to cue it all up, so bear with me 1 second. Thank you very much for joining us, Jim.
No problem. Good luck with the rest of the stream.
Thank you. Hopefully I won't need it. It's all gone swimmingly so far, more or less. So here's going. I'll see you later, mate. I'm now talking to the autism family godmother. That's a hell of a title right there.
I know. It's a bit of a long one, isn't it?
I might go with Leslie Ann, but I do love that title.
I think that's sensible.
Yeah, I'm going to put this on the end of an hour, actually. Sorry, I said to you before we went on, I wasn't sure where this is going. I actually do remember now. I decided to put, I'm talking to a 15-year-old autistic author and her mum. So it seems very germane to what you do. Talk us through a bit what the Autism Family Godmother entails for you.
Yeah, so I'm the founder, which I'm very proud of. And I launched back in December 2023, which I remember being in 2004, and it didn't feel like I had anything behind me. And now it's like, oh my gosh, you know, I've had this going for, just shy of 2 years. And with that, I guess before I launched, I really wanted to know what my why was. I think that's really important before starting anything, is thinking about what your why is. And for me, it was to ensure that I can attach myself, I guess, to families, individuals, organizations, and schools, where neurodiversity is concerned, really. And that can look like a whole different load of things. From my experience and my background, a long time ago, really, I kind of stepped from working, I would say, one-to-one with students or individuals, because I really thought there was this gap and there was this need of more education, understanding, awareness, knowledge behind, what even is neurodiversity? What does the community itself, what is it made up of? And so on. And I think for a long time there was this need of course, working with individuals and having such a wonderful time. But as I say, there was more of a draw to actually be kind of behind the scenes. And that's where, that's what my why was really, of thinking actually the teams around the individual really need that support and they deserve it. Just because you have a neurodivergent son, daughter, friend doesn't mean that you're going to know everything. And therefore, having that knowledge and understanding, I feel that's where we unlock change really. So then fast forward, and then I said to myself, yes, let's launch these services. And I've got loads of different services. And what I will say is a lot of clients that come to me, which I'm very lucky, they're not actually, let's say, necessarily neurodivergent themselves. As I say, it could be the teams around the individual, or it could just be an individual that's curious, and that's wonderful. I love curiosity. Yeah. I think that's so important when it comes to, neurodiversity, because when we're thinking about different neurotypes, it's about that differentiation in the way we think, and I think that's wonderful.
Yeah, and what you were saying there about the curiosity, it's really funny you should say that, because I found since I've been on the medication for ADHD, I found my curiosity again. It's like I got to a point whereby for myself, it's just because you kind of just wait for people to say you're screwing something up, like that you're doing it the wrong way, or the way you do it isn't okay. You just stop trying after a while. So I think the medication, funnily enough, for me, helped me, and learning about my neurodiversity as well. It's been a really fascinating journey, and I love the fact that I just want to know how everything works now. But part of that journey was when I was at school, I was diagnosed with dyslexia, and I found about ADHD a couple of years back when a friend sort of noticed it in me, and now I kind of found the stuff which I think are autistic traits, which I'm waiting to be tested on. So, but anyway, sorry, I digress a bit. But I was going to ask about something which I found really interesting is I've sort of got 3 data points for neurodiversity. I've got when I was at school, when they were just sort of discovering about dyslexia, and that was kind of a new conversation. And it felt like if you had one neurodiversity, that was your lot. You're allowed one, and I got dyslexia, and that was it. And then they just put everything on that, basically.
Yeah.
And then when my son was at school, this is the really interesting one, because he has autism, and he was he has autism, and sorry, I completely lost my thread. Sorry. He has autism, and we were advised by the school. Long story short, basically, he's my stepson from when I was married, and he's I just consider my son at this stage. But it meant I kind of came in halfway through the journey, and the school had advised us not to tell him he had autism because they felt like he'd use it as a crutch. I didn't agree with it then, but now I really would have spoken up. But at the same time, I didn't know I was neurodiverse as well. And it's that sort of combativeness you can sort of get into. And I think even if you know, it's like because you're trying to get someone to do something and they don't, then you kind of you stop looking for how they work best sometimes. For sure. That's a very muddled question, but do you find that with families that it's just become entrenched after a while? And what are your feelings about the fact that they sort of used to advise not to tell people about the neurodiversity?
Yeah, I mean, everyone is on their own journey. I think readiness is a huge, thing when it comes to that, feeling ready, being ready. And, readiness and not being ready doesn't mean that you're not compassionate and you don't want the best for your child, your friend, yourself. It's just that actually you're not ready. And oftentimes when we think about the why to that, it can be pointing towards not only us as humans, but the society, the environment that we're in, unfortunately. And like you say, at times, you know, for people to be able to reason and to empathize and to be compassionate, they need to feel like they're included and it relates to them directly. And if not, it's really hard. And that's for, you know, when we're thinking about, you know, not only neurodiversity and diversity of the human mind, that's for anything, race, sexuality, and so on. Anything when we're thinking about the, you know, our identity. And I say identity because after all, you know, for individuals that are autistic, for autistic individuals that have ADHD, dyslexia, and so on, that's not just the makeup of their identity. There's other, you know, other elements. And so when it comes to being ready and feeling ready and, you know, wanting to sit in the why and wanting to know more, that really depends for everyone. Even, I would say, even the most kind, you know, level-headed, holistic, wonderful people will still have those moments of worry. Because again, the environment and society and our norms and our expectations, the worry of if my child knows that they're autistic or if we get this diagnosis, what does this label do? And once upon a time, I would say, you know, back when I first started in within the autistic community, so this is going back, I'd say 14 years ago, I probably would have said something along the lines of, you know, the diagnosis is just valuable information. And I think that's probably my naivety and a little bit of ignorance that, you know, that's very easy for someone that is not, you know, that does not identify as neurodivergent to say. But actually, when you're in it, the readiness is so important. And therefore, you know, it can't just be this is what, you know, this is the best thing for our child, and therefore, you know, they must know. It needs to be more so, I guess, I would love it for it to be more of a holistic approach of thinking about that individual, what they can actually take on, the capacity, and so on, really.
Yeah, it seems that in the classroom it's moved on somewhat, that I can't imagine now a teacher saying don't tell them, or an expert,
Yeah.
you know, someone who diagnoses people. But one thing I do find interesting is I hear from a lot of parents and a lot of people, it's like, oh yeah, well, parents, it's like, I don't want to tell my child, I don't want them to put a label on them. And I understand that. And I've even had friends when I was waiting, being tested for ADHD, who were saying about, like, they didn't want to be on a list because they were fearful of that, which has become a whole nother can of worms, especially in America. But it's like, it's that thing of like, keeping it from someone is going to help. I just don't, I'm so against that now, because it's like someone who had a heart condition. It's like, well, I don't want them to have a label. They need medication. They need to understand what to eat right. You know, they need to understand how to, like, best exercise to make their heart healthy. You wouldn't go, well, no, they'll get a label then. They're going to die if you don't tell them. It's like, it's not, of course, it's not. Wow, I was going to say it's not like someone with autism going to die from not knowing, but it does happen. People commit suicide because they feel so at odds with the world. So the stakes are actually that big. Do you come across that a lot with parents, and how do you deal with it when a parent says that? I try and come in with as much empathy and make a conversation with the person and sort of explain it through the, you know, if someone was blind, if someone had a heart condition, whatever. whatever else. How do you tackle that with people?
Yeah, it can be really hard. Oftentimes when, people reach out for, to have more information on my services or would like to work with me, again, going back to that, stripping it right back to that readiness, just because they've made an inquiry or want to have a conversation with me doesn't mean that they're going to be ready for whatever is in front of them. And when we're thinking about identity and we're thinking about, families feeling fearful of labels, with that can come a lot of grief and a lot of pressure. I'm even thinking about just in certain and in specific communities, for example, the fear, the shame that's attached. So I think that's a huge part, and hence why part of my work and what I'm deeply fond of is not just working with individuals, but working with families and ensuring that there's parental support. And, I like to work with the individual and work with their strengths. So if they're visual learners, if they're better online or face to face, but ensuring that they have that sense of safety with me is paramount. And therefore speaking about things like labels, diagnosis and so on, that will come. It's not like there's alarm bells when it's like, I don't know what we should do, if we should do the diagnosis or if we should tell my child. Nothing bad's going to happen in those moments. But I do know for them to feel safe, for us to have that conversation, for us to, playfully explore, talk. When I think of how we have progressed when it comes to neurodiversity, there was once upon a time where you would say the word autism and it would be like, dun, dun, dun.
Oh, it still is through in some circles. Yeah,
I can imagine. And so exactly that in some communities, that still is very much the headlines. And therefore, it's really important that I navigate that with them, alongside them, and not try to get two too ahead of them, or it becomes very unrelatable. So for me, depending on what kind of service they're after or what they want to talk about, I just need to ensure that, if anything, they know that there's a non-judgmental person at the end of the phone or with them, and it's about doing it together. Nothing bad's going to happen in that moment, basically.
Yeah, it's I was just talking to someone earlier about they just asked someone, it's like, oh, you seem to have these kind of traits, like, have you ever thought of being tested for autism? And they were offended, and I feel like that's quite offensive to people like myself who are neurodivergent. It's like, what? It's offensive to be like us? It's like, it should be a neutral term. It's like, oh, have you got that? Well, I don't think so. Like, I'm not saying everyone has to identify with the label because someone's asked, but to look offended in it is kind of offensive itself. But I do definitely relate to what you're saying about kind of bringing someone along, because I think that's so important. It's like, if you go in with that kind of like insult that they have pretty much given you, it's not going to get you anywhere. If you go, it's like, well, actually, like, I've got it. I'm not, any of these things that you worry about. I was having a conversation with someone the other day. I told them I was trying to get a poster print out for this and for Squeefest, and they said, they asked what it was for. I told them, they goes like, oh yeah, because with the pollutants in the water, that's what's causing it. I get, okay, let's have a little conversation here. I said, there's actually no scientific evidence for that. There's no peer-reviewed studies, which is very important, because people put studies online, check if they're peer-reviewed. That's, how do you go about that kind of myth busting? Because like, I'm hearing what you're saying about kind of like, it's really important to bring someone along and to make them feel comfortable and not threatened, while putting the truth out there to them.
Yeah, that one's a good one. I think I have to lean back on, because there are many times where I have self-doubts, in the sense of, am I, up to date on what's coming in? And that's another thing. Whatever is written soon enough is going to be almost redundant, dated, if you can imagine, and therefore, even as a specialist, there are times where, I'm thinking, is this information right? Or where has this, and just like you said, Squee, about the sources, I think that's so important. It's wonderful that we've got our friend Google. We'll use it in its right way, put it in there, see where it's come, where was it written, and so on. But things like that, that's just, I would say that happens more often than it doesn't, unfortunately. And when I'm thinking about the progression of neurodiversity, unfortunately, there are things that are still going to be there, and unfortunately, sadly, that are within the foundations of our learning and our understanding, because there has been so much, like you say, negativity, fear, all of these things around, neurodiversity and what that actually looks like. So yes, unfortunately, again, there have been many times that even with families that have the diagnosis, it's now what, and again, that the denial, disbelief, thinking, how am I going to speak to my grandmother about this, and so on. So it does come up more often than not. Once upon a time, I would say I probably took it really quite personal, in the sense of like, oh my goodness, how could we treat, a community like this? But then, as I say, anything that is different, unfortunately, the makeup of what humans, we seek safety, we seek clarity. So anything that is unknown or different, unfortunately, we fear. And that doesn't need to be something that we need to be stuck in. So therefore, I don't feel like I would quick to be like, oh, this is horrible, I don't want to be around, people that think this way. When actually, I'd go back and think to myself, come on, Anne, you've gone to school a few times for this, a few things, and you've immersed yourself within the community. Get them talking to people, get them realizing that this genuinely is diversity within the human mind. That's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I like one of the kind of little features like this, which I'm putting together for the day, is about kind of how neurodiversity is seen in the media, and I think it's really interesting. Like it's come a long way. Like last few years, we had, I don't know if you saw this sitcom on BBC iPlayer, which was Austin, and and like there was another one on Channel 4, which was Patience, which was more of like a police kind of drama thing. And it's like, it's great that we're actually seeing autistic people playing autistic people. There's so many more authentic experiences in there. I think the kind of overall way in which it's portrayed is becoming a lot better, because I sort of remember as the only data point which most people had was Rain Man. And I'm not saying it's a great film, but it's one type of autism. And it's, how do you, like, yeah, I suppose it's like, that's just more myth busting, but how do you kind of expand people's viewpoints? Because it's like from one type of thing, because it's like, I had that with dyslexia as well. It's like, oh, well, it's just this. I go, no, well, I don't have the words don't jump up in my brain and switch themselves around. I have trouble sort of following rules within like language like that. I don't know. How do you kind of expand people's knowledge? What are things which you think people need to kind of understand about it to kind of in the early days?
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of what we know is based on and within the actual the language around such conditions, whether it be when people are looking at it, that deficit versus difference, and that's really important. And as well, thinking about how the individual is looking at that. With that being said, when we're thinking about even in school environments, we're thinking of that compliance, and therefore we kind of look at the differences, the things that are, and the differences that are notably different because they're harder, if that makes sense. The person can't comply, they can't do. And I think that's the whole thing about switching that up. And it's not oftentimes what I do, because I do know for humans, it's really, for us to co-regulate, that shared interest, that shared understanding, the relatability is imperative. I know that. And therefore, at times it will be looking at, what different neurotypes can do, different neurotypes can struggle with, and so on, not to minimize the neurodivergent community, but also for them to be able to see that actually there are things that people do struggle on. And then, of course, when we're thinking about, it's definitely not to say, the things that you hear of, everyone's got a bit of autism. That's absolutely not true.
Oh God,
yeah, not appropriate.
It was basically used when my son was at school to not help.
Yes,
it's like, well, everyone's a little autistic.
Exactly
it's denying someone basically by another one.
That's right, exactly. Denying, gaslighting, all of that stuff. It's just, it's not okay. But what I do know is for people to really kind of gauge and get that understanding, obtain it, they need to understand how different neurotypes work. That's what I would love, schools to talk about, not to talk about necessarily autism as just autism, but more so about different neurotypes. If we go in that way and we're thinking about it in that way, it gives it such a different light. Whereas, when we're thinking about, here's a training on autism, as an educator, you're going to get a few educators that say, that's nothing to do with me. I don't have anyone autistic in my class, nothing to do with me. You're going to get parents that don't sign up to that training. Nope, that's not me. I always relate it back to, it's a little bit like the diversity policies within schools, or, diversity inclusion, or when we're thinking about race. If you put those as titles, you're only going to get a selective people going to read those documents, not necessarily the people that should be, but the ones that are just interested in, or it has something to do with them. So again, the language and the way we involve people, I think, is so important. And especially at schools, to know more about how different neurotypes function, work, develop, to know more about how our nervous systems develop, function, work. That's where I think is really important.
Yeah, I think like the one thing I was saying about this TV shows before, I think it's great that it's slowly happening that the positives about autism, about ADHD, about all these kind of neurodiversities is being highlighted as well. I think ADHD helps me with kind of quick thinking if I need to. I find my more autistic side, it helps me plan and organize better. Like since I've been on the medication for the ADHD, it's actually funny how some of the more autistic traits have come forth, and it's like, and how I can actually utilize that to my advantage. So I think it's so important, like you say, to sort of change the conversation around it. But one thing I did want to ask about is I've got several female friends who are just being diagnosed now, who are similar ages to me. What's that been like from your experience, like as the working with families, like, and recognizing female autism?
Yeah. Again, I can only speak of experiences I've had. And I do know the process can look quite different, I would say. And you can assume that anyways, because everyone is an individual. But yes, the processes can look very different, especially people that are later diagnosed. Oftentimes with women, females I have worked with, I'm actually thinking of a few of them in my head, it's due to their child's diagnosis that will then, spark that conversation about, how they view the world, how they've viewed the world, how they've almost been suppressed in many moments of their life, whether it be school, whether it be work, in relationships. Thinking about, women in particular, looking at things as isolated events, or if it's manifested and it's just almost spiraling. That's a lot of the times what will happen. So again, after hormone changes, children, and so on, those almost isolated events become quite overstimulated, hyper vigilant. All of these things become quite noticeable. And I think for me, like you say, on the other side, it's really interesting to see the difference of experiences between males and females at different points in their lives, I guess.
Yeah. And the other thing, I was I'm in quite a few kind of different groups for neurodiversity, and there was something which really kind of like hit me the other day. I'd experienced with my son is a lot of people who are parents are autistic children find he would trash his room. Sometimes he'd have outbursts, so he got kind of I don't think I wouldn't class as violence, but it's like he's hitting out because it was overwhelming. I'm always careful with how I say that, but I do sort of understand. There was like this parent who was talking about their child like pulling cat bites, like their pets by the tail, doing these things which he was seeing as he was seeing as violence, it seemed like. And I think it was apparent at the end of his tether. I'm not kind of judging anyone, but it's like, what's it like trying to reassure, trying to relate to a parent and to let them know that actually these behaviors, like, it's not because they're a sociopath or anything. They're just really struggling to the point, and they don't understand the boundaries. And it's like, how do you get into that conversation? Because it seemed like this parent, and again, I'm not judging them at all, but it seemed like they were almost looking for the people who were saying that you should definitely get them sectioned, you should definitely get them taken away, or adopted out, or and it's like, it seemed when people were talking about more of the kind of like I know there's some terms for it which I'm not thinking of right now, but these parts of autism which can cause that kind of like to come out like that. But it's not, it's not like this person cannot learn that these moral judgments, but it's just can be a bit harder. How do you start that conversation? That must be just so difficult to broach.
Definitely. We're all human, and like you say, there's no judgment there. I can't imagine what parents have to observe, go through, deal with day in and day out, you know. And at times there are going to be those unexpected, undesirable behaviors. And, you know, for all children, that is the case, children, young people, and adults.
Guys, I am so sorry to cut that video off. Yeah, it started a little later than planned, so I have got some guests waiting. So thank you very much for my patience there in the waiting room. Thanks to everyone watching. We will put up that full video. Just going to remove it from the screen. Put up the full video later so everyone can watch the entire thing with the autism family godmother. As you just heard, she kind of knows the stuff, and the amount of family she's helping is amazing. Just going to re-angle my camera. I must have accidentally nudged it. But for now, it's time for us to go from that to some, shall we say, more arcane frequencies. Yeah, see what I did there?
Yeah, that's pretty good. In fact, it was kind of spooky because I didn't realize that was a video, and you popped up next to the side of it, and then started talking like, "What is going on here?"
You see, I messaged you. Did you not see the text? The
no, I think so. Oh yeah, I see. Yeah. Oh yeah, I see it on the side there now.
Well, you see, if you read your messages, there you go.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
That's why these things happen. So yeah, we now hand over to you for arcane frequencies. What we're talking about today.
So my partner Beth will be joining us very soon. She's off doing something spooky, but otherwise, what we're going to talk about is generally what we've been doing in the paranormal world. So as a couple, we've been investigating ghosts and hauntings since 2011, and have conducted 200 investigations all over the country, taking a very scientific approach into studying all the reports that people have been making about things they've been seeing and witnessing and feeling. And we're trying to really learn the nuts and bolts of what's happening with people and what has been experienced by humans for thousands of years and not yet really been resolved. Sort of just like we were just hearing there. There's so much to learn about people that things in the paranormal could easily be, and in fact I've seen in data related to individuals and the types of individuals that they are.
Okay.
There's some really weird stuff with magnetic fields where we've observed changes in magnetic field energy in a location during people hearing footsteps or feeling being touched or the sounds of things being moved, and those spikes have then occurred and continue to occur when people then try to interact with whatever's been doing the footsteps or the movements. And then someone else has joined the room while this activity is going on, and the activity stops, and the magnetic field spikes and the recorded on devices stop as well. And I've never really understood how that human factor plays a part in investigations and things going on until I started doing a lot of conferences and meeting people who have got different skill sets with paranormal, different ways of investigating it. And some people who have got more sensitivities to these sorts of things have said that it could well be just those particular people's electric fields, so that the ways their brains are working and then the magnetism that's generated when they're operating, that's in counterpoint to whatever we're interacting with.
Oh. Just frozen for a second there, guys. Just as Beth joins the stream as well. Oh, it looks like we might have just lost them for a second. Hopefully they'll reconnect shortly. Hope you're enjoying all this. Sorry we had to stop the autism family godmother in mid-track. I believe we've got the guys back.
Hey, and look who's here now.
Hi.
Yeah, I was saying just as Beth joins the stream, then it suddenly all goes down. How are you doing?
There's this weird thing where I build a piece of equipment and Beth can't set it off. Humans can set it off. You touch these things, they go off. Beth touched it, nothing. She's got her own
What you're
field.
saying about energies interacting, Beth, like you have electric powers apparently.
Yeah, or even like like PIR sensors and like motion sensors on toilets or whatever. The lights come on. Beth has a hard trouble setting those off as well.
I have a fluorite crystal that I brought from a lady at one of our parameets, and when I clapped hold of it, I got sort of like electricity going through my hand, but sort of weird stuff. It wasn't actually electric, but it felt that way, and that's why I brought it. So I do have a connection with natural stone, let's say. So I've got a different vibration to everyone else.
That's fascinating.
Yeah. In fact, in conventions, there's a device I made which is it produces a lot of electromagnetic energy. And the idea being is that then that can be used as a source for any personalities or anything that wants to get in touch with us. So it's just like a pump of energy into the environment. And I personally cannot feel anything coming from it at all because I'm not very sensitive to that sort of EMF energy. And when I've met people who've got sensitivities who say that they can see or hear these residual personalities, they say they can actually physically feel the energy coming out of this device. They feel like it's warm waves or a vibration that comes out of it. And I've done that experiment for the last, say, 3 years of conventions, and it's amazing how many times these people describe exactly the same feeling that's coming out of it, meaning that they, as physical individuals, something in them, something is tuning into these energies which other people can't. So there's something frequency wise that's just which is then being transferred to their nervous system maybe, and then that's then translated to what that feeling is, but not everyone can pick up on that.
How common are the people such as Beth who can?
I would say it's about 40% are claiming their sensitivity at conventions and 60 aren't. And of all the, I don't know, dozens of people I've done this experiment with, only 2 people who said that they had a sensitivity to seeing things couldn't feel the device. So it's a very high percentage of people who say that they can feel or see residual spirits or energies actually can feel this actual scientific energy being generated.
Yeah. I'm talking quite a lot about energy today, actually, to do with it tends to be that even before someone's diagnosed with neurodiversity, they tend to find that they hang out with people who are, like, after they get diagnosed, they realize that a lot of people in their orbit are neurodiverse, because that tends to be a commonality. So yeah, I've always thought it's kind of interesting because it's good scientific idea that kind of energy doesn't die, it just transforms in form.
There's a lot of theories behind it, including one which was Hans Holzer wrote about this, where you have a spirit body which exists on a different plane or frequency, and that is your personality, and then that personality is using the meat of your body to actually interact with this physical realm. So when you die, you just lose that connection between this spirit personality and your body, which also then leads quite well onto reincarnation. And that's just this spirit personality of yours then gets attached to a new body and uses that to experience.
Oh. The energies are working against us for the second. It's fascinating talking about energies.
Very spooky.
Yeah, well, you were saying too much, I think.
Yeah, exactly. I'm letting all the secrets out today.
Yeah. Oh, damn it. These things can happen with life, fellas. I don't know why I say fellas. Everyone watching. Hope you're having a good evening. Could just have a quick look at the total while we're waiting for the guys to come back. Oh, I think we're back with them now. Oh, again.
Hi, right. I've changed browsers because it was popping up with Microsoft Edge, which hates me for some reason.
Oh, Edge hates everyone.
What's the deal with it? It's so edgy.
I mean, you think like, right, we found out Explorers sucks. Like, let's not have another stab and call it an E word so we can keep the same symbol.
They just renamed it. They renamed it and took away all the menus and just made it virtually unusable by anyone. But never mind. Yeah, we've been very busy recently. It's been busy season for us.
It's been crazy.
Yeah, we've been.
Well, I'm sorry, just before you go further, just because something that you were raising before I was going to ask you, and maybe they didn't want me to, but it was the you were talking about reincarnation, and something which gets brought up by some. It's kind of how often people kind of tend to gravitate towards saying they're reincarnated from a famous person. In your experiences, when you talk to people about this, is there a lot of that? And do you find they tend to be the ones which are more likely to be not kind of provable in any way?
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of like past life regressions. So there's quite often like past life regressions at the conferences we go to, which are and I would say I rarely hear in real life where people had those, them come back and saying that they were Cleopatra or Edward IV or something like that. They tend to be simpler.
One of the ones which gets claimed a lot. There's some names which seem to reoccur.
But if you think about it, the further back you go, the more likely you are going to be related to these people. Because they'd have had tens of thousands of descendants if you go back to someone who's 2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Whereas Marie Antoinette, very unlikely.
Yeah. Sorry, I derailed you. You were saying about the investigations you've been on recently.
Yeah. I was just kind of saying how we've kind of been on a bit of a bender with them recently. We've been all over the place as well. We went to an abandoned hospital in Liverpool and Methodist church in Leeds last night. There's a museum of just haunted antiques near Leicester.
Okay.
And a really cool castle in Wales, which we quite like.
Can we go into the antiques kind of the museum just full of haunted antiques? We've got to go into that bit.
Yeah, so these are
what's on display.
So these are objects which have either got a story behind them, which indicates that there might be some sort of residual personality attached, or are commonly linked with being unlucky, so like cursed. There are quite a lot of famous cursed objects. There's a painting of a blue boy, which one gallery made a dozen of these and sent them out, and wherever they got put in a different building, the building would catch fire, and except for the picture, of course. The picture was always fine. I think they moved to someone else and their building caught fire. And there's one of these at the Haunted Antiques Research Centre, but the building's not caught fire yet, so that's lucky. Maybe it needs to be recharged.
Wasn't there? I heard. I don't know if it was in connection with this place, but the doll which Annabelle was based on.
Oh yeah, the Raggedy Ann one.
Yeah, didn't that get moved recently? People were kind of worried about the air travel and things like that. Yeah,
there's a lot of there's a weird amount of doll stealing that goes on in the paranormal field. Firstly, there's a lot of dolls.
So many dolls.
Yeah, you can literally, if you go to a convention, you can get a bundle deal on haunted dolls if you want. You can open your boots.
I want a bundle of haunted things. What person goes for this?
Yeah, and some of them come with little certificates just describing the entity that's attached to them. Which, like a birth certificate type thing. But yeah, there's a fair amount of like groups that split up, or individuals who loan items to someone else for experimentation, and then someone forgets that they've taken this haunted doll and they've kept it, and then there's a bit of argy-bargy. So there's quite a lot of doll shifting in the paranormal field, and just people just kind of end up with lots of different ones all over the place.
This is what Chucky wants.
There's in fact in a room in this haunted antique centre which is just dolls and clowns.
Was there any kind of the items which particularly stuck out or spoke to you in some way?
Well, there's a nice, it's actually a really good place. There's a nice rule that you can literally take out the cases and interact with anything you want. There's some old stuff in there. So if you want to put on a World War II helmet and then do some sort of experiment wearing it, then that's fine. Except for there's 5 objects which are in glass sort of bell-shaped containers, and you're not meant to touch those because those have been linked to the most deaths. Which I can't say I've ever really saw as like a drawing or anything. Though for me, there's an entire room full of war memorabilia, and it's kind of real weapons and armors and armaments and people's old ration books and things like that. And there's some German stuff which was dug up out of the beaches in Normandy, and there's this old German helmet which is kind of half rusted but still pretty much there, that every time we interact with it and we go there, we have things happening straight away. So we started like playing German military marches when we're doing questioning and calling out for any communication, and we've had the glass door on the cabinet banging and then opening, and then the sound of footsteps walking up behind Beth, and then was it your hair got touched?
I thought it was Andy stroking my hair, and it was like this. It was so creepy because I felt the footsteps right behind me.
Yeah,
but he was sat next to me as he is now.
Yeah, and I was trying some. There's a guy with this clever piece of kit which uses a sweeping radio to be able to kind of pick up white noise, random words, and then he kind of cleans them up a little bit. And I picked up this helmet, and I said, I really like this. I might take it home and use a fruit bowl. And then very clearly through this device, it called me the C word. So I put it back in the case.
Apparently Elon Musk came and it just said, "Sir."
Yeah, he's always there, marching up and down.
You're not a ghost. We can tell you're a real guy. Stop it.
You're just as scary.
Oh god, it's the fact that very germane to today that like some on the right tried to use it's like, oh, he's neurodiverse, so he's got autism, he's on the spectrum, you can't. No, I have never woken up in the morning going, you know what, I'm feeling especially neurodiverse today. I think I'm going to do the Nazi salute. Never occurred to me. No,
but you know, it's perhaps more to do with the ketamine than anything else with that guy.
Yeah, I just feel the link to autism is, it's a stretch they're going on there. Quite an insulting one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I was talking about the places I was.
Yeah.
So we went to a place called Derby Jail, which is a jail in Derby.
Yeah, I like that.
Like a name.
And I know it's a great name for it.
Yeah. I mean, it was actually named that before was the odd thing, and then they worked around the title.
Yeah, it was called that before. Then they moved it.
Yeah.
To Derby, and now makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
But one thing came across there, and we've been in lots of places, different prisons and like galleries of justice in Nottingham and Shire Hall in Dorchester. The thing that kept coming up again and again is this. I'm a big fan of history, and there's this historical period between the late 17th century and in the Victorian period, which was called the Bloody Code in legal terms. And that's where a lot of judges and judiciary was really pushing a heavy sort of class resistance style approach to their judgments, where they really focus on anything damaging to people's property who are like landowners, and to literally be just execution. It didn't really matter the crime. If it was something which meant that you were trying to take more than you were allowed by your station, then you would get executed.
Yeah, it's time.
Yeah,
So
so
build a time machine and go there.
but,
So I lost my mouse for a second. I was muting so you couldn't hear the food sounds, and I was like, "Where the bloody?" Only problem with multi screens is sometimes I lose the mouse.
yeah. But so when we were in Derby Jail, we got this heck of a tour where they went through all the different things which you could just get executed for back in during that bloody code eras. And so that gave me an idea for a little bit of a quiz. If you guys are up for it.
Yeah, but can I just ask? So was it? Did they believe that there was many ghosts from a lot of the people they murdered, or was there a few kind of particular bloody murders that stay there?
Well, weirdly, I think you more got that sort of thing in Dudley Castle when we went there. They even though it's a medieval castle, it ended up just being a prison. So you ended up a lot of people just waiting on sort of like death row. But in Dudley Castle, it was just like one room with 60 dudes in it who were just waiting to get hanged or thrown down the oubliette, which is a hole you just don't come out of. They just throw you in it, and there's no way out, and you just stay there until you die.
60 guys, a hole you can't get out of. I'm making no joke. I'm not going there.
60 guys, one hole. That's what I'm going to call this.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the video on YouTube.
Yeah, you wore that out, didn't you?
yeah, it was great.
Right, so let's play my quiz that I came up with. I'm calling it shipped off or shipped out. So I'm going to run through a lot of very petty things, maybe some not so petty, and you both need to say either they were shipped off, as in deported to the Americas or Australia, or shipped out.
Okay.
That works. Okay, so first up. So I'll get a little story of this one. Imagine you needed some clothes and you were running through someone's garden or down a lane and you saw them on a washing line, and I've been too specific. So, and then I stole, well, not me, but someone else stole a pair of stockings from the washing line. And there was actually, that happened so often that there's a term for it called snowing. I don't know. Right, so if you stole a pair of stockings from a washing line and they got caught, would you be shipped off or shipped out?
So shipped out is deported. Shipped off is like putting ship like a.
So shipped off. I made it so complicated.
Yeah.
Shipped off is deported.
I'm very easily confused.
So shipped off is you're deported. Shipped out is you're hanged.
Deported, hanged. Okay. I'm gonna say I think like I'm taking we might be in like during the war era. The war era where stuff like stockings were precious. Gonna say hung, switch, shipped off, ship down, ship up, or ship down. I don't know whichever one.
Don't make it more complicated than it already is.
I'm just trying to remember which one's which.
We could just say death or transportation if that makes it easier, but it's not as fun.
I think I have to say hanged.
Okay.
Because when we went to Gallows Justice all them years ago, the things they used to do to people there are ridiculous. Petty things they done.
I'm not hearing you very much, Beth.
Oh, sorry. I was saying when we went to Gallows Justice many years ago, they had a wall of what people used to do to be hung. Things they used to get up to, and they were hung for it. And it was ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. The things what used to go on. Silk hankies that get hung. It'd be stupid, really stupid. It's just so insane. I could not believe it.
Yeah, It's almost like these are aimed at the poor or something.
Yeah, exactly. It was a class suppression thing, except in this case, where it was shipped off to Australia.
Oh.
Right. Next one. Okay, so imagine you want to go to the grocers or the butchers and buy yourself a little bit of dripping and then put that with some bread.
You know me so well.
Yeah. I know how much you like your meat dripping.
Yeah. I still don't think I've broken even for the amount of ridiculous amount of meat I ate when I was younger.
I know, it's just crazy, man.
Not healthy.
Right, now imagine if the police find out that dripping that's been sold as best dripping at the butcher's is actually been made from human bodies. So if they then caught the person selling that, would they be shipped off to Australia or shipped out?
It seems like so obvious it should be a trick answer, but have you double bluffed us? I'm going to say they are shipped out, and for some reason you don't get hung for that.
What do you reckon, Beth?
Oh, that's really grim. I think I'd probably get hanged.
Okay, well, actually, it's shipped off.
Oh,
just sent to South America for that one.
The hell did you get killed for back then in those days? Seems like just anything, just put on a boat, send them to that place where all the insects were trying to kill us. Yeah, like Australia.
Yeah, but again, it's because that those people's bodies weren't like rich landowners. They didn't care to so much. Right. Okay. So
well, I'm sort of more surprised though that it's like because they were dehumanized, that it's like great, just kill them. Great. It's so much easier than chartering a boat and everything.
Yeah, but they tend to. The people who got deported were sent somewhere to work, so they were like sent over there to rubber plants or something. Yeah. Okay, so here's one, and I'm going to use a word which I'm sure is fine in the terminology of it. So, being in the company of gypsies for over a month.
Yeah, I'm going to say that was some sort of like whammy they'd assume would be put on you in that time, so they have to kill you to get rid of the evil spirits or something along these lines would be my guess.
Okay. What do you think, Beth? Okay. And it was hanged.
Yeah, I just, as soon as you add in the gypsy thing, it's like it's a spirituality, them believing they're evil and everything. It's And of course they do that, not making dripping out of people. Like just
exactly that they're not doing the dripping thing. So it's
God knows our laws don't make much sense, but Jesus.
Okay. Impersonating. I'm not going to tell the story behind it. Well, maybe I can. So, impersonating a Chelsea pensioner. Now, these were a specific group of army veterans who then went to a hospital in Chelsea and then drew pensions from it. So, that makes it sound a little less weird than just a random place in London being a pensioner.
Yeah.
So, if you impersonated army person and then drew their money, I think that's the quick key thing.
See, it's invoking the kind of soldiers and everything. I think this might get you hung. I think there's the soldier element. I'm going to go for hanging.
Well, which is always bad.
Yeah, well, you're both right. Yep, that's definitely being hanged. Or protect the pensioners.
Yeah, you hit the soldiers. Well, and it used to be that you get some repercussion there.
That's true. Right. Okay. How about if you'd come up with an interesting medical cure, like a nice cream that you could rub into things to make them less whatever you didn't want them to be, and you decided to flog that at the market to people, and then it probably worked. But if you were selling unregistered medicines, would you be shipped off and shipped out, or shipped out?
Gonna go with shipped out on this one. I think that's it's such an obvious kind of bad thing to sell unlicensed medicine. This seems like the upside down world where they're going to go, yeah, that's fine.
yeah.
We can afford the good stuff, so we're not worried.
Good point. Yeah. It might not have been tested properly, but whatever. What's your meth?
I think hanged, because the medical people back then were real knobs, and they were quite stringent and didn't like being copied, and it was sort of the crown as well as that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And the upper class. So it seems to be is really bad if you're doing that.
I think it made a better point that if you were rich, you'd probably end up being able to just buy the good medicine, so they didn't care so much. So that was shipped off, so transported to Australia. Right. Okay. Here's another one.
We wonder why Australia's so messed up as a country. Thank God it's not.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I agree. It's sending a lot of wrong messages over there. So, isn't a scenario? You're in the middle of a forest. It's late at night, and the local militia catch you wearing blackface. Is that shipped off or shipped out?
I think it's neither. You get promotion in the army. Yeah,
it's just one of their recruits on training.
I'm surprised they do. Honestly, back then, I'm surprised they did either of those two to the person as opposed to going, yeah, nice one. I'm going to say shipped off.
Okay, so actually no, it's shipped out. That's punishable by death because there was a gang who basically just blacked up and hid, and then just went all commando style before they robbed someone. So
basically, it wasn't the blackface that bothered them per se. That makes more sense.
No, well, they blackened their faces.
Yeah, but that was just used as a disguise. It was the fact they disguised to get away with crime, not because it was blackface. I would hazard a guess.
Yeah, I think that's it. They sort of indicates that they're probably up to something.
Yeah, but I don't think they go, well, that's quite offensive. It's like, no, you robbed my money, and that's the thing they care about.
Right. Okay. So here's
shipped off assassins.
Shipped off. All right. Here's one which I'm not sure if it'll be easy or not, but if you set fire to a corn stack, would you be shipped off to America or shipped out to a cemetery?
Shipped out.
See, I find myself thinking about how like the corn might be used. So that sounds like something which might affect rich people because they get other people to grow stuff for them to enrich them. But yeah, maybe it's a field of kind of substandard stuff, so it was all going to the poor, so they didn't give a crap. I'm going to say that it's making some stuff for rich people, so they're going to ship them out, not kill them. No, kill them, not ship them out. Pardon me.
Yeah, you're both right. Affects rich people, therefore you know what happens.
Yeah. I think we're sensing a theme here. If it affects rich people, you're going to die. If it doesn't, whatever. Just
you think this kind of inequality thing is a recent thing? No, it's been around for ages. Okay, how about a more personal one? So, imagine you were caught playing cards, which wasn't illegal, but you were playing cards with a woman who wasn't your wife.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, that gets into the religious angle. So yeah, they're going to kill you.
Yeah.
Marriage and religion used to control women. Yeah, sounds familiar.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
What?
They're hang on for that.
Okay, no, that's only a transportation.
That's sketchy.
To North America in this that case.
North America, that's even worse.
The church must have said something to offend the rich people for a second there.
Yeah.
Right.
So you know who they pray to eventually in the end.
Yes, that's true. The rich people.
Yeah.
Okay. No, the rich people praying to the money. Like not.
I see. Right. Yeah.
The church is secondary to that.
Right. Another couple more. So imagine you were diving, and you came across a shipwreck, and then took a little souvenir off it. So nothing valuable, but just took a little bit off a boat or ship's bell. It's probably not valuable.
Okay, I'm going to go for it's another executable because what if they then found some of the rich people's stuff that they want to find and profit off?
Yeah, you're both right. Can't touch anything on a ship, otherwise they can hang you.
I think this strategy has only let me down once.
You're doing well with it. This is good. Okay, how about actually I'm not going to tell too much of a story of this one. But gross indecency with a goat in an alleyway.
Oh,
I'm not going to start with imagine if this time.
no.
Yeah, that's a real what if you don't want.
But this took place in the middle of London in an alley.
Oh.
But, you know, I get the feeling it's the rich people who do that kind of thing, so I think they're fine with it. You know, it's like they kind of probably drew a veil over it so that the rich person who was doing it didn't get in trouble.
That's good thinking. So getting away with it, shipped off. What are you doing, Beth?
That's bestiality. That's nasty. I think hanged.
No, just transportation sent to Australia to be a shepherd.
Yeah, it's like okay, look, after doing that with the goat, we can't have you in society. But of course, we're not going to do anything too bad. We'll just send you to the hot island.
Exactly, yeah, to look after all the sheep that they were farming there at that point.
In fact, they rewarded him. Really, is what we're
Exactly, like a busman's holiday.
Oh, and I'm just guessing it's him. I don't know why.
Yeah, it was. So okay.
Oh, well, what a funny coincidence. It's not like it's usually the men.
Okay, so we'll finish on the last one, which is the crime was writing a threatening letter. And the specifics was it was a guy sending a letter to a company because he wasn't very happy with what they'd done and was asking for a refund.
Are we asking for a refund? It seems anti-business to me.
So shipped out then.
Yeah, that's what I'm going with.
What do you reckon?
Sent away.
So it was hanged for sort of being threatened to someone who had more money than him. I didn't intend this to start being such a class-based conversation, but it sort of ended up that
I mean, yeah, once you work that out, you just get all the answers.
Yeah.
There's only one that they let us down on. I'm sure there's exceptional circumstances which involve them having money.
Yeah. Right, okay. Well, I think you won that one, Ian.
Well done.
Congratulations. You understand class warfare and how it's been waged.
I did have something I was going to ask you, actually, if I may.
Go for it.
Just kind of like, and this isn't meant flippantly at all, with Ghostbusters, with Dan Aykroyd genuinely being someone who was into the paranormal and otherworldly stuff. It's the stuff that they use there. Is that kind of like based on ghost investigation science?
Some of it. They did spend. If you watch the early bits of, say, Ghostbusters 1, they're doing tests with Xena cards, which are designed to be able to tell if people have got psychokinetic abilities, the ability to kind of see the physical world with their minds and no other senses. And they in the film, it was a couple there, but in really they do hundreds and hundreds of these tests. And we've got to set ourselves. If it's a bit dull in an investigation, we'll pop them out and have a go with them. But then later on, when they're using their meter, the ones with little arms that go up, that's a PKE meter, which is a psychokinetic energy meter. So what you can see from there is they were doing some research on people to see the sort of abilities and energies that people give off when they're interacting with things which aren't necessarily normal. And then they built a bit of kit, which then is there to pick it up. So there's a nice continuity between how they investigated with people than to what they were doing when they're out busting. So the things like the proton packs, although we wear backpacks when we investigate, they have a camera mounted here, and then a data logger and audio equipment on the back, etc. So you do occasionally get the Ghostbusters tune whistled at us by people who don't know us too well.
Well, I mean, you
It's
just
just
put those
practical.
speakers to the backpack, like you're walking along.
Yeah. I think That's quite a common thing. It's not a bad idea. But again, then putting a pack on is kind of a practicality thing. So theirs is a particle accelerator.
Yeah, we don't have that yet.
No, working on that.
Yeah. I mean, I think that what seems interesting is it's that same thing as with Star Trek. Like, if they didn't have some tech, they'd kind of at least base it in scientific theory, or they even named the Heisenberg compensators after the problem, which when Gene Roddenberry would get asked at conventions, how do the Heisenberg compensators work? And he'd go, very well, thank you. And that was his nice little answer. But I do like when they kind of apply science, and in this case, ghost investigation science to it. It's kind of like interesting to link it to the world.
Yeah, it is. They use some of the terminology as well. It's like spontaneous events, which is a terminology the Society of Psychical Research coined, which is the idea of things just happening, spontaneous events, things that aren't planned, etc. Which is what we're doing with the last however many years. Our focus is on trying to predict these spontaneous events. So looking into the conditions of what the environment is like, and the variables like who is present, what time of day it is, what's the moon phases, what's the geology of the ground, and see if there's any patterns in the conditions these spontaneous events occur during, and then use those pattern recognitions to be able to then predict if something's more likely to happen or not, or if something's happening and you're just missing it. So that's kind of where we started off when we started making equipment. We were just trying to replicate these patterns of predicting these spontaneous events, which they mentioned in the movie.
Yeah. Thank you very much for indulging me.
That's all right, no problem at all. We've got time for another little activity I wanted to.
Yeah, we can it's either now or in 10 minutes, if that makes sense, because there's a 10-minute video I can play, or we just keep going. I'm good.
Okay. So one of the other things we do a lot is do lots of research into locations and try and not only find kind of the historical things that happened in order to kind of use the stories of people's lives that were there to kind of trigger interaction, but also the paranormal history. So the people that have investigated there before, what did they get? What do the locals say about the old castle on the hill? And what have people who are looking after the building now, what have they witnessed? So we try and pull in all this information. And some of the stories you get about local legends about a place are kind of out there. So I've got 5 little stories about hauntings, and like when people personify that haunting as an individual and maybe tie it into history. And of those, there might be either fact or faked, if these are real ones which we reported, or one that I might have just made up.
Cool. Let's play fact or fake.
So you have to try and fact or faked, work out if it's something that's from Andy's brain or something from someone else's brain. So first one is yeah. How well do you know the stuff that I make up?
Well,
so picture this. In the 1930s, and the legendary ghost hunter Harry Price is investigating an isolated remote farmhouse called Cashan's Gap on the Isle of Man, and that's occupied by the Irving family, who are farmers. Now, Jim Irving and his wife Margaret and a 13-year-old daughter Veroique have been bothered by scuttling noises in their walls, and Jim set out rat traps, and nothing, didn't catch anything, but instead was greeted by a voice talking through the wall, who explained that his name was Jeff, and he was a talking mongoose, who then proceeded to sing them songs, discussed theology and politics, apparently acted rather creepily around Veroique, and this continued for a while. And other people from the village also then came and witnessed Jeff talking to them. But Jeff would never show himself. He'd always hide, and then if you tried to get in the wall to see him, you'd never be able to catch him. So no one ever saw Jeff. He had lots of investigators at the place. They flocked to the house, and theories range from it being a poltergeist in the form of a mongoose, or a real talking animal, or ventriloquism on behalf of the girl or the father. But they always maintained it was real. It stopped after a few months. No one heard it again. But was Jeff the talking mongoose real or in Andy's head?
I just like, I don't know if you're like getting Jeff the mongoose from somewhere, if you did make it up, but I'm sure I've heard of Jeff the talking mongoose. That sounds familiar, but I don't know if you just got it from something else for your, I'm just going to go with it being true.
Okay, what do you reckon, Beth? Did I make up Jeff the talking mongoose, or is that a real legend?
I think I've heard of Jeff the mongoose, to be fair, on one of the YouTube videos we watch.
So yeah, that's right. Jeff the talking. I'm not saying Jeff the talking mongoose was definitely real, but he was a real legend.
But I don't know Harry Price because I thought Harry Price in the 30s was in Germany. So I'm calling false on that.
So it's not picking you up, Beth.
Oh, sorry.
You're sort of loud on it.
I said I thought Harry Price was in Germany during the 1930s. Because of one of Andy's books he's got. So I'm calling false.
No, Jeff was true. Right, next one. So a local one. Okay. The Sausage King. Don't laugh. The Sausage King is said to haunt the kitchen at Wellow Manor. So in Wellow, not too far from here. And legend has it in the 17th century, Lord Wimborne's talented chef was obsessed with sausages and spent his last days concocting a secret recipe which are making well renowned. His ghost now roams the service quarters of the manor, making an unholy ruckus as he flails about, knocking over pots and pans and filling the air with the otherworldly aroma of sizzling meat. Some claim if you leave a frying pan out overnight in the kitchen, it will be found covered in grease in the morning, despite the kitchen always being left spotless the night before. So, do people in Wellow Manor report that the Sausage King haunts the kitchens, or am I full of sausages?
I'm going to say, because I remember the Sausage King being mentioned in Ferris Bueller's Day Off, which I'm going to guess you know as well as I do. And it's when he calls himself the Sausage King when he's giving a false identity at a restaurant. So I think you've got that off Ferris Bueller. It might just be a coincidence and I've walked into a trap, but I'm going to say it's false.
Okay, what do you think, Beth?
It sounds like absolute.
You're right. And you're right as well. Good work again.
Was it the Sausage King? Did you take that from Ferris Bueller?
It was, yeah, because it was a false name. Exactly. That's kind of it went sort of a bit Inception with it. So during the 14th century, according to local legend, Sir Roderick of Portchester rode to a manor to take advantage of a young bride who had been left alone on her wedding night when her new husband had been called away in an emergency. When he arrived there and she wasn't interested, she began to fend off Reckless Roddy's advances. Unfortunately for Reckless Roddy, which was his local nickname, the husband returned and chased him from the house and thrust a sword at him as he was attempting to mount his horse. He died immediately, with the horse dragging his corpse along as his foot was caught in the stirrups. The sound of the horse galloping up the lane to the manor at 2 a.m. is regularly reported by the current owners, and the locals have often heard the sound of a horse whinnying. So, Reckless Roddy's true?
Yeah? So, yeah, sounds familiar.
Sounds a bit like a wrestler to me, Restless Roddy.
Reckless Roddy McDowell. McDowell? Roddy McDowell? It's not a wrestler.
No, I'm going to go with it's a true myth. True myth.
Okay. True myth. That's correct. There's a true myth.
It's from that house we visited, wasn't it?
Right. I'll do one more.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a tale of a haunted mill in Stockbridge, so another fairly local one, that tells of the sock Nora, as in not Nora Batty.
Yeah.
This particular spirit is said to inhabit an old watermill on the river and is known for its fondness of snacking on socks. Legend has it that locals who remove their socks while they're swimming near the mill would often lose one of them, and then only for it to turn up and it was chewed and gnawed. So that's what led to the legend being produced, I imagine. An investigator team spent some time researching the history of the mill and uncovered a story that in 1848, a mysterious miller's daughter named Emily was teased mercilessly by her siblings for wearing mismatched socks until one day her brother made her eat one of the socks, unfortunately choking her to death in the process. Fishermen and walkers have claimed to see an ethereal figure with glowing eyes, clad in a tattered white dress, creeping around the mill's ruins wearing only one sock. So what do you think about the sock Nora?
Yeah, I'm going to say that's false. I think it just sounds like the washing machine chewing up the other sock.
False. Sounds like a medium claim.
Yeah, that is false. I was slightly told that story by a medium, weirdly enough.
Yeah,
but it's
me.
Nothing related to Stockbridge. So I don't think I can fool you guys.
Apparently not.
No.
Thank you very much for joining us tonight. Just quickly before I let you two go, I've been asking all my guests on Squeefest this year, how do you think differently?
Over that. That's
right.
How do you think differently?
Hashtag think different.
I let you answer that one, Andy, because I'm going to go deep dive, and you know that, and that's not
okay. I think differently. In fact, I didn't used to think very differently until I started doing lots of conventions, and now I have been thinking differently since just listening to people and trying to avoid any sort of judgment on what they're saying or where it comes from, and try to just be open with it. So my thinking differently is listening to people.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much for your time tonight. I hope you guys have a wonderful evening. I'll see you guys soon.
It's a pleasure. Take care.
Take care, guys. So with that, we get to 1 a.m. Another hour, and I'm at the halfway stage and not showing any signs at all, honest. I'm just going to quickly, before I welcome on my next guest, I'm just going to check the totals. Usually about this time, we haven't got too much activity, but let's see what's happening. Just waiting for it to update, guys, and then I will share it on my screen. Okay, guys, so at this point, if I can get the share screen option, we're still at 120 quid, which is great. Like any money going towards charity is amazing, but please keep giving me everything you can. You've got the QR code in the top of the corner of the screen. At the bottom, you've got the website. So it's justgiving.com/page/thinkowl. Give whatever you can. And you can also support us tonight by buying our single, which still sounds weird to say that I'm on a single, but here we go. It's Think Different. You can download it now. Go to Bandcamp. It's drsquee.bandcamp.com. And then there's one album there, so you can't miss it. It's got that. It's got the bonus track of an extra verse on there, which our friend Kenton Hall did. So get hold of that now. But now, without further ado, we're going all the way another country onto the stream. We're over in the Americas with San Diego. Please welcome Gabriella. Thank you. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, not bad, thanks. How's the weather where you are? It's very, very hot for the UK at the moment.
I'm probably at like 70s. It's sunny. I live next to the ocean. It's breezy, so.
I have no idea what 70s is in Celsius. Do you have a rough idea, or?
Oh, I have no idea.
Everyone's got the one, they don't know the other one. But
It's not
thank
hot
you so
at
much
all.
Tell everyone a bit about the organization that you work with over there. You're a speech language pathologist. About your work.
So my name's Gabriella. I'm the founder of Greater Communication Associates. I hire speech language pathologists and speech language pathology assistants for in the schools. So we work virtually and in person. We work with students throughout California. And then I also do special education advocacy to make sure that everyone is getting what they're entitled to in the schools for their IEPs, which is the Individualized Education Plan. And then I also am in the process of getting my JD so that I can continue to fight for our students to make sure that they get what they should.
Yeah, and thank you very much for agreeing to sort of talk about some of the stuff happening in America that must be so pressing on you at the moment. Something which I've sort of learned through listening to some podcasts from over there. I listened to the Pod Save America and the World, which gives some fantastic kind of insights. The Department of Education, which was, I think legally they kept the name, but effectively got dismantled. That was providing a lot of that money to, because it's like, it's a misnomer that it's like it doesn't pay for the schools, it pays for people and programs within the school to be able to get their an education on par with other students.
So yeah, so they can't take down the Department of Education in its entirety. There are some federal things that for IEPs that stand in place so that students can continue to get the access to the accommodations, the different materials that they need in order to be successful within the general education setting. What happens is they're trying to make it to where it's each state has their own Department of Education, and then each state is allowed to do that. So if one state wants to take, have certain access to certain curriculum off of there, then they're allowed to once it splits to the states. But that's why we have that federal access, because we want to have it a level playing field, whether our students are in California, in Texas, in Michigan, wherever they're at, especially for those that are in the military with their military families. They go from one state to the next. We want to make sure that those students that have disabilities are able to have the same amount of services in one state as the next when they transfer.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a little worrying at a time when kind of you're correctly saying this money is set aside. There was loads of money which have been assigned by Congress, which they then cannot legally use for something else, which they just blatantly have, and they're running roughshod over the law. And it seems to even be to the point whereby it's not enough to take the funding away; they almost want to be punitive as well. So it's like, it must be some fear of A, them just ignoring the law, and B, them in fact putting stuff in place, which means it's like, oh, actually, no, as a state, you cannot fund this because we don't like that thing.
Yeah, that's the same thing that they're trying to find the loopholes and the ways to go around that. There's
some cases they're not even bothering with that. They're just
no, not at all.
Yeah,
when this first started happening and the presidency started shifting and he was announcing all of this, everything was just at the height, and I was crying in my morning meetings with my staff, letting them know, because for me growing up, school was a very safe space. School was where I excelled. School was where I was safe, and it was where I felt like I belonged. That was my main interest. And to have the kids now not be able to have that because they're losing access to certain things, or they're not going to have the funding. And then now with the immigration, I work at schools that majority of my students live in Tijuana, Mexico, and then they cross over to San Diego, and they're not able to, that's happening. There's more questioning. So they're getting home late. They're not sleeping. So they're sleeping in class. All of these things are impacting my students, and it's not a safe space anymore. So I'm trying to continue to fight so that we can have a safe space. But as far as the funding, there's the 504 is separate from an IEP. And a 504 is basically the accommodations. Without having a disability category to qualify to get special education services, a 504 is anywhere that accepts public funding is then able to get these accommodations. So say they need access to a fidget in a classroom because they have too much attention, or they can't sustain attention for a long time. So they need to have an access to a fidget. Well, there's 17 states that are trying to like adjust that. And if that's the case, then they're adjusting this. A lot of our kids that have disabilities, but they're maybe like not seen disabilities, then those are going to be impacted. So that's something that we're having to watch. Even allergies, right? The presidency made a comment about how he feels bad because kids can't take peanut butter to school. Okay, what about the kid that's going to die because there's peanut butter in the classroom? Like, so that's under 504 as well. So that's a tricky part.
And it sounds like you have, like, what were the kind of immediate things you started to find with the funding disappearing, and kind of how do you just cope with that on a daily basis? Because it seems to be it's moving at such a pace that something's declared by your king 1 minute, and then sorry, President, my mistake.
King. I do
no
not
mistake. Sorry, no. He's not acting like a king at all. No, your president. Sorry, I just. And it seems like by the afternoon, he's already got goons out on the street, quite frankly, doing his bidding. What have you how's the timeline of that gone?
I mean, there's supposed to be checks and balances, right? We're supposed to, that's what, the American legal system is based off of, all of the things that are in place. But like you said, that's not the case. But once there's an order that he doesn't technically have the right to put into place, he's done it, and he's going around and he's getting these things done. And it's very scary for all of our kids to not know if they're there. In the districts, there have been a lot of school districts that have not allowed people to come in. Across social media, there are different influencers that have now used their platform to like blast to say like, hey, ICE is over here. Stay away from this area or this location. So that's something that's good for the positive they're using. But then there's also like people that are spreading awareness of like what your legal rights are, because without knowing that, and especially if there's a language barrier, you don't really know a lot of those things. So spreading that and understanding that there has to be a warrant, that they have to identify, all of those aspects are very important for people to continue to be aware of.
Yeah, where they're going in with kind of mask to cover their identity. Like, how do you tell the difference between that and someone who's mugging you? Like, who would go along with someone under those circumstances?
I think Americans are very angry right now, and everyone is fighting for others. And this happened something very similar prior with the whole George Floyd, where America got really angry, and there's been changes. It's of course not perfect, but everyone continues to fight. Everyone is continuing to stay on top of this, using their platforms for good, spreading awareness, continuing to make sure that people are aware of their rights, what they can do in those instances. But I think we need to continue to just fight and be active in this, because if not, then he's just going to be able to control everything.
Yeah, and already you see, because you were saying about the TikTokers and new media seems to be doing a really a much better job than traditional media, which has been counted down before Trump. That seems like one of the most odious, most scary thing is how little the news is talking about some of this because they fear reprisals.
Yeah. The other thing I think that's really interesting is lately if they're applying for, I can't remember the letters exactly. I think one was a K, F, and J, I think, or M. There were 3 different types of visas that if there were like students or here for cultural experiences, that they had to make their social media public for like the interview process, so that they could have access to their social media. And it's like, what happened to like, there's the respect that I feel like our country used to have. Like I'm from Texas, and although my political views don't truly align with Texas, I have a lot of that like Southern hospitality in me, and just like just being a good person, like, where did that go? Because now there's so much anger and hate. Like, yeah, I'm saying, like, let's be mad, but let's be mad for the right reason, because we want to have a place where we can just coexist.
Yeah, it's just I mean, if nothing else, the volume of people that he's just removing from office, from the military. I mean, come the revolution, he's going to have well stocked you with some very clever people. Like, that's the one good thing. It's just insane how quickly this all has happened, how much it is exposed these checks and balances as being tokenary, not really there. It's and now the Supreme Court have been weighing in things like birthright citizenship, and it must feel like, where's the wall to this? Where is the and at what stage does the left abandon more traditional politics, shall we say, in favor of immediate action, which is needed?
I don't have an answer for that. I wish I did, but
so I'm asking you all the easy questions. I know.
I'm like, that's like when you're like younger and you're like, when I grow up, I want to be president. Like, I don't hear that anymore.
Yeah. I think it's the fact that there's so many of the constituents of these lawmakers, or then these Congress people and the senators. They're so unpopular. Like, everyone's turning against. It can only be fear now at this stage. Like, because they can't be doing it for popularity. They can't be doing it for the economy. God knows. It just seems it's kind of a lot of fear. And I don't know how you overcome that without. I don't want to say the word coup.
I think a big thing is, like, if you were to, like, when I think back to when I was growing up, right? We had, this is going to age me, and that is okay. But like encyclopedias, we had to use encyclopedias. I was in school when like the internet came out, and we just started that. We had dial-up and all of that. We had to go do our own research for things. We learned about what are liable resources when you're doing your research. Like, you don't just put anything out there. And I feel like that is a lot of what is going wrong with today, is everyone hears just one person say it. They don't need to justify or fact check them or make sure that what is there is truthful. And they just go out and run with it. And then it just spreads and it spreads and it spreads. And we get a lot of people on that same bandwagon, but they don't actually know the crisis behind that one thing that they're supporting, or the one thing that they think is true, which in fact is not. So I think that a lot of the like modern age things, like a lot of people have become like lazy in the sense of not following through with their research.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, it's a story I told earlier on, but this guy down the road who has this photographic printing shop wanted to get some posters printed for today. So I asked him, turns out he doesn't do it, but he goes, oh, what was it for? And I explained the day, and he goes, oh yeah, so autism, that's being caused by pollutants in the water, and that's why it's increased. I go, sorry, no. No. I was like, where did you get that idea from? Oh, I saw on this thing online. I go, right, okay. The thing you're looking for is peer-reviewed studies. So like, is there a study that I've heard that as well? And that's been put on loads of YouTube things. So it may seem like it's real because you're hearing it from loads of sources. But if you look at it, there's no peer-reviewed studies. And it's usually a study they go back to that has been disavowed, debunked. And it's just, it's so surprising to me still in this day and age, that's the conversation we're having. And it's why I'm so thankful to organizations such as yours, such as the Owl, for making that difference and to dispelling some of that ignorance. What I was so excited about today, to be able to put some truth and information out there. And what's happening in America, I think definitely needs a light shone on it. But of course, I do want to speak about what you do and everything, not just about kind of all the nasty stuff happening over there at the moment. How did you first get involved, and kind of what excited you about this work?
So it's kind of a roundabout. I feel like I was just I always say like speech language pathology was a career that I just kind of settled into. I wanted to go to med school, and I was like, that's a lot of schooling. I'm still in school. So I could have gone to med school, and I went back a few times, but I'm so glad that I didn't follow through with that. And journalism has always been my passion. I've loved that. But as I was like, med school journalism, like that's a lot, but journalism doesn't make a whole lot of money, and I need to pay these student loans. What am I going to do? So I found speech language pathology, and I went into that, and I got my bachelor's, and then I went through, got my master's. And as I was doing this, I was like, I'm never going to work in the schools. I only want to work in the hospitals. And my entire career has been in the schools. And I feel like I was placed in the schools like for a reason. I found the population that I really like to work with, which is students in juvenile halls, students that have been like expelled, students that are homeless. I have a school that's all homeless students. Students that are in the foster system, the students that have more of a diverse background, a lot to their story, that may not have the right situation that, or the right support of like family that knows what they are supposed to have in their situation as a student with a disability. So found my niche of like my favorite type of students that like I just love pouring into, love building that relationship with. And then as I was in my speech career, I was like going to these IEP meetings, and I'm like, well, why aren't we adding this on there? This student needs this. And so I found myself speaking up more and more and more. And so then I was like, well, I've always been one that like speaks up. I've never been one that like just keeps my mouth shut and sits in the back corner. That's never been who I am. Fast forward a lot of years, and recently got diagnosed with autism. And so makes sense of a lot of things. So that
welcome to the tribe.
Found my people and realized like, oh, okay. So then I really like the past like 5 or 6 years, I've really been like, my special interest lately has been like special ed law. And so I've been going to like every legal class that I can find, and finally decided I was doing a PhD for education law and special education, but I wanted to do something that was a little bit more active in the change. So I switched to a JD program. So now in law school.
Wow. And how's that going, studying the law now?
It is very hard. I'm still running my companies, still acting as a speech language pathologist and going to law school. But as much as I don't like the current like beginning parts of law, like the contracts and figuring out like what battery is, because that's not the area that I want to go into, I'm only continuing because I know what the end game is going to be. And I know that like there are people that need that. There are like families. I had one of my assistants message me 2 days ago and say, hey, one of my parents don't know how to get hold of their IEP. And I was like, this is literally why we exist, to help them, walk them through these things, and to make sure that they are aware of their rights and what they have access to.
Yeah, I mean, it's one positive amongst all the stuff going on is like the little wins that people have had by knowing a bit of law, by applying to certain people, and like knowing who to talk to at the right time, knowing how to put the right attention on what's happening, which they're trying to avoid. Yeah, I think you'll be able to do a lot of good there, certainly. So how kind of has the journey of the kind of your work there gone? How is the kind of now, like you say, you've kind of been doing this for long enough to have seen, I'm sure, a lot of changes. Before recently, what's the arc been? Has it built? Has it become better over there?
So I don't know if I would say better with the cuts. So I've worked from birth to end of life. Normally you'll see the professionals in my field like find an area that, because speech language pathologists can work in the hospitals, in clinics, in the nursing homes, in schools, in homes. So we can work in various areas. So I was in travel therapy and had experience from all areas. I was working in nursing homes and in the hospitals, but there were some changes to the way that the billing was. And billing in like the nursing homes and hospitals and the private clinics have been very, the reimbursement rates from insurances are very low. And then you have to like, they'll, in the nursing home, they'll be like, hey, you have to do 76 minutes with this person who's like 100 years old, non-responsive. And we're like, what? And you have to make sure that you're not committing fraud. So you have to speak up and advocate for yourself so that you don't do that. And then on top of that, now with the Medicare cuts, that's impacting students in their services in home, making sure that they get access to early intervention services. The speech language pathology field, we have what's called a clinical fellow. And so that's somebody that's right out of grad school. And with those changes in the billing and in Medicaid, they are not able to get services by a clinical fellow anymore. So a lot of new grads just recently lost their jobs and now have to find a way that we can get services to all of the people who lost their job, or all of the patients who are working with the people that lost their jobs, even though we already have a speech language pathology shortage, and have to replace these new grads in another place. Like they now have to go find a job somewhere else. So yes, there's a shortage, but when they want to work in this niche area, then they're working in another area, not getting experience. And then when they're able to transfer, they're not going to have the experience that they wanted to go into that field. So that's going to be a change with the cutting of the early intervention services. A lot of clinics, because the reimbursement rates dropped, are no longer providing services. So now we have speech language pathology clinics that are either shutting down because the reimbursement rates aren't high enough to keep a roof over the clinic, or they're not providing services to that type of client. So I don't know if it's gotten better. I mean, I feel like we are learning more, and I feel like as a field, we have different groups where we're speaking out. There's more advocacy going along, but there's, with our national board, they're trying to also take away the DEI and cultural competence and ethics. And so with the current presidency, I don't know if anything really has gotten any better in that sense.
Oh, no, I meant prior to the recent cuts.
Oh, prior to this.
It's like, what was the arc before that? Because, I don't see how America survives unless there's some impeachment happening soon. And I think he might be losing enough Republicans for it to happen, but I wouldn't count on it. Sorry.
I think the big thing is what's happening is there's trying to be a reshift of things. So a lot of people have been on the more conservative side. It's called education savings accounts or school vouchers. And there's a few states that are using that, and they're broadcasting it as school choice and giving parents a choice of the school. But what they don't understand is it's still using public funds for them to go to a school that's either like a private school, they get to choose which school to go to. But in that, private schools don't have to implement the services that are within their IEP, which is like the disability checklist, basically. Like if my student has dyslexia, then they'll have access to this, they'll have access to audiobooks, all of those things that they need to be successful in the education setting. But if they go to a private schools don't have to implement that. So now students don't have access to the resources that they need. So, but that they're trying to sell that's a good thing because parents now have choice of what school to go to. I'm like, but you're reducing their access. So just how they're selling it.
It appears everything that they're saying that they were just giving it back to states' rights, then they do something else How do you manage the conversations with the kids? How do you talk them through this moment that must be so impossible?
I'm very open with my students. I've built rapport with them throughout the years of working with them. And a lot of them are older kids, since my population are those more behavior kids, the kids that are in juvenile hall. So they are a little bit older and they have seen more of the world. and they have an opinion on it as well. And so then when they have an opinion, I'll bring up an article and discuss it with them. And I'll bring it down to their Lexile level, so that we can make sure that they're understanding the information. I'll explain vocabulary to them, but I speak to them as is what's going on in the world, and I'll explain it to them. I keep my opinion out of it when I'm explaining, like, this is the fact, this is what it's showing here, this is what the law previously was, this is what the law they're trying to make. And I allow them to make their own decision, and I don't tell them that they're right or wrong in their decision. I just explain them the facts, tell them what it is, and then they can make their own decision going forth. But I do have some kids who have graduated throughout the years, and they'll call back one of my assistants and say, every election, he calls one of my assistants and is like, hey, did you watch the election? Did you watch the primary? Did you like, and he'll follow up with her. And he's graduated like 3 years ago. So like keeping that rapport and that open conversation with them, they're more respectful and they're more reciprocal to that, like hearing that instead of just going forth with one comment.
Yeah, I will break up the I was going to say DEI cuts, the every cuts, for a second, because if nothing else, you need a break. Let's talk a bit about your partnership with the Owl. How did that come about? What has that given you guys?
I was reached out to on behalf of one of our other SLPs who used to work for them. So I haven't actually worked with them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They were like, hey, they're reaching out to try to find an SLP to see if there's anyone about like the changes out here. But she used to work with the Owl. And so then she moved over here.
It's amazing, the Owls network. I'm just discovering how vast it is. In that case, let's talk a bit about how does the kind of make a plan with someone you've just started working with go, and kind of what are some of the things you've managed to achieve with speech therapy?
So I think it depends on the field. When I was in early intervention, it was as simple as saying yes or saying hi, you know, like when the students are not, or the clients are not speaking, and then they're able to like vocalize anything. So they can be as little as that, using a communication device. I had a parent in the school. This student has been in the system for a while, had special education for years, and never knew that she could get a communication device through the school. And I just proposed it one day. I didn't even work with the student. I was filling in for another SLP for the meeting because it was a last minute meeting. And she was like, can you fill in? And I was like, yeah, I'm available. And I went and I was like, I don't know this student, but have you guys tried a communication device? And they were like, well, we tried it, but the school wouldn't let us like take it home. And I was like, I think we should do an evaluation for this. And mom started crying. So just making sure that they have access to information, knowing their rights is like a big thing. Like they're given a pamphlet, and I think it's like 19 pages. And at every meeting, they're just given it and said, do you have any questions? They didn't read this. You think they read this? How are they supposed to know what their rights are? So that's kind of like what my company does, is break down the rights so that they can know, like, hey, this is what this is in here, and this is what it actually means. If you need this, then you'll have access to that. That's in your rights. So that's kind of what my company does, because throughout the years, I've just seen so many people not have understanding of what they have. But speech can be, like when I was in the hospital setting, being able to eat again, opposed to not able to eat, or being on like a thick liquid or like a pureed food. So it just depends across the field on which setting you're in to see the different gains that you can see.
And are there any kind of like what are some of the tools you use? And have there been any cases where you've had to really kind of think outside the box and create something sort of more bespoke for someone?
I was actually with one of my assistants earlier today, and she was like, hey, look, I found your song. And it was a song that I made when I was in grad school. One of my students was on the spectrum, and everything that he would take in had to be based on music. So we were learning articulation, so how to say the L sound. So I made a song about, and it was like to the Hokey Pokey theme, like on how to get your tongue up and produce a sound. And we did it at syllable level. That song still sticks in my head. And, but like, it was interesting to see something from 10 plus years ago, and she's using it in therapy. So that's really interesting. I think for every student though, and every client across the field, you'll have to kind of think outside the box, because we have evidence-based practices, but how you use that in the session depends on their response. So if they aren't responding, there's no engagement there, you'll adjust that to get to have them engage. Or if their articulators, like their tongue isn't raising and maybe they're raising their head back at the same time, you become like, sometimes you're laying on the floor trying to get their tongue to go back. Sometimes you're putting like a fruit roll up to the top of their mouth so that they can get the stickiness up there. So it just depends. We've come up with a lot of different things. Dental floss to get the R position. Like, there's so many creators out there, so many SLPs that are coming up with so many great tools on how to get the sounds or how to get certain voice techniques and different social skills. But I think just more awareness and spreading that is really great for all the new people and all the people that have been in the field for a long time to continue to have that diverse therapy materials.
That's amazing. And like you spoke about kind of spreading these kind of techniques around, like how do you keep in touch and like build those networks?
So we have ASHA, which is like the national board for our licensure. And so I'll go to ASHA, the conference every year. I'll go to the state ones that we have for all my licensures, and then also keep up with the different people that I graduated with, make different connections in the field when I'm at those different events. And then also social media and just like reaching out and being like, hey, do you know any of this? So a lot of the like creators are now presenting at these conferences. So that's something that's really good to see and be able to connect with them in person.
And I know it's, we've talked a bit about the kind of current climate, but kind of always with charities and with people who work with people, it's funding issues is always seems to be looming. What have you done the past to kind of keep things going and to make things work? And is there anything you can apply from that in this moment at the moment?
So funding is always, like you said, going to be an issue. I work in the public schools. So again, that goes back to that funding with like Department of Ed and making sure that all of that's there. But a really big thing, a lot of people don't know that there are different grants, especially like for communication devices. There's a whole system for grants that you can work with your SLPs to get that done, the different companies that have that. For people that have had strokes, adults, it's still there for them as well. So they can do different voice banking. So if someone is diagnosed with ALS and they end up losing their voice because of the muscle production, they use a communication device. If their diagnosis is early in, then they can bank their voice. And so it does cost a pretty penny. There are some companies that you can find online that will help with that, provide a grant or like partial grants or guide you towards different free materials that you can use in order to voice bank and get access to that kind of technology. But there's a lot of different fundraisers like autism walks, ALS walks, all of those different fundraising things. The providers in the field are aware of grants, but then there's some providers that don't know about the grants. So I think it's just, again, continuing to share that, reaching out to different people. There's a lot of different Facebook groups for speech providers, and then for also families that have students with disabilities, or and they can ask them like, hey, does anyone know any grants? Does anyone know any way that I could get this? There's different loaner devices that companies also give as well, whether it's like a walker or if it's a communication device, anything like that, that there's different companies that have loaner devices until you get the one from the company, because sometimes they have to like custom make them or the funding isn't in, and they'll give you loaners as well.
Yeah. And I think it's wonderful, kind of those services for people who are struggling. Obviously, kind of companies, charities, what have you, need to kind of do forward planning, and you still have to do that despite everything happening around you. What does that look like at the moment? That must be just like, oh, today, okay, that's happened, right? Okay, let's rewrite it all over again. How do you keep up?
I will say I don't. Even with my my social media, it's so hard for me, like working my jobs and running my company and going to law school, to keep up with making sure that I'm getting all of that information out to everyone, because today there's this change. Oh, let me make sure I get out that information. I don't. We just need to give everyone the grace that is trying to help everyone out there and stay focused. Like, yes, there's bad things that are happening. There's people that are trying to take away rights. There's people that are trying to take other people's lives. You know, those things that you can continue to. I heard someone earlier here on the podcast say that they don't watch the news. Same.
Yeah.
I can't. So, I do what works for you and make sure that you stay with the focus in mind, because for me, it's the kids that I need to have a safe space. So if I were to continue to get mad every day and show up to work mad and spew that anger onto the children that are just trying to come to school, like, I can't do that. To the students that are coming to me trying to tell me, like, hey, I'm having a really hard time with my schoolwork. I don't think I'm going to pass. Okay, cool. Let's work and see what we can work on that is going to help you. Do you need someone to read this to you? Is that better? What is it that you're struggling with? I can't come in there and have all of my personal problems of the world and what all the changes are, know that they're going to be impacted. We have to protect them, and that's what our job is to do at this time, is to protect them. And so as adults, we grew up, we decided to take that challenge on. That's our job, is to protect the littles and continue to do that. And that is protecting their emotional health and mental health as well. So we do what we can and stay focused on that. And the ultimate goal, like I said, there are days that I'm like, I took a test today, and I was like, I don't want to take a test on a Saturday. And I was like, nope. In 4 years, you'll get this. You'll be done. So I'm like trying to stay focused, because I'm like, I have a career already. I don't need to do this. And I'm like, no, but I need to do this for everyone else that's coming ahead and all of the changes. If this is what we're seeing right now, what is it going to be through the next 4 years? We barely started with him, and he's already trying to make so many changes.
Yeah, and on a more kind of practical sort of day-to-day level, where you plan for kind of the future of which clients you're going to work with, all this stuff, how's that planning going? Is that still able to go ahead, or is it the funding so uncertain you have to kind of take it day by day? How do you manage that?
I'm in California, so each state has their own Department of Education, and California's Department of Education is more strict on their funding. So thankfully, I live in California and I'm providing services to students in California. So the students will still have their services here. However, just outside of the schools with the early intervention skills, like, that is impacted, because there are students that aren't going to get their services because of the funding shortages or cutting of fundings. So they're not going to get that. So the people who work in that early intervention are either losing their jobs, losing their clinics, or the students aren't getting services. There were Head Start programs that were shut down from 1 week to the next. So they were preparing the parents and families, like, hey, heads up, we won't have services starting next week. So there were some people that were able to stay open because it was pushed out a few months in advance and a few months ahead. But there were some companies that just couldn't keep up with the uncertainty of that. So, and then in the nursing homes, again, the services there are being cut, and people's jobs, they lost their jobs. So I am fortunate to be in a school setting where California does have a great education platform here, and the students are a bit more protected than other states, but in other states there are definitely impacts. So I'm still able to see my students every day and still show up and make sure that my staff has someone to see.
Yeah, and along the lines of some of those more nuisance laws about kind of stopping kids from using fidget toys and banning face mask coverings, which some people need for their health. Has any of that impacted any of your students so far, or have you been lucky with that?
Not my students per se, but being from Texas, I have a lot of people on my social media who their kids are in the schools there. One of the people that come to mind, her daughter has dyslexia and she's in Texas and she's not getting access to the skills that she needs. I messaged her and she's like, is there anybody that can help me make sure that my daughter's IEP is being implemented? And I'm like, I'm here. So like I'm seeing those struggles over there. I have another person in Texas that her daughter has a learning disability and she is struggling to get that. So I don't see it here in California with my friends or my students per se as much as I see it in Texas and in other conservative states.
Yeah. And to talk about something a little bit more positive, your kind of diagnosis with autism, what kind of led you on that journey to look into it yourself? Because it's like, I had a teacher earlier, a friend of mine who's a teacher, saying it's like, God, I never thought to get tested until my daughter was, but it is so amazing what masking does so you don't even recognize traits in yourself. Because God knows I should have figured out I had ADHD, at least I can talk, but yeah, I had no idea there was like some autistic traits, which I know I'm waiting testing for that. I find that fascinating. How was that for you?
So I grew up as always the mean one. I went through a lot of trauma, and everyone, when they were like, hey, we need someone to be mean to these people, it was me. I was always known to be like the one that solved things, the more stern one, the blunt one. Like that's how people would describe me. My best friend even said, hey, when I introduce you to my friends, I have to tell them, like, kind of give them a warning label to you. And so I was just like, whatever, that's just me. I've always been me. And my family is aware of that as well. And everyone's just been like, well, that's just Ella. And so, but it has impacted jobs throughout the years. And I've just never like seen a lot of eye to eye, but I camouflage very well. And lately it's impacted me in social settings, and I've been getting a lot more like burnout, a lot more sensory overload, and I just can't handle it anymore. I think there's just too much on my plate. And my best friend got she's known that she's had ADHD, and we kind of just like worked with the different strategies, and she would body double with me on the phone and all of that. And so she finally got her diagnosis. And then as I was having impacts with social interactions and getting kicked out of like social groups, I had a classroom. They were like, you asked too many questions. And I'm like, I'm trying to understand. I paid for this class. So I got told I couldn't ask any more questions. And I was like, something's got to give. Like, I'm trying to understand this. I've always thought my brain was, a lot of it was trauma. And I blamed all of it on trauma. When I was going through my assessment, she was like, that's not trauma. You feel safe. That's not trauma. That's the rigidity. That is because of how you're looking at things. So my past relationships came up in this assessment, and how people would take advantage of me because I would miss those social cues. And I didn't think anything like that. I thought it was, well, I was looking for that relationship, or I was looking for these things. And I was just passing a lot of things off that weren't what I was thinking that they were, and they weren't actually like that. So it was very enlightening at first when I was like, oh, okay. And I would tell people, and it was like, oh, that makes sense. And then I also got a lot of you don't have autism, you speak very well. You don't have autism, you know how to read. You don't have, and so then like a lot of it came back, and I was just like, what was the point in me like saying this? What was the point in me like getting this, spending the money, doing all of this? But I mean, it's been a lot of struggle for me to like really like step into those shoes and kind of take off that mask. But I'm trying to get through it. I'm trying to figure it out and start to be me. I think the one that's very safe is my grandma was like, so what does this mean? And my grandma was very present when I was growing up, and she was like, I was like, nothing for you because you've already accepted that this is how I am. And she was like, oh, okay. So, and my grandma's very old school, you know, like she's not as in tune and with all of the things that are going on in the world and everything of how everyone sees it. But like for her to be like, so what does this mean for you? Like, what am I supposed to do? And like, I was like, nothing, you've already accepted me. So that was really good. My friends, my two closest friends are very supportive of it and were very active in the assessment. Actually, my best friend was present in the assessment as my person to give out information. We've been friends for 10 years now. So she gave a lot of information, and she's an SLP as well. So she was very aware of the different challenges that I have and how I come off. And my intent of message is not what I think it is.
Oh yeah, I'm familiar. Just the amount of, in fact, I actually managed to get an admin from an autistic parents group to block me. And I was saying about today, and I said, oh, good. Like I want to check because I don't want to break any rules. And there's no self-publicity or like something, you know, self-promotion. And there's a bit of a difference to different groups how they interpret that. So if this is a charity event, it's not, I'm on the poster, but it's not really self-promotion, it's about the charity or that. Yeah. And so I asked, and she goes, oh, thank you very much for asking, but no, we don't accept like this because we see that as self-promotion. Oh yeah, thanks. It's just, you know, I like to check. It's a shame because there's so many experts coming on here, someone talking about with you know, families and neurodiversity. It'd be great to share. I said, if I cut them up later, because I cut them into hour chunks and put them out there, would that be okay? I just want to check, like it would still have the stuff for the fundraiser and everything on there, so the link and all that. She goes, we do, like, and when I saw this, I was already kind of blocked by her. It goes, we do not do self-promotion or thing. This is meant to be a parents autism group. It's like, how did I ask too many questions for this group? Like, and really, it was about 2 or 3 questions. It's like, I'm just trying to really understand the rules and oh, wouldn't you know, I'm going to kick the tires over the rules because, you know, I'm neurodiverse.
The class that I was taking was special education legal advocacy. And I'm like, wouldn't all of these people get it? Like, yeah. No, they didn't. So, yep. Same population as well. Didn't get it either. They're advocating for people that are neurodiverse and wasn't accepting of it. So yeah.
Well, this has been an absolutely wonderful conversation. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. I'm in a minute going to just take a little break before the end of the stream.
I can't believe you're up still doing this. It is so late over there.
Yeah, that's 10 towards 2 o'clock. So yeah, that'll be the halfway point. But thank you very much. What I have been asking to end these conversations is how do you personally think differently?
Ooh, I heard the last people say that they don't judge. I do. I think differently by... How do I think differently? I think differently... This is such a hard question, which it shouldn't be.
Well, you see, yeah, see, this the autistic mind treating as homework. I better give the correct answer because, like, I didn't get a retake on this, and later on I'll think of a better answer.
I know, and I'm like, oh, I know a different one. I think differently by worldly experiences.
I genuinely think it's because you go where you need to help people. You're not just like I'm helping people loads on this. This is like, that would be good enough for most people. You're there going, saying, no, I'm going to learn the law so I can help them further in this way. I think that's one of the strengths I'm picking up on. Just thank you so much for doing the work out there. Even though you are part of the team, you didn't know you were when you started this. And just someone who just wants to reach out and help people like that, I find amazing. So thank you for everything you're doing, and stay safe, keep fighting, and hope you guys will be okay.
Thank you. Have a good one. Thank you for all your help as well.
Thank you. Take care. So that's the end of another hour. I've had some lovely comments. Keep going, Squee. Thank you very much, Madam Misfit. Just check in. And the Dark Rooms, John Robinson, keep doing great. Keep going. Guys, we are going to now play another one of our videos. So please do keep giving everything you can, anyone who's watching. We're now going to go to, me, Paul G, and Will Wilkins. We played a few rounds of something we're calling Random Chat. We don't know what's coming out of the random selector from Paul G. That's me and Will don't. And then we just discuss whatever kind of topics may come up. So if I can just get the video ready. Brill. This is Random Chat. I believe this is round 2 of Random Chat. Hopefully coming up.
Right, next question then, guys. So, which sci-fi universe would you not survive in for one day?
I mean, most of them has to be the honest answer.
Yeah,
I mean, the one I've been watching recently, which just not 5 minutes. I mean, and it's probably the same for The Walking Dead, but The Last of Us. I mean, those things are bad at. Like, they're not exactly slow walking zombies, and even they're not even the fast zombies. I wouldn't mess with them. I've never played the game, but whenever I watch that, I go, I'd be dead. Like that. What started off as a little girl, I know she's an adult now, but what started off as a little girl, she'd be fine and I would be toast in no time. So whatever people say about little girls, stop saying it. Like, have you seen her? She's badass.
Oh, okay. Well, me sort of think. I think basically anything in the Predator universe. I mean, to be honest, my fitness levels would make Danny Glover look like a supreme athlete, sort of thing. So the chances of me outrunning, dodging, climbing, anything at all, would be within a matter of seconds. I'd just be a spine. It would be as simple as that. So.
Realistically speaking, I think the only problem with this question is that I really don't feel I would be fit for any of them as well. Like, even if I think of something as simple as the Blade Runner universe, I'm like, I would probably be one of those unfortunate people that handled my car wrong and it flipped over and I fell out to the ground or anything. In other words, it's nice to hear that none of us fashion ourselves as the hero of the universe. We're the guy in the background with a broom, just hoping everything get by. Yeah. But I've always thought, though, if we did want to enter, where would my greatest potential success be in surviving? And that's if it were a zombie apocalypse. I would hope and pray that I would be able to hole up in Disneyland, because at least it's got fortified fences here in the States, fortified fences, a potential ample food supply stored somewhere, and hidden tunnels that I could hide away from. So, those are the things I would kind of hope for in that situation.
The best thing is, it's when you think realistically about any of the ones you fantasized about being part of as a kid, like they're still your favorite shows. So there's still that thing in the back of your mind. It's like, it'd be great to be the doctor's assistant or, companion, or be the doctor, and then you think for 1 minute about the reality of that. It's like, no, that Dalek would have got me. Just first thing I stepped out of the TARDIS, I would just gone, doctor's going, it's like, mind that. And I'm already like just in the crosshairs and dead. It's just,
guys. Right. So, which fictional language would you like to speak and why?
Okay. Will you take this one first?
Oh, wow. So that's going to be a toss-up between Dothraki from the Game of Thrones world, only because it sounds so brutal. And at which point then I would probably also have to say Klingon, because again, it's a very forceful language, right? So like you combine my deep voice with this, and if it were a science fiction world I'm trying to survive in, perhaps my projection and my presence would be able to carry me to safety in that regard. But you know, like and the only thing I speak of Klingon just comes from Star Trek 3 because we heard it so much that, and Kirk repeated it with like Molts Cho Ichu, which apparently means beam me up. So that's a good command to know. But I think those two, because they well, yeah, because at least it applies to something from my youth as well that I absolutely loved and adored. You know, I have no care of speaking Elvish from the Lord of the Rings or anything else. So I would definitely have to go with Klingon. It's probably the nerdiest thing I could say, but yeah.
Oh no, I've got to jump in on that one because Klingon's going to be my answer. Not only is it an actual full language, if you watch the extras from Star Trek 3, and I know you all have, but there's a feature just on the language, which, you know, they were coming up with the language for that film. That was the first time it was made into a whole dictionary. And the guy who came up with it, he was like writing on the fly. And when they got it wrong, he would rewrite rules. So he explained this in the extras. He was going, it's like, so basically, if they dropped a word which said, there was a number, like when he goes like, one of you is dead, you choose which. They didn't say one, so he determined in the language it meant if you don't specify a number, it's one. So it's that kind of thing which naturally happens in languages. And he told this wonderful story about Christopher Lloyd. Apparently, like at the end of this take, the director was really happy and go cut, and he looked despondent, his like head in his hands, and he goes, "Oh, Chris, what's wrong? That was great." And he goes, oh, I messed up the Klingon, and he was just really. And another one very quickly, the guy also, he called cut on one because he was told, it's like, hey, look, you're in charge of the language. You're just as important here as anyone else. And he goes, no, sorry, cut. Sorry, they made a mistake on the Klingon one. And he learned very quickly, no matter what they said, he was not meant to do that. And it was basically platitudes. And he learned that it was like, yeah, I'll just keep stum from now on.
Yeah, well, I'm afraid I must complete this sort of like this trinity and also say Klingon. That was going to be my choice, sort of thing. It was, you know, the opportunity to order a latte with a shot of vanilla, sort of thing, in Klingon, sort of thing. It's an opportunity you couldn't miss, sort of thing. You know, it would sound so passive aggressive, sort of things that you'd. You know, you just couldn't turn it down, could you?
No, and like Squee said, you know, realistically, it's a language that we all consider and perceive because we've always heard it's a complete language. So why wouldn't we do it? And it's so, I mean, like I remember, I can't remember the film, but there was even a movie where the heroes speak Klingon, so everyone else doesn't know what they're saying. You know what I mean? So it's. Yeah, it really is something that's ingrained itself within the culture.
I think the only one I'll mention while Paul's bringing up the next question is that I think Time Lord would be cool because I feel like if you said the right combination of Time Lord words, you'd be able to like manipulate time or something. Like I feel like that's a language which is so ancient, like ancient High Gallifreyan, the one which has got magic powers to it.
These words, they're High Gallifreyan.
Yeah,
Sorry.
which is, it's Greek in the Five Doctors, which is what I love. It's just Greek symbols.
And what does it say? Hello, sweetie.
Yes, exactly.
If you watch the Five Doctors, it's just got the pi symbol and other Greek letters. It's just Greek. I was waiting for them to say it's like, oh, well, you know, the Time Lords gave that language to the Greeks.
Fair enough. Once again, you're writing the lore for them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll write the episode. RTD's given up on doing it.
Right, lads. So, time travel. You can change one event in a movie or game. What would it be?
Okay, Paul, I reckon you should lead on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll go with it. Okay, I'd quite like in Aliens, I would have liked Hudson to survive. So, I'd like to see Bill Paxton make it to the end, sort of thing. That would be the one thing I'd go back and change, sort of thing. I think he disappeared too soon in that movie to a certain extent. So, but I don't know how he'd have been at the end. But I would have liked to have saved him. It wouldn't have been game over. So,
you see, you would have screwed up that line.
Yeah.
Well.
I would take out the rat from the beginning of Avengers Endgame. So that way the movie was only 10 minutes and we wouldn't have gotten all of these terrible movies in the subsequent phases.
The one which instantly springs to mind is only because the recent sequels come out. It's Final Fantasy, Final Destination. Sorry. In one of the movies, I think it's one of the earlier ones. I couldn't tell you which one of it is. There's this bit where they've just spent the whole movie avoiding death. Like death is stalking you. You have to be on your game at all times. Anything could turn into a death trap. They've made it through a whole film. And the guy runs out and there's this sign which has become loose and it swings and he steps out right to where it was a second ago and seems to have forgotten that gravity exists. After just defeating death for 2 hours, fuck off. I'm pardon my language. It's like, sorry, I just told you about language. But it's like it swung up. What do you think it was going to do? Just stay in midair? Do you think death was going to catch you on that one for some reason? It's so annoying.
Have you never heard of a pendulum?
That one. Every time I see a Final Destination film, it's all I can think of because it's so enraging. It's just so dumb when the whole thing's about avoiding death.
I like that you guys come up with good things, and I'm like, I'm going to pick something that just sabotages the whole thing. It's like if I said, oh, well, yeah, Back to the Future, Marty oversleeps and doesn't go see Doc Brown.
I mean, did I come up with something good or just something which is sure to piss off any neurodivergent person? It's on theme for the day, I'll give you that, but it's a little petty in some ways. But like, I'm sure there's a lot of people watching who will feel my pain. That's what I'm going to say. That was the random chat for the moment. We're still just at the moment waiting for Nana visitor. Hopefully she's going to be with us soon. Just going to disconnect a few things. So guys, I hope you're all well wherever you are in the world. I hope you're enjoying the broadcast so far. We're on the second stream of 3. We're getting there by inches. And I'm just going to try and look and check a few things to check I haven't got any messages. Sorry about this, guys. We will be back to normal viewing, I'm sure, very soon. This is a problem. When I've got no one to talk to, I can't. It's harder to multitask. Thank you very much for all your comments and everything you've contributed to the day so far, guys. It's been a really great event. I'm just checking through to see if I had anything from Nana. Okay, so I can see a link which was sent. That's a good start. Yeah, everything looks all right. Okay, so hopefully we're going to have Nana soon. I'll tell you what, it's a little late night treat. I'm just going to see if it's ready to go yet. Sorry about this, guys. Again, it's trying to do many things at once. So my computer complaining it's running out of space because of all the stuff I put on it recently. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do, guys. We are in the process of just downloading. Is it complete? It is. Right. So I played previously the video for our song Think Different. The thing which wasn't quite ready when we got going was there was these little skits which the good people at Pop-Up Puppet Cinema were good enough to record some extra bits which have now been added to the video. So please enjoy the I guess the world premiere of the extra bits on the video for Think Different, which, if I can just stall for 1 second, I'm going to play any second. Where is it gone? Oh, sorry, guys. I'm kneeling in the haystack when I'm tired. Think Different song. Okay, my brain may have melted. There it is. Okay, guys, we'll be back with you in a few minutes.
Hello, Doc Squee, come in. Can you hear me, Doc Squee?
Did you get him?
I'm trying, Marty, I'm trying.
Hello, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just about to start Squeefest.
Doc Squee, you gotta listen to us. It's important.
Oh no. Is it about the future, Doc?
Hello. No, not you, future me. Future Squee. Fair enough.
Doc, you gotta warn him, Doc.
Guys, look, you're frightening me. What is it? What happens?
Does he still have a face?
What? I lose my face?
I think so, Marty. It's difficult to say.
Hey!
No. You look good for your age.
The iron one.
Hey, look!
Sorry, we've come to warn you about the show.
Oh no, not another nip slip. Sylvester McCoy still won't take my calls after the last one.
This is about Squeefest, not your OnlyFans.
I don't have an OnlyFans anymore, and Sylvester McCoy certainly doesn't.
Well, he should have.
I bet Tennant's on there.
Oh, you know it.
Look, guys, can we please get back to the script?
There's a script.
Why are we doing this again?
It's for a good cause, Marty.
Neurodiversity.
No, to get Squee to leave us alone.
What about the warning?
It's about the show.
What about it?
You mistakenly take a call from some idiots and it delays the beginning of the stream.
We did the math. Don't take any calls from random idiots just as your show's about to start.
That's right, Marty.
Guys, did you ever think you might be the idiots?
Oh, now that's thinking different.
Oh, look at the time. I'm late for school.
Right, well, if that's it, I do have a stream to run here.
Wait. There's one more thing.
What is it?
What's good looking and hangs up?
Oh, I don't know. What's good looking? Think different.
I'm new to the club and it ain't easy. The journey I've made's taken a different way, and I've ended up here, just gotta spend my days growing in ways, blending the haze, fitting the quitting, accepting the change, to embrace a new norm, fit a new form. But sometimes when I cry, my brain feels worn out, and I shout and I shout and I let it all out of my brain. So much pain and it's drowning me out. No control and no hold, and I cannot climb up. And I cry and I cry and I don't know why. Being ignored and ignored, no matter how hard I try to show my way up. But enough is enough. Support and love. Think different, think differently. The world's a very different place for you and me. Think different, think differently. And time to celebrate neurodiversity. Different, think differently. The world's a very different place for you and me. Think different, think differently. And time to celebrate neurodiversity.
Hey yo, full disclosure, I was a bit of a loner. The weird one, the odd one. He's probably just a stoner. Reality flex, should I get my sanity checked? Cause if I say what I'm thinking, then I'm probably gonna get decked. I try to fit in, man, you gotta believe me. But other human beings give me the heebie-jeebies. May I introduce, please? It's your boy, Matt Lees. Can only be what I be, so you can take me or leave me.
I think so far out the box, I can't even see the box. I'll make the box into a hat. Maybe I will be the box. I used to feel like what I wanted wasn't real and I should stop. Then I rearranged it all to fit round me, now I'm on top. It was quite a shock at first, but honestly, I'm cock-a-hoop. Drop these verses about beauty, diversity and truth, and my tribe is all of you. Now we ride to somewhere new. All I ask is you keep smiling, it gets better, I'm the proof.
Think different, think differently. The world's a very different place for you and me. Think different, think differently. And time to celebrate neurodiversity. Different, think differently. The world's a very different place for you and me. Think different, think differently. And time to celebrate neurodiversity. Different, think differently. The world's a very different place for you and me.
Welcome to my show. This is me, Dr. Squee. On podcasts, interviews, and laughs. That's always been my territory. But sages are calling. Nights are supposed to be boring. Gotta tell a new story. Dyslexic, hectic, with ADHD. But it's just me after diagnosis of painful process. And I reviewed my past, so last I come out in front. Now I choose to think different and appeal to you. If I'm not real to you, or the neurodivergency, Dr. Squee energy, I've got a deal for you. Let me reveal to you. Refuse to see the real me and make me see through. We've got to stick together, respect me and I'll respect you. So from Squee and the crew, if you please, from Froth, Misfit, me and Mr. Lee's, please think differently.
In today's story, we met some people who saw the world a little differently, and that's okay. You know, we all think in our own way. Some people learn fast, some take their time, some are great with numbers, others with pictures or words. That's called neurodiversity. It means our brains work in different ways. What matters most is being kind, patient, and understanding, because everyone has something special to offer. So remember, being different doesn't mean being wrong. It just means you're you, and that's a pretty powerful thing, because when you think different, you might solve problems in ways no one else can. Until next time.
So, guys, that is the full version of the Think Different video. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm really proud of that. I can't believe I just willed the song into existence with a lot of help from a lot of friends. It's just amazing. Hope everyone's having a wonderful time. Random, but I just want to give a shout out to my friend Jack Taylor. He did the posters and the look of Squeefest this time. What's been so special about this Squeefest, as well as getting all these wonderful experts, is that it's been more Team Squeefest. Like in the past, it's basically been me as a one-man band. Some people helping a little bit behind the scenes. But just the size and scale Squeefest has got up to is ever surprising to me, and I'm so thankful to the Owl to get involved with it this year. I'm just going to have a look to see if we've got any more on a total. I think it might still be 120, but let's have a look. Yeah, we're still at the 120 mark. Still plenty of time, though. Please do keep giving whatever you can. What I'm going to do is we've got a little bit left. I was playing earlier the Autism Family Godmother interview, which I did in advance of Squeefest. I'm just going to play the end of that. I believe it should still be in place.
And when we're thinking about neurodivergent individuals, you know, again, you're not thinking about just isolated events, but having to navigate the school system, for example, every day, having to endure so sensory overwhelm every day, you know, depending on who that individual is. And with that, I mean, my first thing would be of thinking about safety, of course. So, you know, if the child's safe and you're safe, and if that is the case, again, just really stripping it back and just to think about how you as a parent, for example, can show up the best you can with understanding and compassion. And that is by you being able to co-regulate. And when we're thinking about regulation, that's not just saying, you know, through gritted teeth, it's okay, it's fine, it's going to be okay, but really understanding how much your body is talking to your brain and vice versa, and how for someone to be able to feel that connection and safety and in turn be able to calm and regulate, that you've got a lot of work to do yourselves. And I think that's so important as well, that once you feel closest to optimal level and you feel regulated, whatever is going on in front of you is almost more manageable. It's more doable. Whereas without that, and isolating that or forgetting that or denying yourself of that, it's going to be that cyclical structure of just not knowing what to do. And of course, something like, you know, complaining about it, absolutely, I completely understand. Why wouldn't you? Again, this is a child after all, you know, take diagnosis or not.
Well, if you don't have knowledge of the some of the ins and outs of some of the ways in which autism manifests,
yes,
I can understand if you've seen your child just attacking an animal or then going for you and like acting in a manner which is so unsafe and just saying, well, because I can. I understand how someone might mistaken that for a sociopathy, whatever, you know, it's like, I get it, but it's about like, I think just somehow them understanding that these things which may look like this might not be that. Like if you've got a child who's diagnosed with autism, they might be in unsafe behaviors for themselves and others, but it doesn't mean that they're cruel at heart.
That's right. And there are certain like stimulatory, things that they will want to engage in and so on. I think, again, it's about that understanding and that compassion of knowing that, you know, there are differences within so many people, whether it's pica, whether it's picking skin and so on. There's so many different things that can be involved and not involved. And therefore, even when you're thinking about the community, there are going to be, you know, even that chatter amongst them of, oh, wow, you know, I haven't experienced that before, or my child used to do this and it didn't, and now it doesn't do this. But again, it's just about, that talking and gaining that knowledge and understanding. But I will say for the teams around, it's really important that they're taking care of themselves. And, you know, I am definitely one to understand, and there is definitely a need of strategies, but my whole approach is understanding the why. You know, I'm not going to just say to you, you know, breathe in for a count of 5, breathe out. Wonderful strategy, not to minimize that, but I want you to understand why that's happening. And the reason why I'd probably explain on something like that is for you to be able to go back into that room and see quite shocking, you know, behavior responses, things that really make you feel upset, sad, at despair. You know, your nervous system needs to feel a little bit more regulated. That's so important. And before you go to the breathing, you need to understand that.
We're going to have another conversation another time because half an hour just isn't long enough. I unfortunately do have to run off soon.
Yeah.
Because when we're recording this, I've got a audition for a play tonight, as it happens.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
Yeah, I honestly, I really want this. I hope everyone sees what's happening with Squeefest and the fact that I've got a song along with it, and that we're talking to experts such as yourself. And I hope people just take away from this what autistic people, what people with ADHD, what people who are dyslexic, along with the other neurodiversities I don't share with people, what we can do. I just really wanted, because it's funny that I think what's allowed this to be as big this year is because being on medication and understanding myself a lot better. It was so difficult when my son was growing up and neither of us knew about neurodiversity. I now see that as something which pulled us together as well, was pushing us apart at times. It's like the magnet. It's like you just get the wrong way around in the repel.
Yes, definitely.
And I just want to thank you for everything you're doing for families out there, because I know what it's like to be in the middle of it. My stepdaughter from when I was married is also now kind of looking into, she believes she's got autism and ADHD, which I believe she's got a lot of kind of reason to think that, but because she was quieter, it's more difficult. Sorry, I'm trying to now get through everything in a very kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think the more knowledge that people like you are putting out there, the better it is for everyone. And I think people around just don't understand that it's like, if you actually help someone, you'll be amazed what you get out of them, as opposed to pretending the problem doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's right. And it's all about working with people and not doing things to anyone. That's the whole thing. You know, I'm very very aware that the kind of approach I take isn't just to sit in a room with someone and to therapize. I always think, what is there to therapize? That's not the point. It's about, you know, pushing out their wonderful stories, talking to the community, showing up for them, advocating, and offering services that I do truly believe in. I believe in my why, and, you know, thinking about how it can be accessible, neuroaffirming, and just up to date, current is so important. But what you're doing, the Squeefest, and, you know, it's just wonderful, really wonderful stuff. So I'm really happy we got to chat.
Me too. Thank you so much. And as I say, we'll do this again soon. Okay.
Yes, of course. Okay. Take care.
Take care. And that was Leslie Ann, who's the autistic family godmother. So far, we've had no luck getting hold of Nana. I hope she's all right. Yeah. Give me a second, guys. I think we're going to go to another video in a second. Essentially, with Squeefest, even though there's some people who couldn't join us on the day, there were a lot of people who did want to get involved. And one of the bits of video which I got was me and my friend Sarah. This is a very special one to me, actually. So Sarah was the first one to, well, no, actually, my mum was the first person to ever think I had ADHD, and she asked me to be tested, which the school denied testing to me. And but years later, when I was, so I think it would have been 43 at the time, it would be 45 when I got diagnosed. My friend Sarah, from one conversation, worked out that I had it, told me about it, and I always wanted to sort of talk to her about that and to record something, so this was a real pleasure to do. So it seemed important to me with Squeefest that it's not only other people's stories and where I'm asking other people to contribute. It felt really important for me, to be honest, and I can be happier with this conversation I had with Sarah, so I'm glad we get to share it as it happens. Hopefully Nana will be with us at some point. If so, we'll stop the video and I'll play it back later on in proceedings. But yeah, for now, here is the story of Sarah and Squee. Oh, if I can... for a second, then we'll go... My mistake, I tried to play it from my media player. Oh, and by the way, guys, my friend Sarah, she was feeling a little bit nervous about doing it. I said, right, we'll press record. I'll change the subject to something else, and then we'll just go into it. And when you're not expecting it, it'll be great. Yeah, basically, as soon as I did that, she started talking about it all. I had no fear she would be able to talk. But here it is, Sarah and Squee. And then we'll go into this stuff. Just don't worry about it, because then you're not worried about a record light going on.
I just want to do my best for you.
But that's it. You will, because you're helping me tell my story, basically. And if you don't mind talking a bit about yours, just because I think it's so relevant. Like the stage you're at as well is kind of relevant, I think, because I remember a lot of the time when I realized I had it, you were saying like stuff like about being grateful, and I understand that now because I'm in that grateful phase myself. But at the time it was really hard for me because like I was still dealing with the sort of trauma side of it, of like not knowing all these years, and the fact that sort of effed up my life for in a lot of places. So when you like, I as I say, it kind of makes sense to me now. But when you were in that grateful space and say, you should just be grateful, you should write a great gratitude diary, it was just, I couldn't hear it then. And so now,
more grateful than I am now. We've gone full circle.
Well, the thing was, you were probably about at the phase I was at. Was it like about 6 months you've been diagnosed? I think it was fairly recent, a year maybe.
No, longer than that now.
No, when we met, I mean.
Oh yeah, it's almost 3 years. I met you 3 years ago. So yeah, I had just been diagnosed. So
I think you were maybe I think maybe you were about 6 months in. I just recall because you were in this sort of, or maybe I've just positioned it like that because.
No, I think you're right. Your memory is really good. Well done.
Well, it's just because the reason why it kind of like sticks in my mind is because now when I was looking at it and I was just, I knew you'd been diagnosed for a while because I remember you saying that. And it's October to now, so a bit over 6 months for me. But that's when I hit the sort of like maybe about the 6 months is when I started feeling gratitude because I processed all the other stuff. But it's actually really helpful. I don't mean this as a backhanded compliment because you're wonderful, but it's like I now know to be really careful about how I speak about my gratitude to someone who's maybe just been diagnosed because they might not be ready to hear it now. And like,
that goes for everything. Not everyone wants your opinion.
Well, it's like, I mean, it's sort of like it's being careful that is your opinion, not like you should do this. Like I'm
solicited advice.
And some people won't be as nitpicky over the kind of wording, but to me that really felt like, I mean, what am I not being grateful enough? You know, it's like, and I know it was coming from a lovely place, but that was really, really helpful when I've got to this point. I'm careful of that now. So you learn. What's the phrase? Someone walked so you could run. Someone runs so the next person can fly. Something along those lines. So it's like because you got there before me, you helped me out with a lot of stuff, but I learned a few bits from like, oh, maybe I approach it this way, not that way. And that's part of that journey. Like no one's going to be perfect about how they talk about it or talk to someone else about it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, approaching someone that's got anxiety and depression and doesn't really know why, and they're kind of struggling in their own life, going, just be happy, is not going to work in quite a lot of situations.
I mean, it's like, I'm really careful with when I'm speaking to someone who's just been diagnosed or some like, well, there was a friend of mine who was basically they were going down the route of having some antidepressants and anti-anxiety meds. Apparently they've really worked for her, but I found myself saying a couple of times, then I had to stop myself because like, right, you said it twice. If she doesn't want to, that's fine. I was saying it's like, well, you said that you think you've got ADHD. Like you might find that you don't need those tablets. And in fact, they're less helpful than getting the ADHD meds. They solved a lot of those problems for me. And a lot of people go on those meds and then it's later on they realize that, they actually weren't helping them. They were just making them more tired than anything. And it was actually like ADHD meds they needed. But like, if someone isn't ready to hear that, like, I just was like, right, okay, you're just going on at them now. Just stop it. Just like they've chosen a path. Maybe that'll work for them. You don't know because that was your
blockers rather than something that works alongside ADHD. So you're just blocking rather than working with what the problem, original cause of the problem is.
Yeah, because it's like for me, I was like, it's almost like someone going down that route because that was what kind of not hurt me as in physically, but it kind of hurt my journey, if you like, was going on anti-anxiety and antidepressant meds for years. Like I bounced around so many of them, and after I was off them, I wouldn't take one. Like I wouldn't go into the next one straight away because I had such a negative experience. I felt so tired. But then like 6 months later, when I just wanted something to change and something to help me out, I'd try another one. And it would be equally as just make me like a zombie. And I was like, well, what's the point in this? And it's like, now I know what I actually needed. I don't want someone else to go through the same, but you've given them the information, then it's their choice. I had to learn that, it's like, that's more difficult than if someone's saying that they don't want to go on meds at all. Because I get that. If you're doing okay and you just want to know if this is something you've got so you can educate yourself, I understand that. But now I know how bad and misused anti-anxiety and anti-depression drugs are. I don't want someone to go through that. So I have to stop trying to police someone else's journey.
Yeah, that person can also be self-medicating a lot and going, this is working for me, but then you're never your best self if that's what you're doing.
I mean, they seem perfectly fine. I mean, like, if those meds work out for them, great. I don't know if someone can have ADHD and need those types of meds. I've just never come across that before. Every example I've heard has been once they're diagnosed and they get on the proper meds, they don't need the other ones anymore. But it doesn't mean I've heard all the stories, shall we say.
Yeah, I've stopped taking my medication at the moment. Not for, I've still got it, but it's for, I use it for more challenging days when I know I need to go to a job interview or something. Because there are quite a lot of side effects with being medicated, where I found that I was kind of grinding my teeth and increased my insomnia a little bit. But when I need to read a book and I can just chomp through the whole thing. And now this year I've read 6 or 7 books where I hadn't read any books for my whole life pretty much. You know, I could count them on my hand, and now suddenly I'm like able to read, which is a real gift because I can actually relax with it as well because the anxiety is reduced. I can just sit there without feeling like I'm meant to be reading faster and a lot of self-hate while I'm doing it. I can just be at one. It's good.
No, it's funny you should say that because it's really made a lot of sense because I knew I was dyslexic, but it's like not like I can't read. So I wasn't sure why I struggled with reading so much. And when the ADHD part of it fell into place, it's like, oh yeah, so not only am I struggling with words because it's difficult and I'm getting distracted, it's like I've already got, and I find if something's more difficult, it's a barrier to getting into the book because like just sometimes with reading, I have to just be a bit more careful, reread sections. But I think more than half of that is actually ADHD more than dyslexia. But
100%.
Yeah, because it just didn't sort of make sense that my type of dyslexia was causing that. I knew I was a slow reader, but I don't even know if that's actually no, that probably is still true because I'm just trying to think now because it's like there have been times when I've been reading and someone else has gone through it and I'm still reading the thing. So I think I am still a slow reader, but it's like it didn't seem bad enough that alone would put me off books. But now it makes sense. Can I just ask you about the meds thing? Because that kind of fascinated me because, you know, you were previously, you'd have some days when you wouldn't take them, but you would take them most days. And it's like I found that just didn't work for me. Like what?
I can't say it's working for me, actually. I'm just not very organized. It's the morning routine that I need to have quite organized because you have to eat before you take the medication. So if my routine ends up being that I eat breakfast at 10:30, it's too late to take the tablets. So I've almost got too much ADHD to be organized enough to take it for the 9:30 slot. And I know that my insomnia is so bad that if I take it any later than that, I won't be able to sleep. So it's self-sabotaging me more than helping me. But when I'm organized, which I haven't been lately because there's been quite a lot of things happening in my life, I do take it regularly, and then I go swimming, I go to the gym, you know, I do classes like aquafit and stuff, which I wouldn't have the confidence to necessarily do without the medication because I'd talk myself out of it because I'm quite good at living in my head with disassociation, which is also why I think I wasn't very good at reading because I'd end up being so in my head, I'd read the same paragraph quite a few times. Then you take the medication, it makes you much more in the moment, rather than leaning towards living in the past or worrying about the future, which is why people with ADHD are more prone to depression and anxiety as a symptom.
Oh yeah, the amount of things like that I've discovered. So yeah, I realized I basically wasn't trying really new experiences because I was just like I couldn't have put this into words before, but like I talked myself out of it because it's like, oh, you always screw things up. Like everyone's always mad when you try something because you get it wrong. Why bother? Just like, I mean, I thought it was just the procrastination side of it, which is huge with me anyway. But I was just sat around. By the time I actually got medicated, I was sat around watching just TV all the time, just doing nothing, going out drinking, and that's about it. And I'd sort of thrown in the towel on so many things. I'd still like something like Squeefest. That happened like because I'd done it before. That I would do every now and again, like stuff like that because I'd done them before. I knew I could do them all right. I might make a few kind of mix-ups with like time zones, but that happened this year anyway because it just
familiarity and your comfort zone. It's
so like that. I was just saying before we went on, like, you know, the reason why I did all the extra bits for Squeefest this year is I wanted to really show what the difference is once someone's on medication, what they can achieve. And like doing a song for the first time, that I never would have the balls, especially with like these really good people I know. They sing professionally. They tour the country, you know, they've got, you know, a decent following. They may not be household names, but like they put on festivals. So that's quite a level to be at. And they were happy for me to rap alongside without hearing me do it either. I was like, okay, do you not want to hear it? No, okay. But like I sent it to them and it was my agent gave me some really great tips about just being myself because I was still trying to I try to put on. It wasn't like it wasn't a voice that I never used, but it's like, yeah, I was putting on more a kind of like cooler sounding side of my voice. And he said, it's like, look, I heard the guy at the beginning. I want to hear more from that guy, because it was like I used the sort of opening from like I use on my podcast, like, hi, I'm Dr. Squee, welcome to my welcome to the Dr. Squee show. I'm Dr. Squee and this is my show. So the opening bar is like, welcome to my show. This is me, Dr. Squee. So it's sort of like playing on that. And he goes, yeah, that was great. Like that just sounded like you. I go, oh yeah, that's the intro to my thing. He goes, yeah, just do that for the rest of it. It's like, you know, I want to hear from you. Like, I don't want to hear from a voice you're doing. And I go, oh yeah, it's really helpful. Actually, I just got out of my own way. But I don't think I've heard that before.
Was it Mickey Mouse?
No, it's like more just like, I don't know.
You go slightly higher.
There's a bit where I go, me and I'll respect you, which is still in there. But I was trying to do that for the whole thing. And it's like, on that one line, that is my voice. Like, is a voice I use. And like in that, it seemed appropriate. But once I stripped it from the rest of the thing, and it's because my voice, I'm really kind of like conscious of the fact that my voice is a little bit posh and I'm doing rap. So I was like, oh, I don't want that in there. And it's like,
gentleman rhymers is a massive thing.
That was the thing. Well, Mr. B, the gentleman rhymer. But I've got fresh elemental on the. I've got fresh elemental. Sorry, mate.
Oh, don't worry. Go on.
What were you saying?
Oh, I forget what the guy, Dr. Syntax, and he's talking about how the binman blocks their cul-de-sac, and they like to, and it's annoying that the local co-op doesn't have sorbet, and that's their rap. Yeah. It's amazing.
And Professor Elemental, who's on the record, like he I believe was the founder of Chap Hop, as they called it, and I've sort of nicknamed mine Hyperactive Chap Hop. But like there's some of the records I've really enjoyed from recent years are from some artists which have been going so long. So like Huey Lewis and the News did one last album because Huey's hearing was going due to Meniere's. And so they were able to do one more record, and like it was on good days for him. And one of the songs they did was While We're Young, and it's all about being old. It's like tell the kids we'll be late and we might need time to recuperate. And it's just like, I'm here for this song. And like Bare Naked Ladies had one where it was like it's a song called Bylaw, and it's basically just Kevin from the band who sings on some of the tracks just complaining about like people making noise outside, but it's like, oh, it's a bylaw so we can start work at 7 a.m. and it's like there's a bylaw so someone can cut me off in traffic, and it was just middle-aged peeves. I was like, this is my jam.
I love that joke, like Lethal Weapon 4, and they're just a bit old and they can't quite make the jumps, and he's like, oh, you haven't died on me, have you? It's like completely
oh, and I love it when they go, it's like we're not being too old for this shit, and then later on they go, yeah, we're too old for this shit. Like, oh, whatever happened to that lovely Mel Gibson? Anyway, going back a little bit though, do you remember what, like, I really remember clearly that night when we met, and you kind of like figured out, because I think the conversation might have gone something along the lines of who was it we were out with who introduced us?
Gina.
I thought, yeah. So Gina goes like, oh yeah, it's my friend Sarah. And I think it was about a paragraph in of talking to me that you were like, yeah, I think you've got ADHD. Do you remember saying it at all? Because I don't remember.
I can almost remember what you were wearing. I probably can't remember the conversation though. My memory loves picking out really useless facts. You're wearing a cap.
Yeah. Because I remember you saying, it's like, I took it off, you go, oh, not a lot of, like most guys who are wearing a cap, it's to hide the fact they're bald. I just hate the cold. So it was like, it was a bit cold at that time. And actually I found, that's actually a really weird one. I have no idea why, but I don't wear hats as much anymore. I think it's because I used to wear them because I couldn't be asked to get my hair cut. So now I always go to barbers across the way once a month. I get the full works done. I get my beard trimmed. They do like this hot towel, like they do the nasal hairs, everything. And it's like, it's my little pamper, and it's just so relaxing now. But that would have been the time management of getting there. Because like I used to go to Gina, our friend Gina's a hairdresser, for anyone watching. It's like I used to go to her, but it was like because she was across town, it was the admin of getting there and everything. And I really felt bad, but I just said to Gina, it's like, look, I'm really sorry. It's just getting here just ends up being half a day, and I don't mind that, but it's just like organizing that. It's just really difficult for me. But I couldn't have recognized that at the time. It's just really weird how it changes everything when you get the diagnosis, and how you look at events that just, you know, things which you just assume were only you, and you just do it because you're just like a bit weird. And it's when you find that kind of group of people who had the same experience, that was just such a mind-blowing experience. And I remember when you said it, and I was like, oh, I don't think so. Let me just, this is the way I tell everyone. It's like, let me just look up the symptoms and laugh derisively in your face. If you just wait a second, you know, I don't think it was quite that, but it's some version now.
Quite Google. Yeah.
I was like, I said, oh, I don't think so. But like, yeah, seriously, I think you went to learn. I was like, oh shit. You know, it's like me, like it may as well have had a photo of me going, yep. So what was the first, apart from as this video is evidencing my ability to talk a lot, what gave it away?
I think we both tried to talk at the same time. We literally told each other our backstories from the age of being born to now in one breath, and a few things like that. And we got very, very excited to the point where it's like, my turn. A bit like we're doing now.
And yeah, I mean, I might be talking about this, but it's like I asked you out at the time, and I now recognize that I feel like with people neurodivergent, especially people with ADHD, I find there's an energy which I respond to, and I recognize that's what I like instantly. I just, sounds really weird and pervy, but I think you'll understand what I mean when I said I felt a little bit drawn towards you.
Yeah, yourself, and then you suddenly realize once you get diagnosed that all your friends have ADHD, and most of the people you know are neurodiverse in some way because they accept you as you are.
Because it feels a bit weird to say this now because we're mates, but it's like, you know, I did fancy you and everything, but it's like, I think it was more that kind of energy connection that I now see that I get whenever I'm with an ADHD person, and some neurodiverse people who are sometimes autism, but it tends to, I don't know, there's something about the ADHD energy where like, one of our tribe. It's like, it's just, it's like the signal pulls out to each other, you know. I don't know if there's any like, because I've always found it fascinating, the scientific theory about energy kind of like never dying, it just transforms. And I wonder if there is some sort of, I don't know, some sort of thing we give off.
Your brain chemicals connect on a biological level, I reckon.
I believe that too, actually. And I'm really usually very like, scientists never said that, but I think there is some sort of clues in science, and about like it is kind of sparks of energy happening in our brain. I don't know, it just seems somehow more plausible than a lot of the other.
There is research on this for it to actually be a scientifically proven thing. I haven't gone down that rabbit hole of research, but now I will.
yeah, I want to hear this. But yeah, no, I find that now. It's like when I see people who are like, neurodivergent now, it's like I can recognize the energy for what it is, like those other experiences. You know, it's just something about the way we vibrate. I think it's just different.
Yeah, that is a thing as well. Like you're on the same frequency, and you have that feeling that, you know, a lot of your life, as when you're neurodiverse, you don't, you know, people misunderstand you a lot. So having that understanding when you feel like you've been rejected in so many different pathways through your life, which is a common story for someone with ADHD. You struggled at school, you were the naughty kid, you were the class clown, you didn't sit still, you weren't allowed to have breaks to move around in class, and, you know, the schoolroom setting was quite Victorian. We were meant to sit there and copy and repeat, and it just didn't suit, because you want to have something more tactile and more stimulating that, you know, activates all your senses, not just staring at a teacher for a day.
I remember when I was at school, I once sharpened my pencil and went to loo and got in trouble for that because I got off my seat twice. And it's like, I wasn't even ADHDing at that moment. Like, it's like, so I was really screwed when I had a bad ADHD day, basically, which again, I wouldn't have called it that then, obviously, but you know, it's like, of course I recognize that now. But they just, once they decide who and what you are, they'll then use it against you even when you're not doing that thing that they don't like. They'll
impulse control, basically.
Yeah, they'll read it into that though when you're not doing that even. And it's like what you were saying about, I call it neurosplaining. So it's like when you say something and someone goes, oh, well, I think it's a bit rude. I go, oh, I just meant this. Like, no, you didn't. You meant this. It's like, oh, sorry. Yeah, you know more about what's going on in my head than I would. Sorry, my mistake.
Oh, I do. I use so many words, and it's like I've got a little shovel out, and I'm digging to China, and it's like, oh, this is not helping. The more words I use, it's just getting worse.
The more you try to explain, the more people think you're lying, because like people over-explain when they're lying, but it also happens to be what people do when they're ADHD. You over-explain,
and you're feeling more anxious.
Oh, if I just add some more words, they'll get it. You know, it's like
one of my friends taught me about putting things in the fuck it bucket, and I really think that's quite an important thing when you've got ADHD, because I care so deeply that everyone understands me, but you've got to realize that, well, I realize for me that I am a bit like Marmite, and I can't make everyone be my best friend. I want to, but that's just not how the world works. But years of trying to over-explain myself.
By the way, sorry about eating a biscuit on camera, but when you said about eating something with the ADHD meds, I realized I took them and I haven't had anything to eat this morning. So
it's so bad for your tummy.
I've actually never had any stomach issues, but apparently they work a bit better if you eat something with them. Did someone say that, or have I made that up?
Diet so much, like you just don't have the craving to eat. So I always think that start with something in my tummy, because I can get to 4 o'clock and be like, I haven't eaten anything, because what it is a base of is basically a controlled substance that will make the blood rush away from your tummy. So it's good to just have something in there before you put just tablets on your stomach lining. That's how I feel.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, we won't go into this because this is a whole nother thing we could do a whole nother video on. But it's like, I know friends who've got disabilities who take marijuana, and some people for medications like ours, which sap your appetite, they take it because it means they can eat a bit more, and they can, you know, especially if they're going out for a meal or something, that's really helpful. But it's, yeah, that's a whole nother conversation. But it makes me so mad that they're, oh, we'll legalize CBD. Oh, and you can use THC in some, like I think they legalized it in some situations, but it's like,
it's with ADHD they have. Certain medications don't work for you because there are quite a few to try. One of the things that it can lead on to is, oh, sorry about that. One of the things it can lead on to is using marijuana for ADHD, but for me, I don't think that would work so well. But I suppose you'd use a strain that doesn't have so many sleepy side effects. It's more just to keep you calm.
Yeah, it's as I say, it's a whole conversation in itself. It's just, it's maddening that it's something which helps people. It's like, it's anyway. But back on the point. So say again.
I'm just going to put my phone on silent.
Oh, that's right. I'll cut this out of the shorter version for the sort of like 10-minute breaks. But like, if you're watching the long version, you're getting this all. I'm not doing too much. I'm recording a couple of these, which are kind of conversations with people, and I thought it's like I'll cut it into a couple of breaks for each of them, and then I'll put the full thing out afterwards, because I think this is all kind of good stuff. But what about when you kind of got diagnosed? Was it like you worked it out? Did someone tell you kind of what triggered it?
I have 2 daughters, and one of them is clearly autistic and ADHD, and I recognised it in her. And once she got diagnosed and we went through the system of CAMS, there was that realisation of, oh, wait, we're really similar. I must have ADHD too. So then I went to the doctors to get referred, and then within 7 months I got diagnosed at the ADHD clinic, which was a really good result. Some people are waiting a lot longer now. There's, I think, a snowball effect of one person saying that they've been diagnosed, and then the person they're talking to realizing that they should get referred as well. So now there's quite a long waiting list. But
yeah.
It's quite intense getting diagnosed, I found, because you have to have those 2 questionnaires, one from your slightly older years, one from your childhood years. So my mum did the questionnaire for my younger years, and my sister did the one for my like teenage years. And then I probably shouldn't have, but I looked at the questionnaires that they filled, and it's like, 1 to 5, and it was all like 5s all the way down. And I was just like, I didn't realize how extreme it was. Like and then everyone after you get diagnosed goes, oh, I always know you had ADHD, and it's like, why don't you tell me that years ago?
Someone literally said to me, I could have told you that 20 years ago. I said, why didn't you then? Like, that would have been really helpful, useful information. And I don't know, maybe I wouldn't have been able to hear it back then, because I do think bit of extra maturity for me helped, because I think you get that kind of arrested development with ADHD. That's, I think, quite common, because again, it's like that thing of stop and trying, because you feel like you're not going to do well anyway. So you resort to quick wins, like quick happinesses. So it's like, oh, going out getting drunk, that's an easy way of yeah. And you just go for those easy wins as opposed to really trying stuff. So I think it does keep you in one place for a long time. But just getting older, you can't help but your outlook change a little bit and soften a little bit. And I think that helped by the time you said it. I was in the right place to hear it. I like to think I would have at least listened before. I don't know. It's interesting to think, because it could have been all like different if you found it earlier. Like my mum literally asked for me to be tested at school, and what I figured out is basically back when you and I were at school, it's kind of case of you're allowed one neurodivergency, and I got dyslexia, so you're not allowed another one.
Yeah, they have changed the system so that you can kind of cross over into different aspects, and Asperger's is now autism, and autism is now ADHD, so that you can kind of collect those.
I heard that one. I know they, because they refer to autism now clinically as spectrum disorder. Is that the correct? Is that the term they use? It's spectrum something. Sorry, I'm always careful with the word disorder because I hate the fact that it's used. But if that's the term they use, I want to take correctly. So sorry if I've offended anyone, because I don't like that word. It's like, ADHD is problematic when you go into what the disorders the last word about.
Though I think a lot of people with ADHD do have elements of autism, and to make it go into two different departments and not kind of cross over is stopping people from having a true diagnosis. So it's getting better. My daughter went for ADHD testing. They were like, she's also got autism, or do that at the same time. And those are two different things to realize about yourself and the ways that you struggle, like socially. Because she's got, I don't know, she finds authority quite hard. She comes up with the idea herself. She's fine with it. But if I ask her to do it, it's like, I won't do what you tell me. Rebel without a cause. But I was like that when I was younger. So I was like, it wasn't 100% my fault that I was quite hard to manage.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I'm going to try and be as vague as possible, but hopefully my friend wouldn't mind me saying about this anyway. But there was someone who I've worked with on a few projects, and always there gets to a point, and I got no idea I'm doing it. I'm not trying to take the piss or anything, but I'll ask for something which wasn't originally in what we discussed. And if he just said, oh, sorry, that's too much. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no worries. You've done loads, but in my mind, it's all right to ask. Like, it's not going to, but I think neurotypically that's a faux pas. But because I'm so unaware of it, I keep on making that mistake. And I get how he feels. I'm not saying it's unreasonable, but it's just like, it's sad that he doesn't get that.
He gets overwhelmed.
He gets maybe he's feeling overwhelmed, by everything, and he's had a tough time. So again, like, it's not like I'm not empathetic to his situation. It just makes me sad that when he gets angry, I feel like he thinks I'm doing it on purpose. That's what hurts me, and it does hurt when someone thinks I'm trying to.
Interesting, because you've got ODD, which is oppositional defense disorder, where anyone tells you something to do something, you're like, oh, I'll do it my way kind of attitude. But then you've also got rejection sensitive dysphoria, which is RSD. So him being one way and you being the other way, you're probably feeling rejected by his response, because you easily feel rejected by someone not being agreeable because you're a people pleaser.
And if something like that happens, and then
you're not pleasing them, you're like,
completely, yeah. It's like, and I think as well as everything there with neurodiversity, there is a side where mum and dad work, like, and they both, like, so they ran a shop of peace basically. I was just telling you, underneath where I'm right now was my dad's shop, and next door was the perfumery which mum ran. So I mean, Jesus, I am so in awe of everything mum did. Like, when people say like, oh, it's really great, you look at, you like, I'm the carer for my mum now, like, for anyone who doesn't know, and it's like, people go, oh, it's really great you do that. I go, yeah, the worst thing is I can't even complain, because like, anything which she does which annoys me, I've done in spades when I was a teenager to her, or a kid, because I was like, I would get grumpy when there was something I wouldn't understand. Mum does that now. I'd kind of like just like I wouldn't listen when someone's telling me something. Like it's all stuff which I'm frustrated with Mum. And I just try and remind myself of that when I get
frustrated. As a kid, you mask because you're not 100% comfortable where you've gone to school.
Hey guys, we're going to play the rest of that later on in proceedings. But to be honest with you, I'm about to talk to Ray O'Leary in a minute. And I was basically watching myself having a therapy session with my friend while I'm sleep-addled. And I need something a little bit more jolly. Before we go, I think it's a wonderful conversation. I'm so glad I did that with Sarah, and it was very, deeply emotional. But I don't think I could manage to do that right now. Too much longer going straight into an interview, so I'm going to give myself a little bit buffer. I'm going to play again. This is the proper length, full added puppets edition of the video to the song Think Different, and then we'll be back with Ray O'Leary and some slightly lighter fare. But I hope you guys did enjoy that video. I'd say that was a really special one for me. I'm just going to get the file up now, guys. This is I can find the right file. Okay, here is the feature length video to Think Different. And then we'll be with Ray, who I can see now on the bottom of my screen, just about to play the music video from our charity single, and then we'll be right with Ray.
Hello, Doc Squee, come in. Can you hear me, Doc Squee? Did you get him? I'm trying, Marty, I'm trying.
Hello, guys. I'm sorry, I'm just about to start Squeefest.
Doc Squee, you gotta listen to us. It's important.
Oh no, is it about the future, Doc?
Hello? No, not you, future me. Future Squee. Fair enough.
Doc, you gotta warn him, Doc.
Guys, look, you're frightening me. What is it? What happens?
Does he still have a face?
What? I lose my face?
I think so, Marty. It's difficult to say.
Hey!
No. You look good for your age.
The iron one.
Hey, look!
Sorry, we've come to warn you about the show.
Oh no, not another nip slip. Sylvester McCoy still won't take my calls after the last one.
This is about Squeefest, not your OnlyFans.
I don't have an OnlyFans anymore, and Sylvester McCoy certainly doesn't.
Well, he should have.
I bet Tennant's on there.
Oh, you know it.
Look, guys, can we please get back to the script?
There's a script?
Why are we doing this again?
It's for a good cause, Marty.
Neurodiversity.
No, to get Squee to leave us alone.
What about the warning?
It's about the show.
What about it?
You mistakenly take a call from some idiots and it delays the beginning of the stream.
We did the math. Don't take any calls from random idiots just as your show's about to start.
That's right, Marty.
Guys, did you ever think you might be the idiots?
Oh, now that's thinking different.
Oh, look at the time. I'm late for school.
Right, well, if that's it, I do have a stream to run here.
Wait. There's one more thing.
What is it?
What's good looking and hangs up?
Oh, I don't know. What's good looking? Think different.
I'm new to the club and it ain't easy. The journey I've made's taken a different way, and I've ended up here, just gotta spend my days growing in ways, blending the haze, fitting the quitting, accepting the change, to embrace a new norm, fit a new form. But sometimes when I cry, my brain feels worn out, and I shout and I shout and I let it all out. My brain's so much pain and it's trying to be out, no control and no hold.
disclosure, I was a bit of a loner. The weird one, the odd one.
He's probably just a stoner.
Reality flex, should I get my sanity checked? Cause if I say what I'm thinking, then I'm probably gonna get that. I try to fit in, man, you gotta believe me. But other human beings give me the heebie-jeebies. May I introduce, please? It's your boy Matt Lees. Can only be what I be, so you can take me or leave me.
I think so far out the box, I can't even see the box. I'll make the box into a hat. Maybe I will be the box. I used to feel like what I wanted wasn't real and I should stop. Then I rearranged it all to fit around me. Now I'm on top. It was quite a shock at first, but honestly, I'm cock-a-hoop. Drop these verses about beauty, diversity and truth. And my tribe is all of you. Now we ride to somewhere new. All I ask is you keep smiling. It gets better. I'm the proof.
Think different, think differently. The world's a very different place for you and me. Think differently. It's time to celebrate neurodivergency. Different, think differently. The world's a very different place for you and me. Think differently. It's time to celebrate neurodivergency. Different, think differently. The world's a very different place for you and me.
Welcome to my show. This is me, Dr. Squee. On podcasts, interviews, and laughs. That's always been my territory. But sages are calling, nights are posted boring. Gotta tell a new story. Dyslexic, hectic with ADHD. But it's just me after diagnosis, a painful process. And I reviewed my past, so at last I come out in front. Now I choose to think different and appeal to you. If I'm not real to you, or the neurodivergency, Dr. Squee energy, I've got a deal for you. Let me reveal to you. Refuse to see the real me and make me see through. We've got to stick together, respect me and I'll respect you. So from Squee and the crew, if you please, from Prof, Mr. Me and Mr. Lees, please think differently.
In today's story, we met some people who saw the world a little differently, and that's okay. You know, we all think in our own way. Some people learn fast, some take their time, some are great with numbers, others with pictures or words. That's called neurodiversity. It means our brains work in different ways. What matters most is being kind, patient, and understanding, because everyone has something special to offer. So remember, being different doesn't mean being wrong. It just means you're you. And that's a pretty powerful thing, because when you think different, you might solve problems in ways no one else can. Until next time.
That was the full-length video. You know what? The show started late before, but I think this is the first time I've been late welcoming a guest because I played a video of a song I'm in. I'm pretty sure that's the first. Please welcome to the Dr. Squee show, our friend Ray O'Leary. How are you doing, Ray?
Hello. Oh, thank you for having me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I love the fact we were greeted with Garfield there.
Yes. Yeah, it's my mum. She once got me a Garfield mug for Christmas, thinking his sardonic nature would appeal to me. But I loathe the Garfield comics, and so then sort of every Christmas subsequently, she sort of bought more and more Garfield mugs as a joke. So I have another one here actually as well.
That one kind of matches your suit, which is kind of punking you on a new level.
Yes, I know. Yeah, it's cruel to be kind, but it's kind of sweet. But yeah, she has about at least 6 Garfield mugs at her house, I think now. But yes, no, that is very funny. To be late because the host wanted to do their own rap of
basically, yeah. I'm pretty sure none of this is actually happening, and I've got quite a few data points which suggest this. So, first of all, I was due to be interviewing Nana Visitor, who was in Star Trek Deep Space Nine. I'm a huge Star Trek fan. That was just weird to begin with.
Yeah.
Then she had some family issues, so she couldn't come. Then I ended up playing this video which I recorded. I was going to play it in snippets, but since we had the longer time, it's me and my friend who worked out I had ADHD, and it's just us talking about that and her diagnosis and everything. And but it was kind of like it was like a kind of therapy session between me and my friend, like, and it was an act of honesty to play this for everyone. But I wasn't expecting to watch it back, and especially not in that volume. And it got to about the 55th minute, and I was like, I can't talk to Ray after this directly. I need some sort of buffer. And so I paused that, and I was thinking, oh, the video is only about 5 minutes long, and yeah, it's not. This all seems surreal. And I'm in a rap video. Yes, because that happened. Sure. Yeah. I didn't die on the table that time.
But yes, no, fantastic. No. But congrats on the stream, though. So you're nearly 5 hours in now?
No. This is the second stream. So,
of course.
13 hours
30,
in.
good Lord.
Due to Facebook streaming things, you can only go for 8 hours at a time. So I split into 3 streams. But yeah, I'm over the halfway hump. I'm just holding on to that. Because I mean, as well as all this, I'm also, because I've got muscle nerve pain. I'm on some quite strong painkillers at the moment. And I found myself also, because ADHD, I found myself painting my nails while I was watching me in therapy. Definitely none of that happened. I mean, just that didn't happen.
Fantastic. Well, I'm glad. I hope my sonorific, my voice doesn't lull you into sleep into hour 13 of your stream.
It is very soothing now you mention it.
Yes, no, but thank you for having me.
No, it's great to catch up. I actually watched back our other chat while I was preparing some things for today, and I watched your special. It is such a weird turn of events that it seems like the cool place to drop your special is YouTube now. You get more money for the artists, but I never thought it would go from Netflix when they, for a little while, took over that mantle from Comedy Central, basically. And you know, the special moves around, but it's the same honorific. And now that seems to be going towards YouTube.
Yeah. I mean, it is interesting. I mean, I guess the term special came back from, I guess, when American comics used to release their specials on HBO, you know, and I suppose back then it was special because you know, you're lucky if you got one a lifetime, you know, an hour on HBO. But yeah, and it seems now, listening to the way comedians in the industry talk, it does seem like people have sort of settled on either you want your special to be on Netflix or YouTube, and that's sort of the position. And I think maybe Netflix will potentially buy it from you, so you know you can make money from that way. But I don't know personally how much they spend on specials. I mean, you know, I know Dave Chappelle's doing quite well, but I don't know if I don't know how much they pay. And even now, I mean, when you go on Netflix, there's so much content on there. And I'm sure if you search up stand-up, there's, you know, there'll be hundreds of specials. So even, I imagine, being on Netflix now, maybe it's, you know, maybe it could still be hard to be discovered on there. But yeah, it seems like it's sort of, like I listened to a comic talk whose special, maybe it was released on Showtime, or it was released on something that wasn't Netflix or YouTube, and he said it might well have been called "If a Tree Falls in a Forest and No One's Around to Hear It," which is and Nate Bargatze's spoken of the same thing, that he had a special on Comedy Central, and then he got a special on Netflix, and I think the Netflix special really increased the amount of audience he had. And then as an encore for his show, he would go and do material from his Comedy Central special, which everyone just thought was new material that was just amazing. But he was like, no, this is stuff I've been working on for years. It's just no one's seen it because it was on Comedy Central. So yeah, it's interesting how the industry has changed.
Nate Bargatze, he has the funniest sketch on SNL, which he kind of repeated once, which was when Washington's telling of his dream to the men. It's just the funniest thing, like weights and measurements is like
It's fantastic, and I remember, and Keenan says something like, "And what about us African Americans?" And he just sort of brushes.
You asked about yard arms. No, I didn't.
He's a very, very strong comic, incredible, but and I think maybe he's on Amazon Prime, and he's probably in a situation now where he himself is big enough that maybe it doesn't matter what platform his specials are on, because probably his fans will still seek it out, or will find him. But it is interesting hearing about comics talking about it. And also it was interesting, again, I was listening to an interview with Mike Birbiglia, who's a great comic, does a lot of long stand-up shows or one-man shows, and he says that I guess still the way comic stand-up you make money is by live touring. That's still the thing. You don't I guess you don't cash out by selling your special to a streamer or uploading it on YouTube. That's maybe you'll make a little bit of money that way, but the main way is still going out on the road and doing live performances, which is not nice to hear.
But it's I mean, I think it does serve still as well when you you just toured the UK. If kind of a special catches wind, that's a really nice way of introducing yourself to a new audience. It's nice that it just gets it across the world. I don't think YouTube's got too many geo-locked things.
No, no. I think maybe one of my Facebook videos is locked because there's a I don't know in which countries it's blocked, but I know I have one video that's been claimed to have music in it that's been copyrighted by one country, but there's no music in the video, and I don't know how to remove the geo block. But
I'm sorry, my voice just sounds like a 70s Spanish hit one time.
It's just the natural lilt of my voice. It can easily be mistaken for Shakira or Celine Dion, and
So you're not going to get better. Shakira's the perfect one.
Yes. I did a karaoke show that was like this. It was over Zoom and it was live streamed, and and one of the streams got taken down because one of the singers was so good they assumed that her karaoke performance was actually the live track being played, and the algorithm shut the stream down. And then when I sung Crazy Frog on the stream, there was no similar issues. They did not shut down the stream for my beautiful voice.
So I shouldn't take it as an insult that no one's tried to claim ownership over my rap. Like, no, they go, no, you can have that one, please. We don't want it.
I think I could, if you want, I could claim I'm Eminem and send an email in to and try to get this taken
it's like
down.
ADHD, but it's just me, and I did a little homage in that to him. So you could take it down for that.
And also so you're saying about this. I'm going to go to Edinburgh in 2 months now, or a month away. It starts end of July. Yes, I'll be back in the UK. So I guess the idea is always, if you put something out on the internet, hopefully, more people see it from around the world. And also now, we live in an age, it used to be, I guess, the special itself. And I mean, still artistically, you want the special as a whole to be, good, and, you want the special to be good. But more and more, what's becoming important, it seems, is being able to clip up small parts of it and be able to post those in short clips on social media. And that is the new way of getting fans and, helping people discover you from around the world and things like that. And that's just the...
I love the fact that with your act, though, there aren't a lot of natural breaks. I think a whole special could go up there and it's like, sorry, this was the most we could clip it. We just took the credits off.
Yes. I always do try that. Like when I do... filmed gala spots or television spots. I'm lucky to have done a few, but I always try and talk about one topic for the whole time. And I think, I do think that creates it makes it a lot harder to edit down into funky 1 minute clips or whatever. I don't know what the optimal length is for a social media clip, but
it's like in a surreal fashion, it is, I would class what you do in the realm of storytelling.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I always find it quite difficult to write stories. But thank you, I appreciate it.
I think it's the fact that it's like you're teaching us about the kind of character you're playing, but through kind of like when you turn around and you're just talking right into the microphone, but with your back facing the audience. It's just I feel like you're telling a story about this character that you're inhabiting on stage.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's good. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah. I do. I do try to do things like that, and I do. Yes, I do try to think very hard about the character I'm portraying on stage, and I always want it to come across sort of like it's almost an accident that I'm on stage. You know, like this is a man who clearly doesn't belong here, and he shouldn't be here. And it seems like he's not really sure why he's there. Like, you know, it's like, you know, he was an accountant who's taken a wrong turn backstage and has accidentally walked onto the stage and now has to do a performance. Or that's all. I mean, sort of.
As someone who's suffered with anxiety over the years, I just assume you just let that side of you go and just walk on stage. Like,
yeah, I mean, a little bit. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely there when you're backstage, and it hasn't gone away, the anxiety. I mean, if there's anyone watching or listening who feels, you know, nervous or gets stage fright or things like that, like that's very, very normal. So I mean, I wouldn't listen to that as a sign not to do it. But the unfortunate thing is it doesn't appear to go away. Maybe you become better at managing it or dealing with it, and then but it's still.
And he's talking about being a stand-up, not about anxiety here.
Yeah.
It never goes away. You can't get cured for it.
Yeah, you can't get. I would suggest giving up now. Definitely, do not give money to the charity. There's no hope. This is the best you can do.
Now, this is one of the most times this will apply. I've said this many times in the stream. I'll say it many times more. It'll never be as apt as when I say the views of the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Owl Charities Centre.
The charity
don't donate is very much against their message. And no. Sorry, I interrupted your lovely thing you were on there with a silly joke.
Oh yes, no. Sorry, yes, no. Well, I interrupted myself with a silly joke. You know, I was just sort of talking about just stage fright, I guess. You know, just sort of. It's interesting that it doesn't. I mean, there are times where it goes away. Where, like, I don't know, if you've done multiple shows in a night, so you're already kind of, broken the seal, as it were, or you've already been on stage once, so you're probably not going to happen as again, or maybe you've been doing the show multiple days in a row, so by the sixth day you're like, okay, I know the show in my head, and it's kind of now it's becoming a pattern. That does
I get that from doing plays.
Exactly.
When you're on night 6, it's not the same as night 1. You just on the last night you just hope it goes at least as good as the best night.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, you're in the same venue at the same time, at the roughly same conditions, doing the same stuff, and those things do take care of the stage fright. But unfortunately, I find at least that my stage fright has never truly gone away, and it will still rear its head. I think there are times where I feel I can feel more confident about it, but there's always an element. There's always a time before I go on stage, I think, where I feel nervous, where I'm like, and I'm worried, am I going to forget something out there, or are they going to hate it, or there's always a moment.
I mean, I think it's something which is one of the changes I've noticed since I've been on the medication. It's like I realized I was stopped going towards situations which felt scary or were going to push me out of my comfort zone, because I was just so used to, like, every time I tried to learn something, people saying I was wrong, or when I said something, they'd kind of take something I didn't mean from it, and no matter how much you say, it's like, oh no, actually I meant this. What I meant was this, and I love it when they come back with, it's like, no, you didn't. It's like, sorry, you're right. You know my mind better than me. My bad. And knowing there's a reason for that really helps. But it's like I don't know. I'm just really going after new experiences at the moment. It's like kind of good nerves I feel when I go on stage. It's like I do feel nervous, but it's like that's part of the juice that makes it exciting and that makes you good on stage, I think, if you can harness it correctly.
Yes. I mean, just to go back to what you're saying there, if you're trying something new, if for anyone watching, it's important to know if you're not immediately the best at something that you've never done before, then you should just give it up There's no, there's no. If you're not the best straight away, then obviously there's no point in even trying.
Yeah, I know that's my new philosophy. Try it once, then no, don't. I'm out.
Yeah,
Like, if I'm not going to be winning the Perrier Award, whatever the hell they call it now, I'm not interested in stand up.
100%, perfect attitude.
The worst thing is I am sort of talking myself into doing stand up scene. I think it's going to happen.
Yes, because I was going to say, when you're talking about live performances, you do a lot of hosting and things like that, right? But not necessarily per se stand up.
No, it's I don't know. I feel like now when I look at things and some of the interview stuff, and I think there was I don't know. I think I've always kind of been trying to write stuff in my head, but I've just never put it together or kind of. It was really weird actually. Before I was diagnosed, and say I found kind of out more about how I work best. For some reason, no matter how much a fan of stand-up I was, it never interested me, and I think it was just pure fear. Had it even blocked from me that I was scared. It was like I don't want to do that, and I think it was just my brain justifying me not doing it.
Yeah. Wow. Wow, all these things going on in the subconscious that you weren't even aware of.
I mean, that's from like still to this day after diagnosis, just it seems like every day and it's a weird thing. Like my brain can sometimes give me a thought fully formed. Like it feels weird because usually I form thoughts the way everyone else does to you. You think it through, one thought goes on top of another, and you get somewhere. When they come in fully formed, it's kind of like, why? But it's I'll be typing out an email and it'll go, do you know when you were 5 and you had this experience, that person was really just feeling scared themselves. So really you shouldn't feel afraid of these moments when they would just kind of pass that on to you. It's like, I was sending an email about Squeefest. Who am I sending to? What's happening? And it's it doesn't happen on any kind of convenient schedule.
Yes, I noticed your emails had quite a sort of therapeutic tone to them as you sort of poured your heart out to me about your childhood experiences. No, there's So what I was going to say,
just going to say that felt really important doing this, like with my therapy session with my friend, which again, it's a mistake to watch. I'm going to be honest. But it was all about like, if I'm going to ask people to talk on this, ask experts on, and people's been so open with their stories. Like you got to bring it yourself if you're going to ask for that, I think.
Yes. But what was I going to say? If you are performing live on stage and you are, being funny, that is a form of stand-up comedy. So, if you are nervous about doing it, I guess there's an element of you can feel relief knowing, well, in a sense, I have already done it. So, so you have, hopefully, the next time is less, if you want to do it, or hopefully that would mean, your next time is less scary because basically you have done it. You've been on stage hosting, being fun. That is what stand-up comedy is.
I think the thing that I haven't done so much of is stuff of my own on stage, and I'm completely up for it. But it's like previously it was a lot of interviewing which I was doing on stage, so you have someone there when you're doing that. A little bit of hosting, but mostly it was just like, here's the next act kind of stuff. I have done some where I kind of chat for a few minutes. I'm getting more and more comfortable with it. I've one thing which I have done before is every now and again I like to do a podcast solo, just me talking, that's probably the most nervous I feel before doing one, but it's so exciting when I'm doing it, and always my kind of ADHD latched onto the endorphins that gives out, and just my talking comes very naturally.
Oh, amazing! But yes, no, very good, very good. Oh, that's that's what I was going to say. Sorry, trying to think. Talking about what you were saying before about how you were sort of afraid to do it, and you weren't even aware that you were afraid. I do think that happens to a lot of people. Like, I do think, most people who want to do stand-up comedy, they tend to they fall into two categories, I find. They either have never watched stand-up really before in their life, but they just want to do it for whatever reason, or they just and I think this is more common, they love it, and they watch a lot of it, or they have seen it, and there's a lot of respect there, I guess, maybe for the art form, and I think that is in part what makes people hesitant to do it, is because they appreciate it so much and they know it's and yeah, like the people who, like when you see people at an open mic, the worst people are always the people who just sort of get up and are like, oh yeah, how hard can it be? Like I'm funny around my mates, like and then they, they get up and they try, and then 2 lines in they realize, oh, this is not the same as just talking, talking to my mates. Most of these people are strangers. They don't care, they don't. There's not the same friendly, there's not the same level of support maybe or buy-in. Whereas, the people who I think really respect stand-up are the kinds of people who are too scared to do it for a long time because they know, oh, I might be bad at this because this is a lot harder than Jerry Seinfeld makes it seem, or whoever.
Yeah, there's a friend of mine who I do the I've done a few game shows and talks about Star Trek before with a friend of mine. Yeah, we did this new game show which we're trying to kind of pitch out to sci-fi events at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And he did his first
a sci-fi game show.
Yeah, so it's called Trek Species Showdown, and 2 teams have to pick a Star Trek race each. We reach out to them in advance, and we then pitch those 2 alien races from Star Trek. You're not allowed to pick humans or any godlike races, so no cues. And then we put them in some very silly competitions. So like one was the Gorn was the lizard creatures from the original series, and you've got to take out the Gorn, and then we let it hold in the air for a second. And it's like, oh, when we say take out, you do understand we mean, and like blind date comes on the screen. So you've got to take out the Gorn. You've got to woo the Gorn through a series of questions that the Gorn asks you. And my friend speaks Gornese, so he like the Gorn whispers in his ear. It just so much fun. We purposely made it so silly that if someone's dragged along by their partner, they're at the sci-fi event, but they're not into Star Trek really, that anyone could. So like the final challenge was, because the idea is it always ends in tiebreaker, and the tiebreaker this time was to honor both races. We had the spoon for the Kardashian foreheads. So I've got these kind of spoons there. And with
did you say Kardashian?
Cardassians, race from Star Trek. Kardashians, yeah. Well, we did play on that joke rather a few times in the evening. But yeah, and the final challenge, because they've got spoons on their heads, like the shape like a spoon, and the Klingons, their heads have been compared to a Cornish pasty over here. So we got they had to speed eat a Cornish pasty with a spoon. It was a little teaspoon. And one of the guys got the meat sweats, which they declared in a very high-pitched voice you could only get when you've got the meat sweats, I think, because that is not his usual voice. But it was just so silly. It's like anyone could just walk in and just have a laugh, even if they know nothing about Star Trek. And if you do, we also put in the kind of deep cut jokes for them.
Yeah, great.
But my friend, he just did stand up for the first time. I went to see him. It's called Ultra Comedy. Mm-hmm. And they take some people who want to try stand up. They take them through a course, and then they do 5 minutes each as part of an act, which we're all invited to, which I went along to see. He absolutely crushed it, and I think he did a really good job of that sort of thing. So it's like he would relate. It was a geeky set, but he would relate it to people from my childhood being cancelled because of allegations. He was talking about going down the tip with all the kind of CDs and DVDs, and he slipped in geek stuff through that. So I think he brought the non-geeks along with him, which was really great.
Oh, fantastic! Is it because you're based in Southampton?
I'm actually now just down the road in Romsey, so I moved back in to help my mum. She's had a few falls, so I'm part-time caring for her. I'm just waiting for the nerve damage to hopefully calm down, and I'm gainfully looking for work in the arts. So it's really lovely not to have the 9 to 5 anymore. That just did not suit me.
Yes, and then I was going to ask: is there much of a comedy scene where you are?
Actually, funny you say that. When I was growing up, there never used to be anything like that. You would have to go to Southampton. There is a decent comedy scene there. It's a bit more refugee status than it once was. It used to have like a couple of comedy venues. Now it's just apart from the Attic, which is down Tottenham Way, so that's a bit out of Southampton, but fantastic venue.
Yes, great venue.
If they opened one up in town, I reckon they'd kill. Like they bring in the right, they're always bringing consistent good acts. But yeah, so I'm in Romsey now again, which is where I grew up. And there used to be nothing here for anyone under the age of 80. But now they've kind of got like the Plaza is this really old school theatre. And it was the first one I was ever on stage on. I actually got my publicity photos taken in there. They allowed me to do that. And yeah, they have comedy nights in there. And there's a few pubs which host some comedy nights. So surprisingly a lot, actually.
Yes. Oh, that's great. That sounds. And what's the? I mean, it sounds more lively than my hometown. What's the population there?
Oh, in Romsey, it is still an older population. It's very beautiful, very scenic. It's got a lovely park, which has got this World War II tank in it, like permanently on display. Yeah, it's very scenic. It's a lot of money comes into here because there's quite a few rich people in this area, so that's where everyone's taxpayer money goes to places which the rich like. Sorry, I don't make the system up, guys. I'm not one of the rich. I just happen to live in the same town as them.
Sorry, that's a photo behind you, right? Sorry, the woman behind there's like some bush. Yeah, sorry.
That's Penn from Penn and Teller. No, it's before he lost the weight and cut his hair shorter. He did this film called Director's Cut, and this was on the little freebie extras with it.
Sorry, you just mentioned your mum and stuff, and then I looked behind you and I thought, is that a woman? Is that his mum just peering out?
This isn't the Bates Motel kind of vibes here.
Yeah.
And by the way, there's nothing weird about the monkey with the rabbit ears either.
It's
just perfectly normal.
There's just an above board monkey with rabbit ears.
Yeah, it's Coop, named for the Twin Peaks character, because it was just after when Lynch died that I got Coop there. So
Wow. Named after Detective
Cooper.
Yeah, so that's a damn fine cup of coffee.
Amazing show, absolutely loved it.
Yes, fantastic show. Yes.
So it's lovely little chinwag, but I was going to ask about. Actually, no, sorry. I have to inform you of something first. I don't know how I could let this slip my attention. It's something which has been hanging over us. I know you fellas, I have since we last talked. Your age is verified on Wikipedia now.
It is.
And we are now a point of verification. This is the first time the Dr. Squee show has verified anything. And I did it for you, my friend.
Oh, really?
For anyone who didn't catch the last time we chatted, so Ray's wiki had his ages either 34 or 35 and years, between 2 years. And I got Ray to confirm it live on the last time we spoke. So it's corrected.
There we go. Holy moly. Well, yes, I must say, I mean, I didn't make my Wikipedia page, which is maybe hard to believe for some out there. But I remember getting sent to me by a friend of mine found it, and I must say, when you first realize you have one, it is quite shocking because you're like, oh wow, I didn't realize how thorough people were out on the internet. I mean, of course, it's what makes Wikipedia so good. But I didn't realize how thorough people were, so how reliable they were. And there's lots of interviews or small things I did in newspapers long ago that I always thought, well, that'll be lost to the sands of time. No one will ever think about that. And no, they've dug it up.
We spoke about the fact that your name Matthew was on there, which you'd hope was buried in the sands of time.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, I thought that would be lost forever, but then they found that, and then I thought, well, the cat's out of the bag, and so I've spoken about it now on TV and stuff, but it's
but we got the exclusive. I like to think here on the Dr.
Yes, no, you do have the exclusive, and I actually can see if you go on Wikipedia, you can see that it links to your show.
Yeah. I'd said again that has never happened in the history of the Doug Squee show. We are now a point of reference. And do you know the really funny thing is that there are newspapers, namely the Daily Mail, but I believe some others, which are no longer considered an acceptable source for Wikipedia because of misinformation in them. That's one of our national newspapers, and they don't seem to see this as a point of shame.
Really?
Genuinely
That's I guess it's not surprising given how there's a lot of I guess spurious information and there are a lot of headlines, I imagine, where the word allegedly or possibly or may is carrying quite a lot of weight in the headline. And so yeah.
We're not going to even get into the American thing. Yeah. So it's just the headlines which aren't being printed. But anyway, let's not get that. Taskmaster, of course, I want to talk a bit more about. So what are the tasks? As I know every Taskmaster contestant has one or two. What are the tasks which keep you awake at night, which you think back on and they're awful, and which ones were the ones you kind of in moments of joy and celebration you think of them?
Oh, that's a really great question. I think, I mean, it's hard to pinpoint just one that haunts you because they all haunt you in a way.
Was there a category for you?
It's because I mean when you do the show, and I'm sure everyone watching has done the show, but when you do the show, you'll do the task, and then your time's up, and you go back to the room, and the returning to sit alone in the green room is never a moment of triumph. It's never a moment of victory. It's never it's a lot like the let's go to bed, but before I do, let's run through every social interaction I did where I made a faux pas, or there's a lot of that. There's a lot of like, Christ, why did I do that? Oh, of course I should have done that. So it's hard to.
Has anyone ever talked to you about neurodiversity? Because
I've never heard of it. In fact, at the moment I'm actively fundraising against it. I'm trying to discourage.
I put out a call earlier. You might have heard it.
But I think the one that I maybe look back on with the most regret, maybe. But it ended up coming out okay in a way. But it's the one where you had to get married. You can't marry Paul, because that was like the first big task I did, and it was on my first day. I just remember I like created this like monstrosity out of the mannequin in the shed, and I sat it on a wheelchair, so that way I could get it to come down the aisle, and then I tied a rope around the wheelchair and I pulled it towards me, and I just remember getting it got caught on the pews, and it was knocking all the pews over and stuff, and it was just very bleak, sort of yanking this wheelchair towards me while I was knocking all my fake church over, and they got me to follow. They got Karen O'Leary to go before me, and she married her actual girlfriend over Zoom, and it was like this sort of a much more sincere and beautiful celebration. And then then it cut straight to me pulling a wheelchair onto the rope, and it felt that was the one. I just remember panicking a lot, thinking like, oh, do I need to make a cake and stuff, and then the other thing that the other thing is there was a two-parter, and then you had to divorce or break up your marriage. And I did not see that coming when I first got the marriage task, because in my marriage I think I didn't end up getting married. Like I had the bride storm off or something, or like she left with the best man or something, and I didn't realize there'd be a second part to it. But so that's the one that haunts me, I suppose, the most, or the one I wish maybe I'd do differently if I had a second go at it. Though I mean the horror of seeing the wheelchair being yanked into the pews. It is quite funny. So, and then I think the main one that I think of as a success was the one where I had to. It was I guess a multitask, mini task, but there were lots of envelopes hidden around the room. And all the tasks had like small tasks on them, like clap 10 times, or sing the national anthem, or whatever there was. And then I found a whole bunch of tasks on Paul's body. I got him to take his jacket off, and he was covered in tasks. And the tasks that he was covered in were so much easier than all the other tasks hidden around the room. So then I just did lots and lots of easy ones, and then after I was like, okay, I've definitely found the trick here. That's the one I went back in, and I was like, I think I did win that one.
Yeah, I said to you before, I'll say again, I think definitely I think it's the sense of humor that the British and New Zealand kind of shared. The wouldn't take the piss out of yourself, like be very self-deprecating, and yeah, I think we share a lot of that. And you were talking about O'Leary there. Well, I was just such a fan of Wellington Paranormal. She was sort of like in every series there's usually one person on a New Zealand Taskmaster who I've seen on something or some comedy thing. You follow enough comedy, you end up like seeing someone, at least one person from a scene every now and again. So yeah, you've built up one per series of Taskmaster over there. But Wellington Paranormal was great. Did you watch much of that one?
Yes, it was a fantastic show. Yeah, I watched it, and Melanie Bracewell, who was on my season of Taskmaster with me, she also wrote for the show. So there's there's a few episodes written by her, and she appears in it at least once and maybe twice. But
I love an idea of a sort of nerdy X-Files. It was just great.
Yes, it's very funny, and I do think Wellington Paranormal. I think it does sort of capture sort of the quintessential Kiwi humor. I think is in Wellington Paranormal, and it was sort of defined in that show as sort of underreacting to really big things. Like they're just sort of like quite nonplussed and just going, oh, okay. There was I see that the clip a lot, and the Satan is sitting on the throne, like in the mall in the Christmas chair, talking to kids and stuff. And then they go and speak to the guy who was played by a great Wellington comic, the guy who runs the mall or whatever. And they say, you've got Satan there, not Santa. And then they ask him if he's dyslexic. And he's like, yeah. And they're like, oh yeah, I think that's what. And they're just sort of in this like quite chill, normal conversation. Meanwhile, like Satan is like breathing fire on children or so. He's like, terrifying these kids. And yeah, I think it's very very Kiwi thing to just sort of remain reserved. You don't want to be the one to lose your cool. You don't want to be the one to make a scene. You just want to keep calm and carry on kind of.
Well, it's sort of you feel like the whole of New Zealand is a big small town. Like it feels like that vibe of like just. All right, well, we know everything is very predictable around here. Everything that happens is perfectly normal. Oh yeah, there's Satan there. Everything's fine. Don't notice the thing that's making you uncomfortable. Just be very well. I was going to say be very British about it, or be very Kiwi about it in your case.
So it is British. It is or Kiwi or sort of. It's a lot of you don't want to be the one making a scene because then you're drawing attention to yourself. So just let's try, we'll remain calm and just sort of go, oh, okay, what's all this then? And and just act relaxed about it, even though you're dealing with a zombie or a vampire or whatever.
One which I noticed on your stand-up actually, which I was just thinking of. Oh God, I'm going to forget the joke now. But you can tell this really fun joke. And it was very clear, like say you were nude or something, and then it was like, because I was nude. It was like just the confirmation by your character. Like it was the character not quite having enough confidence to just let the joke write itself. I love little flourishes and little touches like that, because it just made repeat basically, or the explaining the premise. I laughed more at than the joke, and I'd laughed at the joke.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. It is always nice, and I think it happens a lot with other comedians where the bit that they find the funniest is never actually the punchline. It's always like a little aside that they make, or a silly line that does not really get a big laugh at all, or gets something, but it's not the big payoff of the joke. But the bits the comedians always like, I think. Or the bits that I always appreciate the most as well when I watch someone else's sets are like the flourishes, I suppose, the little bits of garnish throughout the set. But yes, it was yes, but you're obviously talking about the bit that I do in the nude, and then I reveal to the crowd. I reveal to the crowd that actually I am naked in front of them right now.
Yeah, I mean, they say that art is standing naked on stage. You just took that very literally that night.
Yes.
Well, I said it was going to be special.
Yes, that's true. I find it puts the audience at ease to help them imagine me naked on stage, and
let me just help you with that. It's usually the comedian asking the audience to be a helpful room, not the other way around.
Yes. Yes, no, I need all the help that I can get. That's the difference. That's the power dynamic shifted.
So you, of course, at the moment now, though, where you put the special, you committed it to tape. Do you go straight out with trying to? Are you going with a new hour to Edinburgh?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So the show that's currently on YouTube and currently being clipped up and posted under various accounts with my name on it is that was last year's show. And so which is actually I performed it for the last time in the UK earlier this year, which is that when you came to that. I think Southampton was the second to last time I ever did the show, I think.
It was near the end. Yeah,
it was definitely close to the end because Cambridge was the final one. It was I guess in my mind it's last year's show. And so right now I have, even actually as I was in the UK when you saw me, I had this new show kind of already, or had written it, and I had done it in Perth about eight times, I think. So I at the very least had the bones of it ready, or most of it, bits of it chopped and changed and stuff. But yeah, I'm currently touring a new show. So the Australian, I guess in my brain, the Australian new show, the new show date starts in Australia in January of that year, and then I try run it. Yeah, I try tour all around Australia and Edinburgh throughout that year, and then I take it to the UK, I guess, for one last hurrah in the early months of the year after. But while I'm in the UK doing the old show, in my head I've got a new show slowly, or that's hopefully come together, or still needs to be tweaked a little bit and stuff. And so I mean, I don't know if I'm supposed to. Well, who knows? It probably doesn't matter. But if you've noticed a pattern in my touring schedule, you may expect me to come to the UK in early next year again, which could be quite likely.
Hey, I'll be sure to come out if you do. And that sounded more threatening than I intended it. That's a good thing, hopefully. One thing I did need to talk to you about, with everything happening in the news, your previous Prime Minister, that's the correct time, your Prime Jacinda Ardern.
Yes, I mean, obviously, I've sworn allegiance to King Charles III, but yes, the Prime Minister's the head of state. Yeah,
I'd say. She's on this. I think it was Pod Save the World on the, this Pod Save America, Pod Save the UK. Is it just me, or is she being aggressively New Zealand? Like I swear her accent has deepened. She like she was going so far down the back of her throat to say some words. It's like I think she's trying to prove a point now. It's like yeah. Look, I beat COVID. I'm going to beat this guy and win my accent.
Well, I was thinking, God, she sounds normal, but everyone around her is speaking so bizarrely with their cartoonish and silly accents and their correct vowel pronunciations. It's all.
I'm not dissing the pronunciation. I'm just saying she's doing more of it. I swear. It's like it might have just been she was in a script which was heavy with them. I don't know.
Yeah. Yes, I must say I'm not very good at picking up on accents. I don't think. My ear doesn't see race, but I don't hear race. I don't hear it. I don't hear race. Yeah.
For some reason, the only one I can think of, because we're talking about it, but I've just been watching. I started watching back I finished watching all the UK Taskmaster, so I started on the New Zealand ones again, and it's the only word I can think of for some reason is just the way they say Taskmaster. It's Taskmaster. It's like
Taskmaster.
Yeah.
Am I doing it the New Zealand? I mean, I must be saying it the New Zealand way, right? When I say Taskmaster.
That sounds very UK. Like it's Jeremy Watts does he's got that twang to it, and I know some of them. Yeah. It's true. I know what you're saying. Not all New Zealanders. I know. Hashtag not all New Zealanders, says Freddie.
But yeah, I must say the accent. I find it hard to pick up on the New Zealand accent unless someone not from New Zealand does an impression of us, and then I'm like, oh Christ, is that what we sound like?
That wasn't meant as a diss.
No. This is my own internalized shame about being a New Zealander.
This is my internalized guilt. So
exactly. 100%. Yes, I mean I was raised Catholic, and I feel like the New Zealand accent is my original sin, and because in New Zealand you grow up with a disdain towards Australia. You know, like they're our sporting rivals, they're our closest neighbor. You know, there's like a friendly but still genuine rivalry.
It's a sibling rivalry, much like Canada in America. Sorry, bad example. Sorry.
Well, yes, and we are hoping to make Australia our second state, but
make Australia great again.
Yes, exactly. But yeah, you grow up with some disdain for Australia, I suppose, and then you hear people attempt to do a New Zealand accent, and to me it always sounds like Australian but stupider, even like like really like Australian, but even like more redneck, or so. I don't know how to describe it. Like, oh Christ, is that what we sound like? So I don't normally pick up on the New Zealand accent unless I hear impressions of it, or I hear a New Zealander talk to an American. But even then, normally the opposite happens, where it just makes me realize, how American the other person sounds, you know, like it does, where I'm like, this person's talking normally, and this other person who I used to think, you know, had a regular normal accent, now I realize they've got this crazy Yankee accent and they sound ridiculous. But it's interesting you say that Jacinda sounds more Kiwi than ever, because if anything, her book in New Zealand has some people have criticized it because the book is clearly not aimed at New Zealanders. Like, it's clearly written with an American audience in mind, which, you know, makes sense.
Dialing up the accent, do you think?
Maybe she's dialing it up to differentiate herself, or to make herself seem more exotic in America. But
I'm starting to buy this.
But I've seen people sort of, you know, like in the book, she'll describe a small town in New Zealand that if you're from New Zealand, everyone knows where it is, everyone knows that town. But she'll describe where it is, and I think she might even use like American. I don't know. No, she doesn't. I don't think she uses American measurements, but maybe she says high school instead of secondary school, and there's sort of little word changes that, you know. She uses Americanisms rather than the New Zealand words, you know. There's little, shibboleths, I suppose, I think is the word you say, that she
I will
fails.
take your word for that. Quite literally, I'll take your word for that.
It's a word. It's you either say it. It's I learned about it from watching The West Wing, but it's a word. It means it's shibboleth or sibboleth. I forget. But the point is that the idea was that it's from I think biblical time, and one tribe would say the word one way and one tribe would say the word the other way. And so saying the word sort of acted, I think, as a way of marking where you were from. And so if you pronounced it differently, it helped identify. It made you realize, made people think, oh, you're an outsider. And I suppose there's just some writings, some of the ways that Jacinda's writing in her book apparently is suggests that, she's not writing it with a New Zealand audience in mind.
Well, the funny thing is, like, people do talk about code switching. It sounds like when she's appealing to, I genuinely now think she's putting that on. Because during COVID and everything, she was in every conversation. They referred to New Zealand, how she wouldn't accept any deaths. She was on the TV enough that I've heard her voice. Anyway,
yes.
That controversy aside, though, what we've established today is Ray O'Leary, you hate charities, public nudity, you're good with, and you're against. You want the extinction of the Australian race. I'm like, is this the thing that gets you cancelled? Is what I'm.
I would say those are three accurate summaries of my views, and I'm willing to endorse and sign off on them right now. Unfortunately. Please edit that together. Please let it be known.
Suddenly you're getting emails from Musk going, look, can I support you in your bid for Prime Minister? I shouldn't laugh at this. It's not good.
Yeah.
Anyway, right, before we let you go, we're asking everyone how they think different.
Oh, that's a great that's a great question. I like to think I think I definitely remember having a friend say to me that they thought me studying philosophy may have made me neurodivergent because and I think that they said I'm sure you were like this in high school or secondary school, but now you've come out of university and the way you approach the world is differently. So I don't know if it's a great example, but I think from studying philosophy, I do think I have maybe hopefully a more analytic mind, or I break things down more, or I think more about the arguments and that people make, and I'm able to hopefully I guess pull the world apart and reassemble it, which I think is helpful for comedy.
Well, I never try and tell anyone they're neurodivergent, but I see a lot of similar traits in you that I see in myself, and it's. I
hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying loud and clear. It's a diagnosis as far as I'm concerned.
Pretty much. Well, I mean, I am a doctor of podcasting, so I should know it. Yeah, but no, it's there are certain people I just find are naturally more comfortable and good to be around, kind of because their energy. That's kind of something which I pick up. I'm aware I pick up on it a lot now. And thank you for always being positive on it. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. And going to have to do this again a third time because this is just fun.
Please.
I can't wait until you come and visit again.
Yes, no. Thank you so much for having me, and great, and thank you so much for doing the stream. It's such a noble cause, and good luck trying to do the full time. You're a madman.
Oh yeah, this has been established long since. Oh, and by the way, oh damn it, I've lost the thread of what I was going to say. No, it is completely good.
I think it was it was a string of compliments, just for me.
I might have had a stroke. I mean, I'm not sure at this stage. But it's been lovely having you on. Oh, by the way, yes, that was it. One of the people I messaged, he was very kind enough to message me back. Say unfortunately wasn't available because he's going over there to the Fringe, is Tom Cashman from
Tom Cashman. Yes.
Tom Taskmaster. So when you see him, if you could just say to him, just slap him around the face and go, "This is from Squeefest," and just no, say hi from us.
I'll say you've made a very powerful enemy.
Powerless. Let's not oversell it. And powerless might be overselling it. I'm lower down than that on the tone.
Yes, no, I'll leave a horse's head in Tom Cashman's bed or something. Don't you worry.
I mean, I think only Australia could have a bloke from down the pub vibes as their Taskmaster's assistant, and it works perfectly for them. He's great.
Yeah, no, he is great.
It's such a different vibe than the other assistants.
Yes, yeah, no, he's a phenomenal comic. Yeah, so
Yeah.
actually, while I will be in Edinburgh Fringe, I'll be staying with Paul Williams actually, because he'll be doing the Edinburgh Fringe as well. And they have. I mean, I don't think this is spoilers, but they've just finished filming the 6th season of New Zealand Taskmaster, and last time I was in Edinburgh, they were releasing. The episodes were airing, so hopefully I'll be able to watch the latest season of Taskmaster as it comes out with the assistant himself. So.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. Enjoy. Thank you for coming on again, my friend, and I'll speak to you soon.
No, thank you so much. Thank you. Good luck for the rest of the stream.
Take care, mate. Speak soon.
Bye.
So, post your hashtag things different. Sorry, Blain, I will be. In fact, let's just get you up on the screen there, buddy. How you doing, sir? You all right?
Wonderful. How are you?
Sorry, did I surprise you there? It was a sneak attack.
No counting, no nothing. Just like, all right, let's bring him on the screen. Oh,
explain what you can do. Stand on ceremonies. I've lost words at this stage of proceedings.
Oh, good. I brought you words. We'll be fine.
Yeah. Usually between us, we've got enough of them. How you been, buddy?
I've been all right. How have you been?
Oh, tired.
Yeah. You still got that eating disorder?
What the ADHD med says that my appetite, you're right.
No, the one where you don't eat meat anymore.
Yeah. I thought that's what you were referring to. Yeah. Still inflicted.
Huh? So a vegan that doesn't have energy, huh? Who knew?
Hey,
who saw that coming?
I've got plenty of energy thanks to ADHD. Just it's my body that's fucked.
Fair enough. Hey, you cursed. That means I'm allowed to curse now.
By the way, yeah. The views of certainly this lot do not necessarily reflect the views of the charity, and there will be swearing involved in this slot, and a lot of ADHD energy between the two of us. It multiplies between us. In fact, it gives me a boost for the rest of the night. Always,
it's like ADHD squared.
Yeah, it's like I come to you for an ADHD top up. It's like
yeah. Oh God. No, hold on to that. It's fun because like eventually ADHD. Everybody talks about the fun part of ADHD.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But there's some shit that sucks.
Oh well, when you've just used all your energy and you go into a depressive funk and just don't want to exist. Yeah, that's always fun.
My favorite thing that happened recently was somebody was telling me, "Oh my God, like hyper focus. That sounds so great." And I'm like, "It would be if you got to pick what you hyper focused on. If I could just pick a topic and I'm like, I'm completely fixated on this for the next 36 hours, that would be fine." But no, it's some fight I had with somebody in elementary school whose name I can't remember. And I'm like, oh, you know what I should have said? And then I should have said, and then I should have said, no, I shouldn't have said that. I should have said that. Like, these are things that happen to me.
When I start the medication, up until this day still. The other fun one is you're just going to be doing anything. You could be cooking, you could be typing an email, you could be going to sleep. Your mind goes, hey, that conversation you had when you were 10, you were really upset. Actually, what they were thinking was this. And now you can perceive that because you've got a bit out of your own way with the ADHD, and the autism is taking a more logical view of it. Anyway, just want to let you know that at 3 a.m. when you're trying to sleep. Thanks, Brian.
Yes. Yeah. That's why I'm glad cannabis is legal.
Which is not over here, so I wouldn't touch stuff.
Fair enough. If they ever legalize it, a little like microdose of THC before bed to just turn everything off is very nice. Although, full disclosure here, we gotta tell people the truth. If you do it too often, you do start to disassociate, and anybody who's ever actually lived in that disassociative state where like you see things happening around you that you know something inside you cares about, but you just can't access the care. Disassociation's not good. Yeah. And so you have to have you gotta have a moderate amount.
Yeah, I think
cannabis,
I do the
if you go that way.
dissociation thing when I'm trying to when there's an emergency. I think my way of coping is to keep on like sorting out what I can do, and I think it's to ignore the panic. If I'm so focused, second someone starts panicking around me, I'm like, shut up, stop that. You're stopping me being able to sort this out. If you don't panic, I'll sort this out. If you panic, I'm going to lose my shit.
But on the positive side too, is the other thing I find just kind of like a counterpoint to that, not even counterpoint, like works in conjunction with, if no one was panicked, I'd be panicked.
Oh, that's interesting. See, I don't get that one. But I understand it. It makes sense to me.
It's like, no, we're not panicking. And it just like jumps something. It's like I'm afraid of heights until I'm standing next to somebody who's afraid of heights. And then I've got all the confidence in the world to make fun of them. Like,
well, I'm sort of guessing, you know, this is potentially dangerous. If no one's panicking, then it's like they're trying too hard to not panic in your head. It's like it's the double bluff in a weird way.
So, well, there's another thing that happens. This doesn't really happen to me. I'm more of if I can't have my way, I'll just take my ball and go home. But when you get in the middle of somebody who deals with anxiety or stress or panic by control, but just like, I'm going to control every single aspect about this and then it will be fine. And it's like, but you're trying to control uncontrollable things. You're setting yourself up for failure and you're getting in everybody's way because you think you know more than you do right now.
I think it's rules. Like, I think we learn to like rules as neurodivergent people, because if you follow those rules, they can't be mad at you. And so you look for rules in everything. So if you're doing rules, they're not allowed to be mad at you. That's the rules.
That is the best way to say it. Like, why do I do certain things at work that I think are stupid, but I do them because they're the rules? I followed the rules. You can't be mad at me. Even though
at the same time as you're trying to identify yourself as a rebel, because that's how you feel in your heart.
I don't need to identify as a rebel. My problem with authority is so baked in at this point. Like the only way this is what my wife does to me, dude. To get me to do shit around the house, she'll just be like, "Oh, are you sure you can do that?" Of course I can do that. And then my oppositional defiance disorder and my ADHD hyperfocus have just like crossed in on the same thing. And now I am zeroed in on building the best damn fence, even though I can't build a fence. It's a bad example, but I'm going to build the best damn fence because you told me I couldn't build one.
The funny thing is, I bet it's like a placebo, because they've did this study where they proved that placebos work even if you know it's a placebo, and an injection works better than tablet because you see it as a more serious intervention. I bet it's the same way. Even if you know what she's doing, you can't stop that part of your brain which just told you, it's like, well, you have to prove her wrong though. It's like, well, we know she's lying. No, we're doing this.
we have to prove it to her anyway.
Yeah. Because she'll be, even if she wasn't thinking, she would be now.
Yeah. And you know how hard it is to gloat around somebody who just manipulated you into doing something, and then you come back and just be like, I sure showed her. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. She played you. She won. But
I sure showed how I was a pussy.
Yeah, right. Oh. But yeah, no. ADHD, it's fun.
Yeah, I find it really interesting, the attitudes around weed, which you were talking about before. So I do know friends who do it, who kind of like, you need it as an unwind after Yeah, at the end of the day, that's all they can do to switch off their brains, and it works them. But it's interesting that they're legalizing. They've legalized CBD, THC in some special cases, which they then purify down to take stuff out. Like, why play about with it this much? Like, why do you have to have so many conditions around legalizing it? I mean, I get some kids get into it too much and it can cause psychosis. There is unhealthy habits with alcohol as well, but I think it's very akin, and the plus effects.
You could also die if you ate a quarter pounder from McDonald's every day.
Yeah.
I know it's an old argument, but like the food supply is poison, dude, and it's totally encouraged.
And what you can't argue with that, or with the I mean, I suppose McDonald's food you could argue because it's highly calorific. If someone's on low money, so there is some benefit I could sell in there at least. It'd be better if they were getting good food, but anyway. But yeah, it's cheap, high calorific. But with I lost myself in that. What were we talking about? So we're going into.
Oh, Jesus. No, this is the blind leading the blind here. I could bring up like 12 points we made, and I don't know which one of them was the last one. I cut you off. You were talking about THC and why we have to.
Oh, yeah, that was it. Yeah. I believe it's linked to memory problems, but I've never had any. No, no, it's just, it's a really interesting area because people are neurodivergent, like we'd done some positive things for people. It's helped them overcome their anxiety, especially if they're not diagnosed. Like it can get them to diagnosis because some of us commit suicide. Sorry, I'm keeping it light, obviously where I am, but I don't know. It just seems so weird that they're so adamant to not legalize it. They'll do everything but. And
right.
It's like there's with alcohol. Yeah, sorry, this was the point I was trying to get to. It's like with alcohol. There is no kind of real, like, I suppose it lifts your mood in the moment, but the negatives far away. There aren't many kind of positive for it that it does to your body. You could say socially is an argument you can make, but the only argument you can make, as I say, is the high caloric value for money for poor people. But this one has got so many health benefits. Like it's been studies to heavily suggest that it helps shrink cancers. But this is what we must stop.
I tell you one thing though, like if because I've known people, if you know somebody who goes through chemo, break the law, get them some edibles because it's the only way they'll get their appetite back so they can actually eat food because chemo kicks the shit out of you. I definitely think there are certain health problems that should just come along with here, you get this. Because I mean, like when you're sick, you're sick. I don't know why I went on that. I don't want to go down that road. We're here to have fun, and I bring up cancer. Like, geez.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, you're kind of suicide, so we're okay.
yeah.
No, so it's funny you talk about whining. So I've learned a lot about ADHD over the last year. And the reason being because I actually found sources that were, see, here's the thing I've hated about ADHD. If you go on TikTok and somebody will say like, hey, is your life a mess because you don't clean your room and you eat too much and you do this and you do that. Well, it's okay because you have ADHD and there's nothing wrong with that. It's like, cool, but those 4 things are still happening. just because there's a lot of people who saw the iceberg on the Titanic before it went down. It doesn't mean the boat turned in time. You know what I mean? I've been watching a lot. Yeah.
It's the people who say to me that someone literally said, "Oh, you got ADHD. Oh, I could have told you that 30 years ago. Why didn't you then? That would have been really helpful information. Thank you."
I mean, a fun test at home. Again, we're not actual psychiatrists, but if you want to know if you have something like ADHD or autism or any kind of neurodivergency or like anxiety or depression, even tell like your close circle, people that know you, that you have it. And if you start telling everybody you're autistic and nobody acts surprised, you're probably autistic.
It's a good rule of thumb. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, it's at least it's a place to start. Obviously, go to an actual doctor and figure shit out that way. Don't listen to some high school dropout from Saskatchewan, Canada. But
which you've got printed on your business cards. Very impressive.
Yes, exactly. Yes, professional high school dropout. Oh, geez. But no, so some of the things I've learned, because like I can't do stimulant medication. And the reason why is because I already have high blood pressure. And, you know, the amphetamine type medication that works, but it doesn't really work on me. So I'm on a non-stimulant kind called like Intuitive or something. And it's a slow acting one. So like I had to like take it for a couple weeks before I even noticed anything. One of those ones. And if I stop taking it today, it'll take a couple weeks to clear out my system, that type of thing. Yeah. But the thing I learned, because I got so curious, because somebody kept saying, well, how do stimulants calm you down? And there might have been a little bit of a TikTok. Don't worry. I do have ADHD, but I will come back around and finish all these threads I've started eventually.
Oh, yeah. He leaves the breadcrumbs. It's fine. It's like,
You're
fucking yourself nude. Go on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So there was a meme on TikTok about how somebody did a certain powdered substance that the same, like the guy from Scarface. Yeah. And how amazing it felt. And then they realized that they were medicated for the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, the problem with that substance and why it's not a legitimate thing to do is, the negatives, and it doesn't really last long. But
so we've heard.
Yeah, we've heard that it wears off quite quickly. But it started a whole conversation at work, and it was like, well, how do stimulants help people calm down? And I don't know if you know this, but here's the answer. Everybody's brain has a gas pedal and a brake pedal. The problem with our brains is we don't have a brake pedal. So you can drive a vehicle at top speed down a straight road, and that's fine. But getting around all the curves and everything at full speed is very difficult. If you had some brakes, you could slow down and make the turns properly. And that's the part of your brain that the stimulants wakes up.
Well, I mean, what it did for me really with the meds, it's sort of like, it felt like it sped up the processor to deal with a computer which was working at 10 times the speed of the processor. So suddenly the processor could process all those ideas, stack some for later. My memory's better. My memory's still not fantastic, but it's not
mine either.
I'm more likely to remember appointments. It's like up to 50% now. And the other 50% I managed to actually write in the diary. Every now and again one slips, but like it's not clear. It's still me. But it's I mean, the thing which is really funny is because the ADHD was sated a little bit, my old friend autism, my new friend autism has come to the surface, and I'm like, oh, I do all those things, but it was just so masked by ADHD naturally, as well as masking situationally because of the way everyone talks to us. Because neurotypicals. No, some of my best friends are normies, really.
Yeah. I believe you.
I just wish they wouldn't be so normal in public. It's a bit embarrassing,
right? Like, let your freak flag fly.
Yeah.
No, okay. So the guy is, there's one main guy I was watching. He's a doctor. He's called Healthy Gamer, and he talks a lot about ADHD from like the medical of like, here's what's going on, here's what works, here's why this causes you to do that. And I heard him describing basically my life story. You didn't pay attention in school, but somebody would ask you a question and you were so good at pattern recognition that you would see that there are 4 questions on the board. 3 of them have answers. The 4th one doesn't. Okay, do that real quick. 5. So now what you've done is you've, instead of using methods to help yourself focus and help yourself, put the brakes on and calm the fast part down, let off the gas pedal a bit, you just brute forced your way through it. And that's what I did, right? And so this is why you get the whole, oh, he has so much potential because he can answer all these questions really fast, but he never does homework. And it's like, well, it doesn't really work like that. Like, and so you spend, sorry?
No, I was just going to tag up on that a little bit because this is another example where I think autism has become my friend a little bit, where the ADHD's backed off a bit, because it's like when I'm like, I felt the kind of freedom to say, oh, sorry, I just spaced out a minute. Like, I'm really sorry, feeling tired. I've got ADHD. I sometimes get distracted. Could you please repeat that? And that just felt so much better to be able to do that. And it's like, I'm not trying to pants it all the time and just work out from context. It's like, I mean, since I've been doing that with interviews, it's really funny because I find it easier to wait for the gaps with our conversations because, oh God, when you and I are rabid with the ADHD, it's a bloodbath, a conversational bloodbath. But I just find it so much easier. Like I find myself sitting back. I'm trying to sit back actively because I've got nerve pain in my neck. But yeah, it's weird because sometimes I'll find I have to sort of just start talking to the person I'm interviewing, hoping that a question will come out. And I sometimes and I go through, oh God, it goes through so many twists and turns, which feels odd, but I let that happen because then it'll get to the question and the rest of the interview will be fine. And I find it's a more genuine interview because I'm not in my own head. I'm not thinking about the next question. I'm listening to the answer, really listening. I was always quite a good listener, but it's so much easier now without the other 20 tracks playing at the same time.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And that was a survival mechanism for me. What you're talking about is like, I would lose track of what somebody said in the middle of talking to them as a kid. Right. And the thing is I am where I grew up, kids who don't pay attention get so I would, just like you said, start talking and hope that somehow during this rambling, I will figure out where I need to be. It's like starting a race without knowing where the finish line is. And yeah, no, it's definitely a defense mechanism to do that, because the other thing that happens is while you're talking, I am focused, right? On what you say. Problem is you trigger about 6 things that I want to reply to, but I've also learned how to have a conversation and not interrupt somebody.
Yeah.
Especially with a 6-to-1 point, right?
Yep. It's like I think this all got too surreal with the Squeefest as well. Just sorry, I'm tensioning slightly, but previously, like Nana Visitor, who was the first officer in Deep Space Nine, Major Kira, she was due to be on the stream. Got a message eventually saying that she'd had an emergency, she couldn't come on. I wished her well and everything, but so I end up playing this conversation I had with a friend of mine. She's the one who worked out got ADHD, and she's the one who told me. And we had this really lovely, like, hour-long conversation. I remembered it as being half an hour. When I looked at the file, it was an hour. And it's like, but we had this lovely conversation about it, about her diagnosis, mine, all this stuff. So I had that playing. I then got bored and painted my nails. And I was like, sorry, I was meant to be talking to Nunavas, who then couldn't make it. I paint my nails, apparently, and I'm watching myself basically in a therapy session with my mate. So I stopped that 5 minutes before the next interview and put on the video of the song that we've done for Squeefest and the video. And then the guest before you came on, Ray O'Leary, and I was like, I'm sorry that we were late on, but I was playing a music video which I'm in. I'm like, this can't be real. None of this is happening. I mean, I certainly didn't rap on a video. What would I be doing that? No, that never happened. This is all some fever dream of mine. So sorry to tell this, Blain, but at the moment, this version of you does not exist. You might exist in the real world. I don't know what I am in the real world. If I'm me, great. If I'm a mouse imagining himself a Dr. Squee, you never know.
The only thing we know for sure is that we exist because we are conscious. Everything else is open for
pretty much.
It's like, right now, I think we're having our yearly catch-up session, but it could be 1969 and I could be in a padded room somewhere banging my head on the wall. Like,
actually, I tell you what, before the end, I will play you the video and the song, see what you think. It's funny because you sort of quoted the moral of it. There's a moral bit at the end, which my friend did. There's guys from Pop-Up Puppet Cinema, so they do like mad retellings of films. So they've done there's a Nightmare on the Street, and it's Freddie Murdery. So it's Freddy Krueger, but with the famous yellow jacket on. And they do Queen songs throughout the story of Nightmare on Elm Street. They're just so funny, so good at tying these things together. And they did a little sketch for the beginning of it. And they did this little moral of the story bit at the end, which was all just John from the Puppets just going, I've got a bizarre idea. Let's just do this. And it's great. It's just perfect. And it's all about, hey, we learn about neurodiversity today.
Oh, no, like with what you were saying, I kind of do the same thing with myself now. Give myself like somebody will say something to me at work or something, and I'll just look at them and I'll be like, I know I understood every word you said, but I cannot put that sentence together in my head. Like, they're just, I just have these moments, and they are getting worse. Like, kind of, we're going back talking earlier, like, yeah, but a lot of us are used to brute forcing our way through life. And then, somewhere around your middle 30s, your brain says, I give up, dude. You can't handle this. And I'm not lifting heavy weight for you anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I just got to this point where I've talked about a bit tonight, but I just got to the point where I stopped trying new things because I knew someone would think I was failing at them or I was bad, and then I feel like a failure, and it's like, just why bother? And I just was glued to the sofa watching TV endlessly. Weird thing is, I'm such a telly and podcast addict. Since I've been on the meds, those things have gone way down in the amount, and now I just get fixated on projects. Yeah, it's like you were saying about projects which you get into. I was carrying the video to the song right up to the moment before we went on, and I only realized halfway through Squeefest that I'd forgotten to put the sketch on the beginning and end. So people are rejoining us tomorrow morning and going to get a new version of it to watch. So it's a bonus. And literally while I was talking, the guy who did the puppets, because there's a sketch with me and the puppets at the beginning. I asked them to do some footage of the puppets dancing, and they sent it to me, but like a bit after Squeefest started. So I edited that in with the bits at the beginning and end. So now it's a completest version of it. Well, while I was having a therapy session, which weirdly I was watching. So the time
now you get to sell the box set.
Yes, the special edition George Lucas style.
Yeah. 18 cassettes and
the ADHD cut. It's 1 day worth of recording.
Yeah. I mean, when I used to listen to podcasts, I used to, I would do the double speed. I would do the just craved them, right? And then now I can't listen to the podcasts at work anymore, so I don't really listen to them.
I can, and I just forget. I can be out walking. I enjoy processing my thoughts now. I think I'm not trying to block something out anymore. It was all that noise in my head. I just it's just so crazy that I never noticed so many things about myself. Though it just seems insane now. I can see them. It's like, oh, that's what everyone was on about. You're right. That is a bit annoying. Doing that shit.
Yeah.
I mean, in my defense, like, I don't have any say over it. Like, you know, it just really paints a huge blind spot in your personality.
Yeah, I get it. I get it for sure. But
yeah.
Oh yeah, hey, bud.
I can tell I hit pay dirt. You went extra Canadian there.
Oh god. So I'm from Alberta and I moved to Saskatchewan. I know that means nothing to you, but I didn't realize that
those things.
There you go.
So I'm cracking one open.
Yeah, very good. No, yeah, there it was.
It's got the energy of being down the pub with a mate, so I thought I'd enjoy it.
And it wasn't the moment I just had wasn't the lack of thought. There was so many things that entered my brain at once that none of them could come out.
Oh, I've had that. Oh yeah, the crowning.
Yeah.
This thing, I don't think you ever, and please correct me if I'm wrong. I certainly didn't know you to have a dip in the energy. Like as I got older, the energy to start waning, as well as the I don't know, just so put down. You just stop. I don't know, it's almost like my body knew to stop producing energy because I wasn't going to do anything with it anyway.
Yeah,
I didn't see that phase with you, but did you go through that at all?
Not particularly. What I kind of did was I didn't notice this while I was doing it, but basically, like I'm one of those people. I have a social battery, for example, and my problem was with the ADHD. I will run that bitch on empty, and I will run it on empty for days at a time until all of a sudden something overwhelms me and I just blow up and turn into this huge dick. And then I'm off by myself for a while. And I didn't realize what was happening because I was running the social battery on empty for so long. Because the ADHD has, you know, like my wife says on my gravestone, the inscription is going to be like, just one more thing.
Yeah, we are very much the Columbos of neurodivergency.
Like people at work, they know. Like they'll just walk away from me.
Be at least someone's special interest, surely. Sorry,
But yeah, no, there's like people know. I don't get offended if somebody just turns around and walks away mid conversation because the conversation's not going to end if you don't do that.
Yeah, I mean, I used to feel so threatened by being cut off. It's like just, if I'm not sucking all the oxygen out of the room, then someone might die. I'm doing public service by doing that somehow.
No, God damn it. I thought of these 8 points that are going to be really important to this person's life, and I'm going to tell them all 8 points.
Yeah.
How can they live without this information? And then it's like
working towards a wicked punchline. I've got to keep going now.
Right?
It's only day 3 of this joke. I've still got loads of legs to go on.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what, mate? I really, just because I know you used to do kind of the old rappity raps yourself, I'm really keen to play this. Can I play you the video now?
Yeah, absolutely.
I genuinely, I've been using this for breaks. This is the first time I use it because I want my buddy to see it. So, there we go.
Hello. Hello, Doc Squee, come in. Can you hear me, Doc Squee? Did you get him? I'm trying, Marty. I'm trying.
Hello, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just about to start Squeefest.
Doc Squee, you gotta listen to us. It's important.
Oh no! Is it about the future, Doc?
Hello. No, not you, future me. Future Squee. Fair enough.
Doc, you gotta warn him, Doc.
Guys, look, you're frightening me. What is it? What happens?
Does he still have a face?
What? I lose my face?
I think so, Marty. It's difficult to say.
Hey!
No. You look good for your age.
The iron one.
Hey, look!
Sorry, we've come to warn you about the show.
Oh no, not another nip slip. Sylvester McCoy still won't take my calls after the last one.
This is about Squeefest, not your OnlyFans.
I don't have an OnlyFans anymore, and Sylvester McCoy certainly doesn't.
Well, he should have.
I bet Tennant's on there.
Oh, you know it.
Look, guys, can we please get back to the script?
There's a script?
Why are we doing this again?
It's for a good cause, Marty.
Neurodiversity. No, to get Squee to leave us alone.
What about the warning?
It's about the show.
What about it?
You mistakenly take a call from some idiots and it delays the beginning of the stream. We did the math. Don't take any calls from random idiots just as your show's about to start. That's right, Marty.
Guys, did you ever think you might be the idiots?
Oh, now that's thinking different. Oh, look at the time. I'm late for school.
Right, well, if that's it, I do have a stream to run here.
Wait. There's one more thing.
What is it?
What's good looking and hangs up?
Oh, I don't know. What's good looking? Think different.
I'm new to the club and it ain't easy. The journey I've made's taken a different way, and I've ended up here, just gotta spend my days growing in ways, blending the haze, fitting the quitting, accepting the change, to embrace a new norm, fit a new form. But sometimes when I cry, my brain feels worn out, and I shout and I shout and I let it all out. On my brain so much pain and it's trying to be out. No control in a hole and I cannot climb out. And I cry and I cry and I don't know why. Being restored and ignored no matter how hard I try to show my way out. But enough is enough. Support and with love. Think different, think differently. The world's a very different place for you and me. Think different, think differently. And time to celebrate the world of urgency. Different, think differently. The world's a very different place for you and me. Think different, think differently. And time to celebrate the world of urgency.
Hey yo, full disclosure, I was a bit of a loner. The weird one, the odd one.
He's probably just a stoner.
Reality flex, should I get my sanity checked? Cause if I say what I'm thinking, then I'm probably gonna get that. I try to fit in, man, you gotta believe me. But other human beings give me the heebie-jeebies. May I introduce, please? It's your boy Matt Lees, can only be what I be, so you can take me or leave me.
I think so far out the box, I can't even see the box. I'll make the box into a hat. Maybe I will be the box. I used to feel like what I wanted wasn't real and I should stop. Then I rearranged it all to fit round me, now I'm on top. It was quite a shock at first, but honestly, I'm cock-a-hoop. Drop these verses about beauty, diversity and truth, and my tribe is all of you. Now we ride to somewhere new. All I ask is you keep smiling, it gets better, I'm the proof.
Think different, think differently. The world's a very different place for you and me. Think different, think differently. And time to celebrate the world of urgency. Different, think differently. The world's a very different place for you and me. Think different, think differently. And time to celebrate the world of urgency. Different, think differently. The world's a very different place for you and me.
Welcome to my show. This is me, Dr. Squee. On podcasts, interviews, and laughs. That's always been my territory. But sages are calling. Nights are posted boring. Gotta tell a new story. Dyslexic, hectic with ADHD. But it's just me after diagnosis, a painful process. And I reviewed my past, so at last I come out in front. Now I choose to think different and appeal to you. If I'm not real to you, or the neurodivergency, Dr. Squee energy, I've got a deal for you. Let me reveal to you. Refuse to see the real me and make me see through. We've got to stick together, respect me and I'll respect you. So from Squee and the crew, if you please, from Prof, Mr. Me and Mr. Lees, please think differently.
In today's story, we met some people who saw the world a little differently, and that's okay. You know, we all think in our own way. Some people learn fast, some take their time, some are great with numbers, others with pictures or words. That's called neurodiversity. It means our brains work in different ways. What matters most is being kind, patient, and understanding, because everyone has something special to offer. So remember, being different doesn't mean being wrong. It just means you're you. And that's a pretty powerful thing, because when you think different, you might solve problems in ways no one else can. Until next time.
What do we think?
That was fun. There's a nice little bouncy beat going.
That's Lizzie. He did the beat to that. It's amazing. He did the. Did you ever hear my Doctor Who theme tune, which was hip hop style?
Maybe.
And the Due South podcast tune. They're all done by Matt Lees. He is telling my music guy when you're not occasionally subbing for him on a few jingles. I'm sure there was one I thought of the other day that I need a jingle for. It's about how many somethings out of 10, or like, because we pick a different thing from the episode, so it's like how many Buick Dodges, like, because that's a car, like how many Mounties out of 10, whatever. Yeah, I haven't even thought of a name of the segment, let alone a jingle. It might be running before I've walked. What do you think of the tune? How was my rap?
It was great. I loved it. Yes. I just yep.
The one thing I want to get into, and I think you'll appreciate the penmanship of this. I couldn't fit it in without a couple of bars into it. Like it wouldn't make sense. Basically, I was thinking of putting a line in about keeping mum, as in the phrase keeping mum, and the fact that I make care for my mum now. I'm not sure if you're aware. So I moved back in. Like there's top floor she basically can't get to anyway, so it's basically turned into my flat. But I'm on hand, take her for a walk every day, things like that. But yeah, I thought it was kind of a nice way, like it's keeping mum. But then you really need a paragraph, and as much as my mum deserves it, I'm sorry, it's about my struggles this time. It's like it's a neurodiversity, and, you know, talking about your mum isn't quite on theme.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Yeah, and the hardest thing about music, it's not knowing what to put in. That's the easy part. It's knowing what to take out.
I got a great story about that from the story track. I now have an agent manager who's Madam Mister in the video, Sarah, my friend. It's her boyfriend. I met him at one of her gigs. It was really great. We just gone in. It was something to do with the hall where we were having it. They decided last minute that they didn't have the correct license that they could open the bar. So they just invited us to bring in whatever we wanted. So everyone went around the local supermarket. So on my way out, I still had like half a thing of. It was cheaper to get a whole thing of cans than like a 3 for whatever. Like it was less. It was less for more drink. So it's like I'm not going to spend more to have less, even if I don't drink them all. I'll just share. So I was just handing them out to people. Hand one to him. He goes, "Brother, I was thirsty, and you provided me with a drink." I mean, he oozes Viking. This guy, Garrett. I call him. Well, basically, I decided because the person who I rang. Oh, I've lost my mic too. That's the most ADHD thing I've ever done. But you can still hear me, can't you?
I can hear you.
Can't be too. Well, put it down. I have no memory of putting that down. Oh my god, this is.
I think you put it down a while ago too.
It is worse. It is genuinely worse being older doing this. It's just and the nerve pain does not help.
Oh god, yeah.
I just added paracetamol to the mix while the track was playing, and it's like I got to do it to give him top of the pain.
I with my cannabis and my Coca-Cola Zero, I also like to throw in back pain pills with the muscle relaxants, because the thing about being the professional high school dropout is when you're 15 and you're working those kind of jobs and your body's not really done growing yet. And there's only one kind of job us high school dropouts get. It's picking shit up and putting it back down.
Hey, you do have those ones who just stay bagging groceries.
Yeah,
did I use that term right? Did I use that term right? We don't use bagging groceries. I think that's how you guys use it, isn't it?
Yep, you nailed it. Very good. Very multicultural of you.
I wasn't even trying, it just came out. As I said to the judge on that occasion.
I do have to apologize because I thought I had a great idea and I had it like not long after we did the last one. But I watch a lot of British panel shows. They're fun. They're great. And I'm really taken right now with Would I Lie to You?
I love it.
Oh my God, it's great. And I was just like, you know what I need to do? I need to talk to my wife. And I say, okay, you write down, I'll have to bring in 2 cards. One will be true, one will be false. And I'll just bullshit my way through and see but I didn't because that involved doing work.
You know,
it would have been great.
I have a Would I Lie to You story, which was just in the news. So they're filming the Christmas special. Do you know who David Williams is? One of the 2 from Little Britain. He's written loads of children's books now. You would have seen him on something which has come over from Britain. He's at one stage he was in everything.
It sounds. He
was on Britain's Got Talent, and maybe he was in the American one.
Dave Williams?
No, David Williams. He was born Williams, but he couldn't get that for equity.
Williams
with an I after the second A, I think.
I really thought that this was going to be quick when I did it.
Type Britain's Got Talent. He'll be in the picture for that. In fact, I can just look him up and share screen if you can't find
I
him.
think this is it here. Will.i.am's.
No, I don't think it's Will.i.am. No, 2 very different people. Very different energy to David Williams.
All right. Oh yeah, that's the right guy. The face looks familiar enough.
Well, he was on the Would I Lie to You Christmas special they were recording, and he said a joke which he was saying about an arm injury was the lie, the lie or truth, and he was describing it, and he kept on doing the gesture of it, and then kept on going wilder and wilder until he did a Nazi salute. And he then did it a second time, like after there was apparently a very muted reaction from the audience. He did it again because you double down on that stuff. You know when it's bombed, but you think you can convince the audience. You're painting yourself into a worse cul-de-sac as you go. But the thing is, and I made this point, I made a TikTok about it, so it must be true.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because
you are a doctor after all.
Of podcasting, as we've established. Just like to make that very clear. Only a doctor of podcasting. I'm sorry about that checkup, madam. I will pay the legal fees.
I'm not a gynecologist, but I'll take a look. No, that's not appropriate.
I can't join you that far, my friend, on this one. I'm sorry, I'm working very closely.
No, you're right. That was
even I can go that far now.
I let the intrusive thought win.
I can justify everything else I've said. Like, honestly, I mean every word of I mean every word of everything I've said. But the cannabis debate, I think that should be considered more carefully. I don't just I'm not just saying any careless.
See, we came all the way back to the cannabis, people. I told you we'd make it back around to everything, and that's what we do.
There was something else we were just talking about, which I distracted myself from.
The Nazi salute?
Yeah, that was it. Because, that was what my mind was on. That doesn't sound good if someone just tuned in. But David Williams does it twice on a recording of a panel show, and they publicly shame him, take it down. Elon Musk does it, and it's on the news, on every news channel, on every station. They replay it infinitum with his defense that it wasn't a salute, which it clearly was. But David Williams doing it for comedic effect, which, okay, it was ill-advised to go back in, you know, when it didn't work the first time. Just a comic responding to the room. But why is it when he, and I would guess, I haven't seen any of the footage, but, and I don't think I'm likely to now, but I'm guessing he was making an allusion to Musk, because it feels like that's the, like anyone who's doing a Nazi bit at the moment is usually referring to Musk or Trump.
Yeah. Boy, the news clips of them have been weird lately.
What do you mean lately?
The last,
yeah.
Every time I'm just like, okay, so I'm not an actual conspiracy theorist. I don't believe weird things, but at the same time, if you tried to convince me we lived in a simulation, I would listen to you. I would listen, because every time I think the news cycle in American politics can't get any weirder, all of a sudden you got Trump. Not only did he say the word fuck, every news organization played it uncensored.
Yeah.
Repeatedly. Like, I was like, what? Like,
I wouldn't even be surprised if he demanded it wasn't bleeped, because he's got a lot of power over the media at the moment. I bet if he said, don't bleep that, you'll play it as it is, otherwise I'll shut down your lights. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. Again, that's a ridiculous thing to say, and I wouldn't be surprised. I actually realized the other day, I had this conversation with a mate of mine, that if you were going to try and destroy Labour as an idea, as a party, you could do far worse than the way it's gone. Of like, so think about it. Keir Starmer, he's a sir in charge of the Labour Party, already rings alarm bells to a lot of people. He then goes very right-wing in power to appease Trump. He then is making the youth of the party, who are kind of up and coming, like Wes Streeting, wear a lot of stuff for his decisions. Like, so that ruins the future. You know, if you're going to do it, this would be like this would be a much more, it's like someone smart was trying to do a Trump. Like, if he was smart in doing everything he was doing, it didn't, like, I think he's ultimately going to be his own undoing, because look how he's treating security. Like, any other country could hack us, let alone if the left, you know, let's face it, he's fired a lot of talented people who will now work for the left. A lot of generals from the army, even.
I mean, I think there's an old phrase, an old adage that I'm going to butcher, but it was something along the lines of, like, you know, if you want to destroy a man, give him everything he wants.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. It's such a pleasure to catch up with you, mate.
Oh, for sure, man. This was very exciting.
And now,
I mean, I once again have nothing to plug because I don't do anything anymore. But you know what? By next year, I'll have
plug your grandkid. Plug your grandkid.
They moved out.
No, but plug your grandkid anyway.
Oh, little Nash. Let me tell you, he is the cutest little kid ever.
You've got 2 minutes to plug that, and then I've got one more question I've got to get.
Oh yeah. No,
1 minute. Well, it literally 10 a minute.
No, it's cool. Me and my wife are empty nesters. First time we've had the house to ourselves in 20 years being together. So as much as it's sad to see them go, goodbye, start your new life away from here, I have your mother to myself.
Yeah, I didn't want that to sound like I was being sarcastic. Literally a minute just turned. It's like, it sounded like that would have been really funny if I had said that like that, but I just honestly wasn't.
The problem is I've had so many situations like that where, like, it's like, okay, you literally have 1 minute, okay, and then just get to the 1 minute done.
So my final question to you, as I lay back like a Bond villain because my neck is in a lot of pain, how do you think differently? See, this is why I wanted to give you a few minutes, because I knew you'd come up with a good one.
So we actually have a lot of talks about mental health at work, and really my problem, I figured this out. First of all, apparently there are people who don't have a constant internal monologue all the time. I don't understand those people. They're lying. No, cat. God damn it, my cat. No. Excuse me. There you go, Pickles.
From my point of view, it looked like you just pulled the cat out of the screen. It looked magic.
Anyway, where was I going with all this? Yeah, no. So a lot of the times I notice with myself, I can see exactly what I need to try to describe, like visually. Like say we have a plan. It's okay. We got to move these 3 boxes over here, but this one's in the way. I could see exactly what needs to be done. And a lot of the time it starts feeling like I just don't know English well enough to tell people. And I'm like, just let me show you. So I've discovered in the last couple of years, I'm very much a visual thinker. And then there's the whole part where it's like, you know, how do you think differently? And it's like, well, because of pattern recognition, childhood trauma, many concussions, solid 20 years of decent substance abuse, and many years of untreated ADHD. I forgot where I was going with this.
I want to chip in with something there, my friend. It's really nice for me that I've known you, or like all the time I've known you, you've talked about ADHD, me not knowing I had it. When I found out, it's like I've gone through this kind of process of understanding how I work best. And it's kind of, it feels quite sweet to me that you seem to have gone on that journey recently that you hadn't before. So
right.
It somehow makes me happy that we're going through it together, even though we're in 2 different countries.
The best way to say it is like when I was a kid, I had baby ADHD. And I took pills, and that was awful. The pills they gave me were just not conducive to a happy life. So then my second phase, my second evolution, untreated. Now that my ADHD is in its final form, we need to throw some medication at it. And I am looking at signing up for some CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy. Because, man, I tell you, from when I had ADHD as a kid to now, the things, the ways that they are helping people now, like I got a nephew, he's got ADHD, and his parents are like, no, he doesn't. And so I kind of read them the riot act because I was like, well, here's what's going to happen. He's going to brute force his way through, and kind of just laid out my whole story. And then, end up 40 years old and have no idea what the fuck's going on with anything anymore, but what they have for him, because he's already got a worker in school doing like cognitive behavioral therapy with him, teaching him how to meditate, focus, like a lot of the stuff that the pills help with, we can do ourselves, but it's just like working any other muscle. Like you have to do the training, you have to do the reps, you have to, I'm the furthest thing from a fucking hippie in the world, and if I can meditate, you can, and it's good for you. I personally
prefer the most aggressive sell for meditation I've ever heard. I want to end on that. That's perfect.
Perfect.
You will meditate. Right, geez, yeah. I can see it's worked on you.
I am very zen.
Friend, let's not leave it another year this time. I'd love to have another conversation. It's really nice to see the new you. Kind of, I can tell a difference to your energy. It's really nice. You seem a lot happier in yourself, mate.
Yeah, no, and I you just keep going up and up and up, and it's great, and I'm very happy for you, and I'm proud of you, and I like you.
Go up and up and up, and in years is the problem. Like I'm falling apart here.
You're not that bad. You're only what, 52?
103, I think it was the last count.
Well, you don't look a day over 70.
I count my finger and counted the rings. That's how you do it, isn't it? Yeah,
absolutely.
Anyway, my friend, I'll talk to you later. You take care.
You betcha. Have a good one.
So, guys, I'm just going to quickly look at the total, seeing if we've had any more donations before I welcome on my next panel. If I can still operate a keyboard at this late stage of the game. Still 100 credit quick, guys. Please, if you're watching, do donate. I'm not going to welcome on my guests. We're talking about neurodiversity around the world. Unfortunately, so I'm just going to make sure I get the name right. Alex Tuddenhan from Gap Years in the Philippines. She unfortunately couldn't join us last minute due to a change in her travel plans. But instead, we're welcoming on two experts. We've got India and Vietnam represented here. Guys, maybe you could introduce yourselves, the organization you're working at, and yeah, how you kind of came to work with the OWL. Veroique, do you want to go first?
Oh, hi. Sorry, I didn't realize I was on.
Oh, no, sorry, I didn't. Pardon me. Sorry.
That's okay.
I don't know what you guys see when I add you to the call.
I can see you. I can see you, and that's fine. Hi, I'm Veroique. I'm representing Kyrgyzstan actually, but I'm not in there. I'm in London, in the UK. I lived there for 3 years. I have a disability background in the sense that my daughter has Down syndrome. But when I was abroad, I've been in several countries across the world, but predominantly Kyrgyzstan and Macedonia, Switzerland, Hong Kong and Taipei. But for the sake of this conversation, I think I'm coming from Kyrgyzstan, where the situation for children, neurodiversity generally, but children who are neurodivergent is pretty poor. So that's my background.
Hi.
Madhavi, very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Hi, Veroique. I'm
Hi.
Madhavi. I'm Madhavi from Hyderabad, India. I'm a parent. My son is 27-year-old, young man, a very talented musician. He does Hindustani classical music, and I learned all about neurodiversity because of Varun. With his diagnosis when he was 2. I used to be in the UK. We used to live in the UK till he was about 8 years. And then we decided to move to India and set up something for, people with autism in India. And I started Ananya about 20 years ago. And we work with children with autism and other conditions in Hyderabad. So that's about me.
And what is the provision like in India for neurodiverse people?
It's not there yet. We would like to. I have a big wish list of things that I want to achieve, but we're getting there. A lot of people now talk about neurodiversity openly. About 20 years ago, a lot of people didn't even know what autism was. It was just about there are this so-called people who are normal, and there were people who are not normal. That's it. There were only 2 categories. Yeah. But now we talk a lot about neurodiversity. We talk about learning disabilities. We talk about autism, ADHD in schools. Parents are openly talking about their children's conditions, especially in big cities. Well, the rural India is still not there yet. But since Hyderabad is a very big city, we have a lot of awareness in schools. We work in the space of awareness, and we do a lot of programs in schools, and we have a charity that does a lot of awareness initiatives. So we work with schools, and people are openly talking about it. That's a big achievement. But still, parents hope that their child becomes normal with treatment or with some kind of therapy. So that way, we are not there yet. But yes, we are getting there. Yeah.
So, how does that compare to when you started working there? And what was it like then? And what's that journey been like?
It was absolutely not like this 20 years ago. I was the first person to even think about an exclusive place for people with autism. Otherwise, it was just you put every children with all kinds of neurodiverse conditions in one room, and you try to teach them like it was a school. It was a disaster. And when we started an exclusive place for autism, people were wondering, why are you starting a place for autism? They didn't understand, But I think that was one of the best things I did. I had, to start a center exclusively for autism. Varun, the first person who got benefited by this was Varun. I tried sending him to a school. Varun was going to a regular school in the UK with support. He had a full-time LSA, but After coming to India, I tried sending him to a school, but it didn't work it out. It didn't work out. I thought, I'm not going to send him to a school. I'm going to homeschool him, and he will get whatever support he needs at Ananya. So I started something for Varun, and that grew into an organization where we support more than 100 children every day at
Amazing.
Hyderabad. And
And Veroique, from your perspective, like what were the provisions like? You've said they're not good now. Were they even worse when you started working there?
Well, I mean, let's a statistic that tells quite a lot is that only 20% of children with disabilities across the board attend school in Kyrgyzstan. It's a very, very poor country. So if a child is born with any disability, there's a huge lot of social stigma, and if they can't get them into schools, which they can't, they keep them home. So they suffer a lot of exclusion, a lot of depression, unable to be integrated into society at all. So any problems that there are exacerbated. There is because of this, there's a great divide between the cities and the rural areas, and I imagine you might find that in India as well. Particularly Bishkek, the capital, and Osh to a less degree, but the capital cities, like all cities, have more money, more education, more awareness, and there are NGOs which are beginning to start, like Uplift, Uplift, which Al is going to visit. I'll probably talk about that later on. Who are more aware of the problem and who are doing more, but they're all these are private NGO and organisations. Nothing is funded by the government, or very little. It is starting, but very, very little. So often what happens with children with all disabilities and later on children who with autism is that their parents are encouraged to put them into institutions, and these institutions, some are good. I mean, a few are good. I worked in or volunteered in several of them, but most of them really aren't, and they don't get any sort of education. Unless there are outside NGOs going in to do schools, which is another thing that Uplift with the organisation I work with. They go into institutions to work with children who are autistic and have varying other disabilities. So thus giving them some sort of chance to have some sort of education. Things are changing in the sense that there is the narrative is widening, and there is, like in many countries, a greater awareness of autism, but it's only recently that the government have begun to give benefits to any sort of for families for anything. And you have to remember that in Kyrgyzstan, I don't know the statistics for poverty, but it's a very poor country. So families are coping with bringing up, providing for their children. All of their children, any of their children. So if they have a disabled children on top of it, they just can't cope. It's not a matter of not necessarily wanting it, it's having too much to do. So it's much easier for them, on top of the fact that because of the shame, to give their children to an institution that looks after them, or cares for them, and that is happening a lot. NGOs are springing up, particularly this one that I was working with called Uplift, where they are going into families, working with them, providing support, education, training. But it's all pretty nascent, and it's all, everything that's happening is new. And the main problem is there's two things: it's this lack of awareness, and this great social stigma for parents, and feelings of shame, and they feel it's their fault, they've done something wrong, and there's very little to help them. So it's going in the right direction. It's definitely going in the right direction, definitely, but there's a long way to go.
Yeah. First of all, I must apologise for being almost laid back. I've got a lot of nerve pain in my neck, and it's playing up just at the minute. So I have to lay back so it can release. So apologies, just so I can last the full 24 hours. I was just wondering, have either of your programs been hit by the cuts in America? Because I know they've had far-reaching secondary consequences to some churches.
So could you say that they're affected by what?
The cuts in America, where they kind of cut aid to countries, has that affected either of your programs?
No, uplifts I don't think have been affected by that because they don't raise their money through in that direction. I think I don't make call. I don't actually work for Uplift. I've just been very involved in their work.
Sorry,
since
just
I've been in the UK.
yeah. No, fair enough. Happy, have you been affected by the cuts in any of your funding? Can you hear us?
Don't think so.
Okay, we'll just continue for a minute. Did you want to tell us a bit more about Uplift?
Yeah, well, Uplift, they're yes, okay. So they, it's a German organization that works they've been going for 20 years now. And they have lots of umbrellas to lots of things they do. One of the things that they do, which is they have a prevention of orphanhood program, where they go in with families who have a child who's been disabled or born disabled, and provide them that early support that you need. I mean, I'm a mum of a child with disability, and I think those first interactions that you have when and it's even if it's at birth or when you discover, maybe if you're told your child is autistic later on in life, has autism later on in life, that first interaction with a professional who's either had lived experience of this or who is a professional and knows the sort of trajectory of what could be, to show you that to work with you and to give you that support. So they have a fantastic program. They go into hospitals if needed be at birth or later on to work with these families. A bit like I mean, my daughter's 33 now, so I'm getting a bit old. But when she was born, we had the Portage program where you go in and you work with families and you really sort of nurture the development of the child. So they do this, and they that's one of the things to do. One of the other things which I was quite involved with is this fantastic, and this is where they worked very much with children with autism's program, where they call Uplift Mothers. And Kyrgyzstan is quite a traditional country, so these just does tend to be mothers, women who go into these orphanages and work with specific children who have specific problems. It could be autism, it could be Down syndrome, or whatever it is. And because these orphanages, and I did a lot of work in them, they're big, they're often badly run, it's often quite corrupt. The staff are at burnout the whole time. They have so much to do, and often all they can do is change these children. Perhaps if they're lucky, turn them if they're non-mobile and a lot of them are non-verbal. They can't care for them, or they look after them. They can't care for them. Implicitly, what they cannot do is they can't love them. They just can't love these. They don't have time. And so the Uplift Mothers go into these institutions and they love these children. And it's amazing what the work they do just by interacting with them, giving them one-to-one care. And they also have a couple of schools within these institutions. They managed to do miracles with these children. I mean, I had one child particularly that I was working with, who it was a very moving but quite sad story. Who I worked with initially. I went in once a week and did, as you do, early intervention to a degree, and he was transferred from a child institution to an adult institution, because again, it's all very rule-based. At the age of 4, you just go, regardless of the bonds and the relationships you've made. Just overnight, you're shipped off to another institution. And this poor little boy died, actually, and it was very sad, but it was tragic. But Uplift were there always to give what children need most, which is love. So that's they have this fantastic Uplift Mothers program, which is great. They also, the other big problem in Kyrgyzstan is that there's very little information about autism and neurodiversity. There's very little that's published. If it is published, it's often published in Russian, Now, right, this is Kyrgyzstan is the language of ex-Soviet countries, so obviously they do speak Russian, and in the towns and cities, a lot of people speak Russian, but in the rural settings they don't. It's Kyrgyz, so it's mainly the literature, if there is any, is in Russian, and there's very little in its beginning, but there's no training in universities, there are no written manuals, and there's nothing in the curriculum, there's nothing at all. So the Uplift have these schools within the institutions. So that's another thing they do. And one of the other things that they're doing, this is where the OWL project who are coming out to Kyrgyzstan to deliver it's a 2-week program over 3 years. Nicola knows everything about it, where they will be working with professionals from the rural areas and from the cities to disseminate knowledge, provide a curriculum and a core content of how to work with children with autism and Uplift. So they have this expansion of knowledge that they provide, along with other things that the charity do. But that's a little bit of what they do.
Thank you very much. Madhavi, maybe you could tell us a bit about, you were saying that it's being more accepted over there now, neurodivergency. How did you kind of establish yourself and win over kind of, I'm guessing the first people to convince were those who'd have to let you set up business, the government?
So from the government point of view, we did not face any difficulty in setting up
that's great.
a center for autism. So the problem in India was never, there are laws in place. It's always implementation that's the problem in India, because the number of problems that the government is dealing with is so many that this is not on the list of priorities.
Yeah.
So for me, like if anybody like me wants to do something for this cause, they're okay to support and do whatever they can. Financial support is difficult, but any other ways they usually support. So I knew that I had to figure out funds on my own, but setting up a business or a charity was not so difficult, especially when I started 20 years ago. So we have 2 entities. One is a for-profit entity where we charge a fee for our services. And there is a not-for-profit entity where we provide services for free for children who don't have access to funds or they come from very poor families. So I donate 30% of whatever I earn every month from the for-profit business to the not-for-profit. And the 30% of the donation takes care of whatever I can do for children who can't afford therapy. So since I don't get any other funding, I figured out I have to be the person who funds the not-for-profit. There is no other way.
Brilliant. It's such a great model. And what's the reaction like when these people who haven't had good access to good medical treatment are suddenly getting this one-to-one attention? Like that must just be life-changing to them.
Yes, it is definitely life-changing. And also in India, the problem could be that both the parents have to go to work every day to fend for themselves, for their family. And even if I offer free services, sometimes they can't even come because they have to stop working to bring their child to us. That means a few hours of the day goes in commute and, the therapy sessions. So sometimes we even offer them online sessions so that we train the moms and dads to work with their children. Nowadays, everybody has a smartphone. So we do online programs for parents to work with their children because they can't come. They can't spend 3 hours, of their day in commute. That means they can't go to work. They can't earn their daily wages for the day. So we do online programs. Now we are doing video programs for them, like pre-recorded videos. If they can't even take out that, they have access to videos for various challenges the children face. We are using AI to translate them into multiple languages so that they can watch the videos and learn how to help their children. And we recently launched a digital program for people who wanted to support, especially teachers who don't know how to be shadow teachers or learning support assistants for children with autism in mainstream schools. And we launched it in April, Autism Awareness Month, and we launched it for free. We said we are doing it for free. We are not going to take any money from them. We had 1,200 teachers join our program virtually. and it's a 6-week program. And we were blown away. I never thought that there would be 1,200 people willing to learn how to support children in
A
their.
smile was instantly on your face when you start talking about it.
Can I jump in there?
Yeah, sure.
It's amazing how much the advent of technology has changed the whole situation, particularly in these developing countries. And it's particularly with AI and the translation. I mean, it really has opened up. We have, we noticed this in Kyrgyzstan, but across the world, because I worked in various other countries during COVID when, everything was closed down or whatever. And things were a lot, in 3 years, things have developed a lot faster. How this, because as you say, Madhavi, everybody has a smartphone. So you really can access in their pocket. The problem in Kyrgyzstan is the connectivity with regards to the internet. So I was teaching children in Kyrgyzstan and they were in the countryside in the regions, and they'd be sitting on a hay bale at the top of a hill, but they'd had to walk to get there. But they could, they were connected. They were able to receive something, and this is and with children. So the situation is grim. It is grim, and these are children who should be being included and educated. Of course they should, but it is getting better, and that has really been because of, I think, of changing attitudes. But this flood of information that they've suddenly can get at the end of their fingertips. And as we all know, I mean, I can say this open-heartedly, and I'm sure you're the same, Madhavi, the child's best advocate is their mother, well, their parents, but often their mother.
I can testify to that too.
And that is what is taking things off. And organizations like yourselves, I had an organization in Russia that I began when my daughter was born, Uplift or whatever, are often the initiative of parents. And so, I mean, things are not good. I mean, there's all the problems of lack of benefits, lack of support, financial support, and all of that. But things are getting better, and I think it's quite important when one relates these situations about countries and where they are and what's happening to stress how what the level. But not to forget that there is progress. Progress is happening. It's really important, because otherwise you end up just having a really negative picture of what things are. And there's a lot of good that's going on as well.
Yeah, I think the one thing which sadly I'm hearing seems to be universal in all the countries, something you I think both mentioned, was the shame connected around having a child with autism or ADHD. And I was very lucky. I mean, I was diagnosed with dyslexia when I was at school. My brother was at school before me, and they sat him in the corner doing jigsaws. And then when my mum found out, I'm not saying she scared them into opening up a whole special needs department, but when I went there, it was there. That's all I'm saying. Don't mess with Nourish Mother.
Power of the mother, the power of the family.
Exactly. And she asked me to be tested for ADHD, which they turned down. I think the logic back then was you get one neurodiversity and you've already got yours. But I've recently, last October, I was diagnosed with ADHD finally, and I'm now on the waiting list for autism. And I'm lucky that I have had a parent who was, wants me to know more about myself over any worry about shame and embarrassment. But I still hear people talking about it like it's a disease to be cured. Sadly, there are more and more in America now. How did that manifest, and how did you fight that in your respective countries?
Well, I mean, I would say the way it's manifested in Kyrgyzstan is that parents don't take their children out. You would see children, particularly either for the severely children with severe autism, they abandon them. They're put into institutions because of the shame. For those that keep their children at home, they don't. They just don't take them out in public. They don't go on buses. They don't access playgrounds. They don't. They just stay at home, and of course the problems. They're not socialized at all because the parents can't do it, and therefore things are exacerbated. There are no programs and whatever. There are special schools in Kyrgyzstan, particularly in the main cities in Bishkek, where children can go along, but there are no programs. There's no very nascent system of a TA, so it's the parents that come in. So then they can't earn a living or whatever. So and the shame in that you get, it's difficult to say, but it's really quite fundamental in that it's a family shame. It's a fact, it's very pervasive. And how you deal with it, well, I think what's happening is, like in many countries, it's this general raising of awareness amongst people, but it is the privilege of the educated and the middle classes. That's 'twas ever thus, I think, but that's something that needs to change. I don't know about you, Madhavi.
It was just the fact that I was talking to someone who was trying to say, like, they believed that autism was caused by something in the water. I was having this conversation. Generally, he was being come around to my way of thinking, but with the logic I applied. It's a bit worrying that he believed a random YouTuber as much, but that's another story. But I spoke when he said, where were all these people when I was growing up? Because I never saw them. And I said, yeah, but look at over the years at the homeless people, the people who were put in bedlam, those people were marginalized and put to the edges of society. We didn't not exist. We were just treated like that. And to hear that that's going on to this day in other countries. Sorry, I'm partly upset, partly I think I've got sweat in my eyes, so pardon me a sec. Yeah, that's deeply upsetting to think that, like I've been saying all the way through this thing, that I don't want the next me to wait until they're 45 before they get diagnosed. I don't want to live like that they're treated as diseased and must be separated from society and locked up.
It's terrible.
It's so shameful.
But can I ask a question to you, Madhavi? What is diagnosis like because I'll say it as it is, I'm not 100% sure. Previously in Kyrgyzstan, when children needed a certificate to get what little benefits there are, they needed a diagnosis, which was very difficult. And it would often happen. This has now stopped, but it shows you how the progress has happened. So that in order to get this diagnosis, children would be required to go to a hospital without their parents, away from their parents, to get the diagnosis for a couple of weeks, where obviously, all their rules, their routines, their structures would be removed from them. And so behavioral issues were and I mean, it was a disaster because obviously, so, and then when they came back from their 2 weeks, in order to get their so-called diagnosis and certificate, in order to get their benefits, they were traumatized, their behavior had become negative. And so parents decided it was much better just to keep them at home and not get a certificate and therefore not get the money. But in India, and now, children are diagnosed, it's difficult and it takes a long time. But I'm not 100% sure, I'll be honest, sure how the process works. I was just wondering, how does that work in India?
So in India, it's pretty straightforward, actually. It's very easy to get a diagnosis. Recently, I had a friend from the UK visiting. She's an OT, pediatric OT. Her name is Shan Wilson. And she just came for a week. So she was here, and she was surprised that it was so quick. Like literally, parents call us a day before for an appointment for an assessment, and the following day, they just come and get the diagnosis done. Within literally a week's time, the child will be diagnosed. And because we believe in diagnosing so that the child gets access to help faster with the diagnosis. So my organization, Ananya, we're all for it, and we make it easy for parents. It's since most of the parents pay for the diagnosis, and we charge like £50 for a diagnosis. We charge for the whole process, and parents pay us £50 if they can pay us. If not, then the charity takes care of it for the diagnosis.
Do you know how many people over here would give 50 quid just to not wait 2 years? 2 years is a very short waiting list now. You're talking at least 3 most areas. Sorry.
Oh, really? No, it's quick.
Sorry, I would pay the 50 quid in a heartbeat.
So in India, medical help and any kind of diagnosis related to healthcare, mental health or physical health, It's very, very accessible and affordable, extremely affordable in India. Whoever, however poor they are, they can get access to medical health within 24 hours. Not even a week. Yeah. So that is good here. Yeah.
I remember.
I mean, one of the problems they have in
can't believe what was happening. She just said, Madhavi, I just can't believe. She said, can I get all my health check done in India? I said, sure, why not? We went to a private hospital the following day, morning to evening. We spent our day in the hospital. She spent around 250 pounds to get her entire medical health checkup done. She said, this would probably cost me 10,000 pounds in the UK. It was 250 for her, 250 pounds. So it was amazing. She just couldn't, she was blown away by the services in India.
Well, that's my next holiday sorted. I'll go over and get my autism assessment.
Another problem they have in Kyrgyzstan is the concept of OT. Actually, that's just it's beginning but very nascent. It just doesn't exist. They don't know what for anyone. So there are no official occupational therapists. So that's again, this is all being done by NGOs and charities.
Can I ask Madhavi, but you mentioned some shame though, which is some in India feel when their children are diagnosed. How does that manifest? Is there any mistreatment for the children due to that, or is it just a case of they try and hide the diagnosis?
Yes, yes, it is not really openly accepted still in many families. They want to hide the diagnosis. They would call, say, for example, they would say, my child has speech delay instead of saying my child has autism, because still about 4 or 5, you can easily get away with it. When you tell someone that my child is speech delayed, people are likely to believe that,
Yeah.
As the child grows up, and if that person is a non-speaking autistic person, it's going to be very evident that it's just not speech late, it's more than that, then probably they'll come up with some excuse, or they might not bring the child out into the community. They might just keep them at home. Those things are possible in India, not in big cities though, but in smaller towns and in rural parts of India it can happen. I have seen even some parts of educated parents, middle class parents, are still not very open about their child's diagnosis. They still try to hide it as long as they can. And after that, if there's no other way, maybe they will just come out and they talk about it. Yeah, it's still a taboo or a stigma to have a child with autism. It is, yeah.
What a lot of parents over here who don't want to do testing say is that I don't want them to have a label. And I always say it's like, what if they had a heart condition? You wouldn't want them to have a label, so you wouldn't get them to take the heart medication. It's ridiculous. Why would you hide someone's truth from them? You're making it impossible to live their life. They don't know the rules, and they're trying desperately to learn all your rules, which aren't healthy for them. And it's I used to be kind of a bit more forgiving of that. Now I wonder how much of that is them not wanting to put a label and how much of that is still their shame. Because I think it's because they think it is shameful to have autism or ADHD. So they project that it's putting a label on them, I feel sometimes. I'm sure there are some parents who genuinely are thinking of the child. And even if you've got that happening in your head, that kind of process, I don't blame anyone for that. So I don't want to sound like that, but I wonder if it's just, there's still a stigma, I think, around autism and ADHD here as well.
Yeah, I'm sure. I think, yeah. And I think you get that. I think we get that with many disabilities. It's just anything that people don't like to be different, do they?
I don't know. I quite enjoy it now. I've started on.
No, okay, but you as an adult, but I mean, as a parent and as a family, they don't like. Well, particularly in these Kyrgyzstan, which is a very sort of traditional conservative society where you fit in. It's just seen as it is shameful, and it's very pervasive.
Oh, I didn't ask you, Veroique. Have you had that kind of moment where you kind of a family for the first time? What's their reaction when they gain that help? Where I'm sure they've kind of had to fight long and hard before they did get the help from you.
The reaction of the family when they finally get help.
Yeah.
Yeah, from association. Well, do you know what? It's extraordinary. It's game changing. It's game changing for the. This is why it's so exciting that I'm sure you know the owl coming out to Kyrgyzstan to do some work with Uplift, and this is why
all about
programs like this are so important, and it's so exciting because you get a family who are really out at their wits' end. They're about to. They feel shame. They feel. All the emotions that I'm sure as a parent, Madhavi, and I felt it. You know, you go through. You get this sort of roller coaster of emotions, of shame, of worry, of fear, of conflicting emotions, of love when you have a child who's born with a disability. All of that is sort of mixed up together, of ignorance, and in my personal experience, you get help, you get support, you get someone who works with you through it, stage by stage. Your child develops. You see progress. None of this is happening in a country like Kyrgyzstan. Parents are left on their own. They're having to cope with poverty, and so the disabled child or the child who, in inverted commas, sort of disrupts their life or the way they're living, gets in the way, they causes so much problems within the family. So they are desperate, and sometimes they give up the child, or as I said, they leave them isolated. So you bring in your support into this family, and the difference it makes is absolutely huge, not just to the child and their development and the way they're moving, but to the whole family. It creates bonds between families. I mean, these parents, they don't give up their children willingly. They love their children, but they're just desperate. So the difference is early intervention and support to families with all disabilities, but we're talking about children with autism and ADHD and just neurodiversity is huge. And it's quite interesting when you suddenly see talking about dyslexic children, and they're very much, and I don't know if you witnessed them as a child, but I imagine you did this sort of discrimination. Oh, he can't write, or he reads backwards, or this sort of slightly all those sort of negative.
Always, whatever the first form that's talked about of a neurodiversity becomes every neurodivergent person. So every autistic person is like Rain Man. Every ADHD is the hyperactive kid in class. Like there's an archetype, and if we've got a different variation, like you were saying with the dyslexia, it was. Oh, you must see the words jumble up. No, I don't. I just read quite slowly, where I take in information from, like, I'm better verbally than I am with writing. No, that's not dyslexia. Yeah, it is. It's like, and people will actually argue with me because they've only known one form of it. They'll argue with me who's been diagnosed with it, which I find just insane.
Of course.
And neurosplain it, I like to call it.
Yeah. But when you suddenly put in the help and the support, and you do see the difference, it's massive. It's massive. It makes a huge difference.
Yeah, I think I need some good news which we share around the world sometimes, because it's just is there no protections for these children who are isolated in the rural?
Well, I mean, the 1991 was a convention, CRPD, which was passed, and there are, but when you have absolutely no excuse and no, but when there are countries in crisis, and Kyrgyzstan is not in crisis, but it has been, but a poor country where there's so much going on, disability comes to the bottom of the pile. I mean, it's going on now in lots of countries where there, if you're fighting and whatever, progress is stilted because of other things that are going on in the country.
Which is why it's maddening when we have such plenty here and we keep on cutting from benefits from disabled people and pensioners. That's always the first pot to get cut. And I think that's especially shameful with the wealth of our country. I was actually, I'm pleasantly surprised to hear, I don't really know about, I've never had to know about neurodivergency in India. I guess there is a kind of stereotype, which I might fall into a bit, of have
we lost you?
Have we lost you? Oh. She seemed to press the button. Did I say anything wrong?
Don't think so.
didn't think so. I was just checking. Sorry, I was. Oh, my mouse has now switched itself off. Oh, here we go. Oh, I think we're back. You back with us? And I think I'm very OCD about when my picture comes on a group call. I always have to drag it to the right position.
Okay. Can you hear
Hey,
me?
there you go.
Hi.
Sorry, we lost you there. Yeah, I was just talking about yeah, I think there's maybe a stereotype around some of the more traditional countries not being accepting of mental health. So it's really nice to hear in India that that's kind of accepted. Is that something that's changed, or do you see it? Like, is mental health in general accepted, but neurodiversity not as much, or are they about on parity? Because sometimes, like, even within mental health, neurodiversity is seen as a bit of a wing of it, I guess.
Yeah. Mental health also, when compared to say 25 years ago, as on today, a lot of young people talk about conditions like anxiety, depression, ADHD, uh, bipolar more openly. They talk about their condition more openly, and they talk about it to their managers in their office and get extra support if required or things like that. Yes, it's still a stigma, it's still a taboo, it's not fully accepted, but young people are more bold and they're saying that, "Yeah, whatever you want to think about me, I don't care, but this is what it is. I need extra help, I need extra time, or I need time off from work because I need to go get some help and come back." And offices, the corporates, especially in Hyderabad, they have a psychologist on board. You can call for help. It was never heard of when I was working in corporates 25 years ago. Now they have a number for mental health in their offices everywhere, and they say, if you're going through something, reach out to this person. She's on board, and he or she is on board, and you can. So it's more openly, it's accepted that yes, there are these conditions, people go through these conditions, they might need help, time to time. There's nothing wrong. You can't lay off somebody just because they have a mental health condition, you know and it is also working the other way sometimes, because people also take advantage of their condition, so to say, and they might just ask for extra time. So I think we are figuring out, we are in this in between stage where we are trying to learn more about the condition and get to a point where we don't use it as a reason to get extra time off from work,
Yeah,
versus, because people who actually need it are probably not going to get it if people take advantage of it. So
I would say though, it's like it sounds like actually the service there is a lot quicker, so maybe you don't get this as much. But I think usually the thing that shows, like I usually use when people go, it's like, oh, people just fake it. They just talk to their doctor and they get tablets. I go, no, they go through years of a waiting list. They then have to go through in a lot of detail their past history, which is very painful and is a very thorough conversation after you've done screening forms before. So apart from the waiting list, you actually still have a lot of things which would deter someone going through that. But before diagnosis, that's a bit different. You do get some people who play on things, but
yeah.
But I always think, Leah, that argument when people are diagnosed, like, no, they've been through a lot to get there. Trust me, it's legit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I also appreciate that it is tested. It's I've never talked so much. I've talked someone off a screen before, and I'm a chatter. Just gonna give her a second to come back in. There we go.
What keeps happening? I'm sorry. I don't know. I have no idea.
That's okay. I've forgotten exactly where we were. So, Veroique, I was going to ask you. I take it you're not from there originally. Like, when did you move?
No. I travelled with my husband as his job took him out to various countries across the world. He was a diplomat, and so I followed.
Oh, wow.
And
Can you tell us about your travels?
Sorry.
Can you tell me a bit about your travels? Sorry, I'm just getting to know you.
Well, we've as a family we've travelled to several countries. We began in Hong Kong, went to Taiwan, Switzerland, Macedonia latterly, and then Kyrgyzstan. No, before Kyrgyzstan, Macedonia, then Kyrgyzstan, and I always. I mean, I'm a SEN teacher by profession. I have a daughter who's got Down syndrome, and I created a charity in Moscow. So that's my thing, you know. It's what my passion. And I've always invested myself in the countries that I went to because I was able to. I was, you know, doors were open to me which was very lucky, and it enabled me to really get into the system of each country. And because most of the countries, well, the last two anyway, particularly, were countries which were developing in the region of disability, I'd say, not generally. You know, it gave me great opportunity to try and to share some best practice. But what's interesting is that a lot of these countries are evolving and do have a long way to go, but I never felt they all had some very good points as well. So I always felt I didn't want to sort of, you know, helicopter in and say I'm best. I do it best. Our way is best in the West, because it's not. It's a cultural thing. A lot of cultural purposes. Each country has its own culture, and each brings to the table a different thing. So I think it's important not to just sort of dictate to people what the best practices are. I mean, obviously there are a few best practices, but
no, certainly I agree with you. I was going to say. It was Trevor Noah, the South African comedian. I find he's kind of always got a really intelligent view on everything and kind of very considered. And he was speaking about travel on his podcast. And he was saying about how he found that people who had traveled kind of, because they know of other systems, they're kind of a bit more free thinking of what can be done in the country. And I can sort of sense a bit of that with you, where you've traveled previously. I think it does open up your mind ready for when you're doing work in another country.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very lucky position to be in, and you know, it's allowed me to continue now that I'm back here, to continue these. It's essentially a bit of networking as well. I mean, what work I do now is not actually physical work or working with children, but it's putting people in contact who've met, and hence Nicola and the Owl, and sort of transporting that best practice over there, but within the right culture and that sort of thing. So yeah, it's a good opportunity.
Madhavi, I wanted to ask you about your son's music you mentioned before.
Oh yeah, my son is extremely gifted. He's hyperlexic. He self-taught more than 100 languages to himself. He just writes any script, be it Russian, be it Arabic, Chinese, Taiwanese. I stopped counting after some point. He just goes on Wikipedia, picks a language. Within a few days, he just learns the script. So he's a savant, you know. And we observed that he showed some interest in music, and especially we used to play a lot of Indian classical music at home, and he was non-speaking till he was almost 6 years. He would hum the tune exactly the way it was played, and then we knew that he was very inclined towards music. And after we moved to India, we could find teachers who were willing to teach, because Indian classical music is very difficult to learn. A lot of people were hesitant to teach him because, you know, they judge the book by its cover. They don't understand how talented he is. Because he was autistic, they were hesitant. I used to tell them, just give it a try for a week. If you think he can't learn, it's okay. And within a week, they would call me and say he's extremely gifted and he's able to pick up whatever I am trying to teach him. So I could find very good
Indian classical. Oh.
No.
It is me. I'm talking off the stream. That must be the answer. There we go.
Sorry, I don't know. I just keep getting logged out on. There's no internet issue here. I don't know what's happening.
That's okay. I was just going to say, so I've completely lost the thread of where I was.
I was talking about Varun's music teachers, you know, teaching him, willing to teach him. Initially, they were hesitant, but eventually they...
Sorry, I remember now. So it was just because you said Indian classical music is hard. Now, the fact that you had to specify Indian, I think classical music is hard to play. So if that's even harder, Yeah, sorry, it's just like classical music usually isn't a cakewalk for anyone, and if that's more difficult, that really says something. So yeah.
So Varun has this, gift to learn, remember anything. He has got eidetic memory, and it really helped him in learning music. I don't know if the internet supports, I can play something for you guys to listen.
Yeah, sure. As long as it's rights free, we're all good. Do you have a button which says present at the bottom?
Oh yeah, I'll
TV's
just
been on it?
try to.
Should let you do it through that. I've just realised this is the last show of this stream. There's 3 streams the way I have to set up on Facebook, so 2/3 down after this.
Gosh, you'll be tired.
Yeah. I think I've like this the 5th one I've done, as the title would suggest, and each time I'm just like that much older. It's like it's usually a couple of years in between. I'm just this used to be easier on Squeefest 1. That's all I'm going to say.
Right.
Oh, amazing.
Should I play?
Yeah, please. You've got it. Wait a minute. Let me just add it to the stage.
All right.
Are we good to go?
Yeah. You gonna play it, shall I?
Guruji. Hey Guruji, Guruji, मैं तो एक निरंजन ध्याऊ जी।
I just wanted to give you a glimpse of what Varun does, just for you to understand. It's a very long conversation. It goes on. Yeah.
It sounded like an Indian version of Radiohead, because they used a lot of experimental noises and the bending of the sounds in there. That's really great.
So he loves it. He continues to learn music from some of the best teachers in India.
Oh, so frustrating. We just get to the good part of an anecdote and it's cutting us out.
I don't know what to say.
You just want to keep us in suspense, I know.
So yeah. So I'm so thrilled that I have Varun in my life. I learned so much. I grew as a parent with him, and it's been quite a journey. And every day is a new learning, and it's amazing to have Varun in my life. Yeah.
Really, lovely to hear, and just to have built so much of the back of your own personal struggle and trying to make sure others don't go through that. I think I'm going to change the way I say this, because I was saying, like, as I say, don't let the next me be 45 before blah, blah, blah. Don't let this kind of stuff happen when you guys are going out there and trying to stop it. It means the world to me. I just really do have that feeling of there, but the grace of God go I. Like, even for people in previous generations here and people in America are under threat who are neurodiverse because they're treating it like an illness. And it's just so nice to have some people out there looking out for people like me who don't have anyone looking out for them. And thank you very much for what you're both doing out there. So before I let you go, I've been asking people all throughout the stream how you think different. And I know it's grammatically correct to say think differently, so you can answer with the proper grammar, because Nicola will tell me off if I don't say that. Speech therapist, they don't like it when you get the wrong word. Whoever wants to go first?
Gosh. Well, I don't know. I think probably put it the other way, how do I think? I think I should think more different, actually. If I'm being totally off this, I think it's good to think different.
So you're always looking for the new, different way of thinking. That's how you think
Yeah.
different.
Yeah.
Meta think different.
I mean, same with me. I think the more people I meet who are neurodivergent, the more I get to learn about how they think, and then I think, oh, I don't know, I didn't know I could think like that. It's a very, it's like
Oops, I'm talking. Then you'll get it back. But yeah, it's that. I think you. But the more people you meet, you are exposed to, you more you realize how it's a positive thing.
Yeah.
To think differently.
Yeah.
So yeah. I think, yeah, I was really looking forward to this has always just been, it just started with me and some podcast pals, and we raised money. I think it was for Ronald McDonald House for the first one. It's a friend of mine whose son was in hospital having heart surgery, and he would stay there. So we raised money for that. But it was just kind of like me and a few people had podcasts, just on audio at the time, kind of build up as we went. But to kind of have this wealth of experts on neurodiversity, as it's something I'm just learning about myself, is just such a gift. And thank you for giving me a new perspective on it. And I think it makes you, as much as I still want to kind of ensure our system gets better, it makes you see what kind of other countries are achieving, where other countries are woefully behind, and have some appalling practices for human beings. But it certainly gives me a better perspective. So thank you for your travels broadening my mind. I guess probably the best way of saying it. Thanks, guys. I hope you have both a wonderful day, whatever part of it you're in. I've lost track of who's in what time zone at this stage. But thank you for spending this time. Speak to you both.
Okay. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
So that draws us 3 minutes to go till the end of this particular stream. So funny. Earlier on, I played a bit of the Random Thoughts game. I can't even get the word. Random Chat. That was it. Sorry, I was trying to think of the name. Random Chat. And where we played the video, in the bottom of my screen, you can, if you add something to the screen, if you take it off the screen, it doesn't automatically disappear. It goes into the little green room backstage bit where everyone goes while they're waiting to come on the stream. And so I've had my friend Paul G just staring me out. Like I can't keep on thinking he's waiting to be added to the call. Because I know Paul through talking on the internet. We haven't met in person now, but yeah, it's quite funny to have him just like, well, frozen in the corner. It's like I've got my little own Paul G. Anyway, guys, the stream may say there's 10 minutes left, but we start the stream a little late due to a very weird technical hitch, which wouldn't show me the stream. So I'm going to go into the other one. Hopefully you join me there. It'll be in about 2 minutes, so there might be a small break. Then you're just with me for the hour. We're going to be going through more of the random thoughts from Paul. We're going to hear a bit more of the video with me and my friend Sarah, who originally realized I had ADHD. And actually still to come, we've got a load of wonderful shows just coming up next. Random Chat with me. Then you've got all about dyspraxia, the Unclassical podcast at 8 o'clock. There's still so much wonderful stuff to come up on Squeefest. Thank you everyone for watching. Please, 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 if you can, keep some donations coming. You know, I know it's a tough moment for everyone. Money's never been tighter. But, you know, anyone who's in a position where you can spare a little, hearing those stories about what people go through in other countries that don't usually have to think about is very humbling and makes me a little more grateful for what I have. So, yeah, it was deeply moving for me. Anyway, guys, I'll see you over on the other stream at 6 o'clock promptly. That's Squeefest for now.